Carl Jung, The Secrets Within the Kybalion. What if the principles of the Kybalion were not merely philosophical laws, but living movements within the psyche? This audiobook explores the hidden resonance between Hermetic wisdom and Carl Jung's depth psychology, revealing how ancient metaphysical principles echo through the structures of the unconscious. The Kybalion speaks of polarity, correspondence, vibration, and mental transmutation. Jung speaks of shadow, archetypes, synchronicity, and individuation. Beneath the surface, these languages begin to converge. What appears as esoteric doctrine reveals itself as psychological process. What seems mystical becomes inwardly experiential. In this immersive exploration, we approach the Kybalion not as abstract teaching, but as symbolic map. Through a Jungian lens, its principles unfold as stages of inner transformation, mirroring the dialogue between ego and self, light and shadow, order and chaos. This is not an attempt to reduce one system to the other. It is an invitation to listen where they overlap, to enter the silent architecture beneath both traditions, to discover that what the Hermeticists called universal law, Jung might have recognized as the grammar of the soul. Let this audiobook be a slow descent into that shared terrain, where psychology and alchemy meet, and where ancient wisdom becomes inward experience. A complete digital audiobook production by the Mercurius Foundation. This audiobook has been carefully crafted for your listening experience. We encourage you to pause, rewind, and revisit the passages that speak to you most. There's something almost magical about opening a book that has carried knowledge through centuries. It's as if the words on the page vibrate with the wisdom of those who came before us. This is the essence of a reading project like this, not just flipping through pages, but engaging in a deep, transformative experience. Let's turn the focus to the Kybalion, a book that serves as a gateway to Hermetic philosophy, bridging the gap between ancient wisdom and modern seekers. Why the Kybalion? Because within its pages lies a blueprint for understanding the universe, self-mastery, and the hidden forces that shape reality. True knowledge isn't found in surface-level interpretations, it's uncovered through deep, meticulous study. That's why this reading project is structured to explore the Kybalion chapter by chapter, dissecting every concept, every nuance. Wisdom isn't something to be skimmed, it demands immersion. Think of it like alchemical transformation. Just as base metals must endure fire to become gold, the mind must undergo refinement to grasp esoteric truths. This is not just about reading a book. It's about initiation into a tradition that has guided minds since the days of ancient Egypt and Greece. Those who take part in this journey will not just learn about Hermeticism, but will experience it through reflection and application. The power of Hermetic philosophy lies in its ability to transmit knowledge across ages, unbroken by time. This tradition was never meant for mass consumption. It was reserved for those willing to seek, to question, to elevate their consciousness. From the temples of ancient Egypt to the secretive circles of the Renaissance, these teachings have been safeguarded by those who understood their potential to transform individuals and societies alike. This reading project isn't just about understanding the Kybalion. It's about stepping into a lineage of seekers who have walked this path before. Many people today feel lost, overwhelmed by modern life's noise, disconnected from the wisdom that once guided civilizations. Yet that wisdom has never disappeared. It has simply been waiting to be rediscovered. Whether it's through alchemical transformation, the hidden truths of Plato and Aristotle, or the symbolic teachings of initiation schools, Hermetic philosophy remains a beacon for those who are ready to receive it. The only question is, are you ready to become a seeker of truth? As we step into this journey, we're not just reading a book, we're reviving a forgotten way of thinking. We're reconnecting with ideas that shaped entire epochs, from Egyptian mystery schools to the Renaissance scholars who rediscovered these sacred texts. But knowledge is only as valuable as its application. So before we dive into the first principle of Hermeticism, let's explore something crucial. How has knowledge survived through the ages? Who preserved it and why? The answers may surprise you. Imagine a single flame, passed from one candle to another, ensuring that the light never dies. This is how knowledge survives across generations. It isn't merely recorded, it is safeguarded, transmitted, and at times hidden. Philosophical and esoteric teachings have always faced threats, whether from political oppression, religious dogma, or sheer neglect. Yet somehow the wisdom of the Kybalion, the Emerald Tablet, and the Corpus Hermeticum has endured. Why? Because certain individuals understood that knowledge is not meant for everyone at every moment. It must be preserved for those who are truly ready. Throughout history, many priceless works have been lost, such as Aristotle's second book of Poetics, which explored comedy but vanished without a trace. Yet, some wisdom traditions have survived, often thanks to secret transmission. Plato's ideas, for example, could have disappeared with the fall of Greece, but medieval scholars, particularly in the Islamic world, translated and protected them, ensuring their influence on the Renaissance. This is no coincidence. Certain knowledge demands careful stewardship. The same can be said for Hermetic teachings, which reappeared in crucial historical moments when humanity was ready to receive them again. But who are the guardians of this wisdom? Not kings, not emperors, but often unknown figures, scribes, mystics, initiates of secret schools. These were the ones who copied texts by candlelight, who memorized sacred teachings, who kept the fire of knowledge alive in times of darkness. Think of the alchemists of medieval Europe, disguising their esoteric insights in cryptic symbols to evade persecution. Think of the Renaissance thinkers who sought out ancient manuscripts, breathing life into forgotten philosophies. The deeper you look, the clearer it becomes. True knowledge does not die, it waits. Yet, this brings us to a crucial truth. Knowledge is not the same as wisdom. Information can be collected, stored, even Googled in seconds, but wisdom requires initiation, real transformation of the individual. That's why certain teachings have always been concealed, reserved for those willing to undergo the process of self-mastery. Without the right mindset, powerful knowledge can become dangerous. Think of those who misuse psychology for manipulation, or those who twist philosophy into dogma. The right knowledge in the wrong hands. History shows us what happens. So, as we continue this journey, it's essential to ask, why was Hermetic knowledge preserved in the first place? What makes it so powerful that it had to be protected, sometimes even hidden? To understand that, we need to go back to its origins, to the figure at the heart of Hermetic philosophy, Hermes Trismegistus. Who was he, and why do his teachings continue to shape the way we understand reality? Step into the shadows of history, and you'll find a name whispered among scholars, mystics, and seekers alike, Hermes Trismegistus. A figure shrouded in mystery, revered as a sage, a philosopher, and even a godlike teacher, Hermes Trismegistus is said to be the bridge between Egyptian and Greek wisdom. Some claim he was an actual historical figure, possibly an Egyptian priest from around 3000 BC. Others argue that he never existed as a single person, but rather as a composite of ancient sages. Regardless of who or what he was, his teachings laid the foundation for what we now call Hermetic philosophy. This is where things get interesting. The name Hermes Trismegistus means thrice great Hermes, suggesting a mastery over three domains: alchemy, astrology, and theurgy, the sacred art of invoking divine forces. The knowledge attributed to him was so influential that it permeated both Egyptian temple traditions and the intellectual circles of ancient Greece. Plato himself referenced Egyptian wisdom as the source of higher understanding, and Aristotle's students studied esoteric traditions that likely stemmed from Hermetic thought. But despite its significance, much of this wisdom was nearly lost, until the Renaissance changed everything. Fast forward to the 15th century, and a new thirst for ancient knowledge swept across Europe. The Renaissance was more than an artistic revival. It was a philosophical resurrection. When the Byzantine Empire fell, Greek scholars fled to Italy, carrying with them long-forgotten manuscripts. Among them was the Corpus Hermeticum, a collection of Hermetic texts that had been hidden for centuries. This discovery electrified intellectual circles, sparking an obsession with ancient wisdom. Influential thinkers like Marsilio Ficino translated these works, and soon, Hermetic ideas were shaping the minds of scholars, artists, and even religious reformers. The influence of Hermeticism didn't stop at philosophy, it bled into art, science, and even politics. The Medici family, one of the most powerful patrons of the Renaissance, saw Hermetic philosophy as the key to understanding the divine. Leonardo da Vinci's work was filled with esoteric symbolism, Botticelli's paintings echoed mystical ideas, and even Isaac Newton was obsessed with alchemy, spending years studying Hermetic texts in secret. It wasn't just about uncovering ancient wisdom, it was about using that wisdom to reshape the world. But what exactly was so revolutionary about these Hermetic teachings? What truths were hidden in the Corpus Hermeticum and the Emerald Tablet that made them so influential? To answer that, we need to explore the Kybalion, a book that distills the core of Hermetic wisdom into 7 powerful principles. These principles have been described as the blueprint for understanding both the universe and the self. But what are they, and how do they apply to modern life? Let's dive into the heart of Hermetic philosophy. There are books that entertain, books that inform, and then there are books that initiate. The Kybalion belongs to the latter. Unlike mainstream philosophical works, this text is not just meant to be read but experienced. Written under the mysterious authorship of the 3 initiates, speculation suggests that William Walker Atkinson and possibly Mabel Collins were behind it. But regardless of who penned the words, the power of the Kybalion lies in its content. It distills Hermetic wisdom into 7 fundamental principles, offering a roadmap to understanding the laws governing both the universe and the human mind. The first principle, mentalism, states that the all is mind. Everything begins in thought. Reality itself is a construct of consciousness. Think about how an architect first envisions a building before a single brick is laid. This is not mere theory. Modern physics aligns with this idea, with concepts like the observer effect in quantum mechanics. If everything is mental in nature, then by shifting thoughts, one can shift reality itself. But what does this mean in practical terms? It means that self-mastery starts with mastering one's thoughts, an idea that is at the core of both ancient mysticism and modern psychology. Then comes correspondence, the famous as above, so below principle. This explains why patterns repeat across different levels of reality, the micro and the macro, the human and the divine. The spiral of a galaxy mirrors the spiral of a seashell. The mind reflects the structure of the cosmos. This principle suggests that by studying oneself, one can understand greater realities. Alchemists used this idea to bridge the material and the spiritual, believing that transmutation of the self was as real as the transmutation of metals. But in today's world, how can this be applied? Simply put, understanding external struggles often requires inner work. The principle of vibration states that nothing rests, everything moves. Science confirms this. Everything from atoms to planets is in constant motion. This is why different states of consciousness exist, why emotions can be heavy or light, and why music, sound, and even words affect our moods. The ancient Hermeticists knew that by altering one's vibrational state, one could influence their personal reality. Techniques like meditation, mantra chanting, and breath work are direct applications of this principle, shifting internal frequency to align with higher states of being. Each principle in the Kybalion builds upon the last, forming a complete system of thought. From polarity and rhythm, which explain duality and cycles, to cause and effect, which demystifies karma, and gender, which describes the interplay of masculine and feminine forces, these laws govern everything. They are not mere intellectual exercises, they are tools for transformation. But knowing these principles is only the beginning. How does one truly apply them? And how do they relate to the greatest philosophers of history, like Plato, who shaped so much of Western thought? If Western philosophy had a cornerstone, it would bear the name of Plato. His ideas were so foundational that nearly every major thinker after him, whether in philosophy, science, or spirituality, had to either build upon or challenge his work. But what made Plato's philosophy so powerful? He wasn't just speculating about the world. He was trying to decode reality itself. His teachings, deeply influenced by Egyptian and Greek wisdom, aligned with Hermetic thought in ways most people don't realize. Concepts like the world of forms, where true reality exists beyond our physical perception, mirror the Hermetic principle of mentalism, suggesting that everything we see is but a shadow of a greater, unseen truth. Plato's influence didn't just stop with his own writings, it shaped entire civilizations. His work was carefully preserved through the centuries, passed down by Greek scholars, safeguarded during the Islamic Golden Age, and later resurrected by Renaissance thinkers. If you've ever heard of Neoplatonism, you've seen how his philosophy was merged with mystical traditions, influencing esoteric circles and initiation schools. The idea that knowledge wasn't just something to be studied, but experienced resonated deeply with Hermeticism. That's why secret societies and wisdom traditions often place Plato's teachings side by side with the Kybalion and the Emerald Tablet. But here's something fascinating. Plato wasn't just a philosopher, he was an initiator. His famous allegory of the cave wasn't just a thought experiment, it was a warning. It describes humanity as prisoners, mistaking shadows on a wall for reality. Only through knowledge and painful self-awakening can one turn away from illusion and step into true understanding. If that sounds familiar, it's because it mirrors the Hermetic initiation process. Knowledge, in both traditions, isn't something you're simply given, it's something you earn through transformation. The preservation of Plato's work was no accident. Thinkers from the Renaissance saw in him a key to unlocking ancient wisdom, using his insights to bridge Greek philosophy with Hermetic principles. His ideas influenced not just mystics, but even scientists like Kepler and Newton, who saw a divine order in the universe. Plato's emphasis on mathematics, structure, and higher realms of thought laid the groundwork for both rational inquiry and spiritual transcendence. It's no wonder that the Hermetic tradition, which seeks to unify the material and the divine, absorbed so much of his legacy. So if Plato's ideas were so groundbreaking, why were they nearly lost? And why did it take a Renaissance revival to bring them back into the light? To understand that, we need to go deeper into history, into a time when scholars, fleeing from a collapsing empire, carried with them the forgotten texts that would ignite a new era of wisdom. History has a strange way of repeating itself. Just when knowledge seems to be on the brink of extinction, it finds a way to resurface, often in unexpected places. This is exactly what happened during the Renaissance, a period that wasn't just about art and architecture. It was about reviving ancient wisdom that had been buried for centuries. When the Ottoman Empire conquered Constantinople in 1453, scholars fled westward, carrying with them forgotten texts, including Plato's dialogues and the Corpus Hermeticum. This wasn't just an intellectual rediscovery, it was a spiritual awakening, one that would shape the trajectory of Western thought for centuries. One man in particular, Cosimo de' Medici, saw the potential in these newly unearthed manuscripts. As the ruler of Florence and one of the Renaissance's most powerful patrons, he ordered the translation of the Corpus Hermeticum, entrusting the task to Marsilio Ficino. This decision changed everything. Ficino's translation didn't just introduce Hermetic philosophy to European scholars, it reignited a lost tradition, one that linked Greek philosophy, Egyptian mysticism, and alchemical transformation into a single, unified path of wisdom. Suddenly, Hermeticism wasn't just a relic of the past, it was at the heart of the Renaissance's intellectual and spiritual revolution. And the influence didn't stop with philosophers. The greatest artists of the time, Leonardo da Vinci, Botticelli, Raphael, began embedding Hermetic symbols into their work. Look closely at Botticelli's Primavera or da Vinci's Vitruvian Man, and you'll see more than just beautiful imagery. You'll see encoded messages, reflections of Hermetic principles like correspondence, polarity, and mentalism. These artists weren't just creating masterpieces, they were preserving knowledge in plain sight for those who had the eyes to see. It was as if the Renaissance itself had become a secret initiation school, hiding profound truths beneath layers of paint and canvas. But not everyone saw Hermeticism as a force for enlightenment. As its influence spread, so did opposition. The Catholic Church, wary of philosophies that encouraged personal spiritual transformation outside its control, began censoring and condemning Hermetic works. Some scholars and alchemists were forced into secrecy, encrypting their writings in symbols and allegories. Yet, despite persecution, the knowledge persisted, because truth has a way of surviving, even when authorities try to suppress it. The Renaissance had done its job. It had planted the seeds of esoteric wisdom in the minds of future generations, ensuring that Hermetic philosophy would never be forgotten again. So what happened next? If the Renaissance revived Hermetic wisdom, where did that knowledge go? The answer lies in one of the most misunderstood traditions of all time, alchemy. And contrary to what most people believe, alchemy was never just about turning lead into gold. Its true purpose? Transforming the human soul itself. Most people hear the word alchemy and immediately think of medieval sorcerers hunched over bubbling cauldrons, desperately trying to turn lead into gold. But those who truly understand its origins know that alchemy was never about material wealth. It was about transformation, both of matter and the self. The alchemists of old were not mere chemists. They were guardians of hidden wisdom, preserving Hermetic philosophy in ways that would survive the rise and fall of empires. Their work was a coded language, a system of symbols designed to protect sacred knowledge from those who were not ready or worthy to understand it. Alchemy was a direct continuation of Hermetic teachings, rooted in the idea that the universe is a mirror of the human soul. The Emerald Tablet, one of the most famous Hermetic texts, encapsulates this perfectly with its phrase, "As above, so below." This wasn't just poetic philosophy, it was a scientific and spiritual doctrine, suggesting that by understanding the workings of nature, one could understand the divine. The transmutation of metals was merely an allegory for something much deeper. The transmutation of consciousness, where the lead of human ignorance could be refined into the gold of spiritual enlightenment. Throughout history, alchemists concealed their knowledge behind layers of secrecy, often using cryptic language and obscure imagery to keep their wisdom safe. Figures like Paracelsus, John Dee, and Isaac Newton were deeply engaged in alchemical studies, though their work was often misunderstood. The Catholic Church, fearing anything that bypassed religious dogma, persecuted those who sought knowledge outside its control. As a result, alchemists disguised their discoveries within esoteric symbols, ensuring that only those with the right mindset, the true seekers, could decode their teachings. The Philosopher's Stone, for example, wasn't just about creating eternal life. It was about achieving self-mastery, freeing oneself from ignorance, and aligning with higher consciousness. This is why so many alchemical texts parallel the 7 Hermetic principles, because they were ultimately teaching the same thing. They offered a roadmap to inner transformation, hidden in metaphors about furnaces, transmutation, and elixirs. Those who understood alchemy knew that the real great work wasn't external, it was an inner initiation, a process of purifying the soul to reach enlightenment. But alchemy didn't just survive, it evolved, weaving itself into secret societies, initiation schools, and even modern psychology. The question is, how did alchemists encode this knowledge, and what symbols did they use to hide these powerful truths? To understand that, we need to take a closer look at Hermetic symbolism, where every snake, every staff, and every geometric pattern carries a meaning deeper than most people ever realize. Symbols are the language of the unconscious mind. They bypass logic, speaking directly to the deeper layers of human consciousness, which is why esoteric traditions have always relied on them. In Hermeticism, symbols aren't mere decorations. They are maps, guides to hidden truths that can only be understood by those who have the right keys. One of the most well-known Hermetic symbols is the caduceus of Mercury, the winged staff entwined by 2 serpents. You've probably seen it used as a medical emblem, but its origins go far beyond healing. It represents the spiritual ascent, the union of opposites, and the Kundalini energy rising through the body to higher states of consciousness. The serpent, across multiple traditions, is a symbol of wisdom, transformation, and duality. In ancient Egypt, it was associated with divine protection. In Greece, with healing and rebirth. In Hermeticism, the serpent is the perfect metaphor for energy and consciousness, coiling and uncoiling as one ascends toward enlightenment. That's why many initiation schools taught their students through symbols rather than direct teachings, because symbols hold multiple layers of meaning. The Emerald Tablet, for example, describes the process of spiritual alchemy in a way that can only be understood through deeper reflection, much like a puzzle that unfolds only when the mind is ready. Another key symbol in Hermetic thought is the triangle, often seen in alchemical texts. The upward-pointing triangle represents fire and masculine energy, while the downward triangle symbolizes water and the feminine principle. Together, they form the Star of David or the Seal of Solomon, a representation of unity and balance. This ties into the principle of gender, which states that everything in the universe carries both masculine and feminine aspects. Understanding this dynamic isn't just theoretical, it's practical, influencing how we interact with the world, balance our inner forces, and align with the rhythms of nature. Even geometric patterns carry Hermetic significance. The flower of life, an intricate design found in ancient Egyptian temples, is considered a blueprint of creation itself. The golden ratio, present in nature, art, and architecture, reflects the mathematical order of the cosmos. These patterns weren't just aesthetic choices. They were codes, left behind by those who understood that reality is structured according to universal principles. That's why the Renaissance masters infused their paintings with these sacred proportions, because they knew that art could transmit hidden knowledge to those with eyes to see. But symbols aren't just historical artifacts, they are tools. The right symbol, meditated upon, can unlock deeper understanding, much like a key fitting into a lock. This is why Hermetic knowledge was often protected in symbols rather than written openly, because some truths are too powerful to be handed out carelessly. And this brings us to a crucial question. If knowledge is so powerful, what happens when it falls into the wrong hands? History has already shown us the consequences. Knowledge is power, but power in the wrong hands can be catastrophic. The Hermetic tradition has always warned that true wisdom should be protected from those who are not ready for it. This isn't about secrecy for secrecy's sake, it's about responsibility. Imagine handing a loaded weapon to someone who has no idea how to use it. The same applies to esoteric knowledge. Plato himself spoke of the danger of giving wisdom to those who lack the virtue to wield it, warning that misused knowledge can lead to tyranny, corruption, and suffering. And history has proved him right time and time again. Take the example of Adolf Hitler, who was obsessed with the occult and esoteric teachings but completely distorted them for his own destructive purposes. He and his inner circle studied symbolism, ancient myths, and Hermetic principles, not for enlightenment, but for control and domination. This is the dark side of knowledge, when it's used not to uplift, but to manipulate. The same applies to psychological principles today. Marketing, propaganda, and even social media algorithms are built upon an understanding of human behavior, perception, and influence, knowledge that in the right hands can enlighten, but in the wrong hands can enslave. This is why initiation schools have always existed, to filter those who are ready from those who are not. In ancient Egypt, wisdom was revealed only to those who had undergone rigorous trials of discipline and self-transformation. The same happened in Greek mystery schools, where initiates had to prove themselves before being entrusted with sacred knowledge. Why? Because understanding universal principles without self-mastery leads to destruction. The Hermetic tradition emphasizes balance, the ability to align knowledge with ethics, power with wisdom, intellect with virtue. Without that balance, knowledge becomes a weapon rather than a tool for liberation. Even today, this remains true. Many people chase knowledge without preparing themselves internally, believing that merely reading books or watching YouTube lectures makes them enlightened. But real wisdom is experiential, not just intellectual. A person can memorize every Hermetic text and still be spiritually asleep if they don't apply what they learn. This is why self-mastery is at the core of the Kybalion. It's not about gathering information. It's about embodying higher consciousness. The deeper one goes into Hermeticism, the more they realize that knowledge is a responsibility, not just a privilege. But Hermetic knowledge isn't just about individual enlightenment. It has shaped entire religious and philosophical traditions throughout history. Many of the world's major belief systems have absorbed its teachings, sometimes in ways that are unrecognizable today. But how did this happen? How did Hermetic ideas influence Christianity, Judaism, and Islam? And more importantly, what happens when philosophy turns into dogma? The fingerprints of Hermetic philosophy can be found across almost every major religious and spiritual tradition. Christianity, Judaism, Islam, and even Eastern mysticism have absorbed elements of this ancient wisdom, sometimes openly, sometimes hidden beneath layers of dogma. The reason is simple: truth is universal. Whether one looks at the Emerald Tablet, the Kybalion, or the teachings of Plato, the same underlying principles emerge. The universe is mental, all things are connected, and self-mastery leads to enlightenment. But the moment philosophy transforms into organized religion, something crucial is often lost: the freedom to think for oneself. Take Christianity, for example. The early Gnostic sects, deeply influenced by Hermetic thought, taught that enlightenment came from inner awakening rather than external rituals. Concepts like the Logos, the divine word, and the idea that the kingdom of God is within you directly reflect Hermetic teachings. But as the Church consolidated power, these mystical interpretations were labeled as heresy, replaced by rigid doctrine and authority. The same happened in Judaism with the Kabbalists, who preserved esoteric wisdom through the Sephiroth and the Tree of Life, and in Islam with the Sufis, who sought direct personal experience of the divine, much like the Hermetic initiates of old. But why was this knowledge suppressed? Because true wisdom empowers the individual. A person who understands the principle of mentalism, that their thoughts shape their reality, does not need an external authority to dictate their life. Someone who grasps the principle of correspondence sees through the illusions of control systems. This is why initiatory schools were often forced underground, because knowledge liberates, while institutions seek to govern. Even in Eastern traditions, we see traces of Hermetic thought. The Taoist balance of yin and yang, the Hindu concept of Maya, illusion, and Buddhist teachings on mind and reality all echo the same truths found in the Kybalion. Yet, Hermetic knowledge has always found a way to resurface. The Renaissance saw its rebirth in Europe, influencing figures like Giordano Bruno, Marsilio Ficino, and even Isaac Newton. Later, it reappeared in secret societies, from Freemasonry to the Rosicrucians, and today, it continues to influence modern spirituality, psychology, and even quantum physics. The core idea remains unchanged. Reality is far deeper than it appears, and wisdom is the key to unlocking it. The question is, how does one access this wisdom today, in a world dominated by superficial distractions? The answer lies in initiation, the age-old process of spiritual refinement that separates true seekers from passive observers. Throughout history, initiation schools have been the gateway to higher consciousness, guiding individuals through the mysteries of self-discovery. But what exactly does initiation involve? And why is it more relevant now than ever before? Not all knowledge is meant to be handed out freely. Throughout history, the deepest truths have been reserved for those willing to undergo initiation, a process designed not just to teach, but to transform. In ancient Egypt, initiation was not a mere ceremony. It was a trial of mind, body, and spirit, separating those who truly sought wisdom from those who merely craved power. The Hermetic tradition follows this same path. Wisdom isn't something that can simply be read in a book or absorbed from YouTube lectures. It must be experienced, embodied, and lived. The journey of initiation is one of self-mastery, where the student becomes the philosopher, and the philosopher, in time, becomes the master. Initiation schools functioned as gateways to higher consciousness. The Egyptian mystery schools, the Eleusinian mysteries of Greece, and even later esoteric groups like the Freemasons and Rosicrucians all followed the same principle. Wisdom should be earned. Why? Because power without discipline leads to destruction. This is why Hermetic teachings emphasize the hierarchical structure of knowledge transmission. At the base, there is the general public, absorbing fragmented truths. Above them, the philosophers, those who question, seek, and refine their understanding. And at the highest level, the initiates, those who have proven themselves worthy of holding sacred knowledge. But modern society has largely abandoned this structure. Today, information is everywhere, yet wisdom is increasingly rare. People chase shortcuts, manifestation hacks, surface-level spirituality, quick-fix self-help books, without undergoing the real work of internal transformation. This is why so many feel lost, unfulfilled, and disconnected. The world has become materialistic, prioritizing external achievements over spiritual evolution. The Hermeticists knew that true fulfillment doesn't come from acquiring things, but from understanding oneself. Initiation is about breaking illusions, about seeing beyond the veil of material existence into the deeper reality that underlies everything. But here's the real question: where do modern seekers go for initiation? The temples of ancient Egypt are long gone, and the secret societies of old are no longer the only keepers of wisdom. The answer lies in a new kind of self-directed initiation. It is no longer about entering a hidden school. It is about cultivating the right mindset, discipline, and practices to refine one's consciousness. Books like the Kybalion serve as modern initiatory tools, guiding those who are ready to unlock the mysteries. But initiation isn't passive. It requires commitment, self-reflection, and the courage to confront one's own illusions. So, what happens when enough individuals undergo this process? A shift begins. As more people awaken to deeper truths, society itself starts to change. The materialistic worldview loses its grip, and humanity begins to realign with wisdom traditions that have shaped civilizations for millennia. But there is still one final question to address. What is the future of Hermetic knowledge? Will it fade into obscurity once again, or are we on the verge of a new era of enlightenment? History has shown us that knowledge moves in cycles, sometimes hidden, sometimes revealed, but never truly lost. Hermetic wisdom has survived thousands of years, passing through secret societies, philosophical traditions, and spiritual seekers. And now, in the age of digital information, something extraordinary is happening. These teachings are becoming accessible to anyone with the curiosity and discipline to seek them. But here's the catch: accessibility does not guarantee understanding. The same knowledge that once required years of initiation is now available at the click of a button, yet few truly grasp its depth. The future of Hermetic wisdom will not be determined by how widely it spreads, but by how deeply it is practiced. This is why self-transformation remains the core of esoteric study. It is not enough to read the Kybalion, to study the Corpus Hermeticum, or to decode the Emerald Tablet. These teachings must be lived. The Hermetic tradition is not just about acquiring information. It is about becoming something greater, elevating one's consciousness, and embodying the principles of wisdom. This is where modern seekers face a challenge. In a world dominated by distractions, shallow content, and constant stimulation, will they have the patience and discipline to apply these teachings in their daily lives? But there is reason for optimism. Every era of spiritual decline is followed by a resurgence. We are witnessing a new generation of seekers, people who recognize that materialism and conventional thinking no longer offer true fulfillment. The interest in meditation, metaphysics, ancient philosophy, and esoteric traditions is rising again, just as it did during the Renaissance. The difference? This time, the information is not controlled by elite circles or hidden within secret lodges. It is being shared openly, inviting more people than ever before to embark on their own initiatory journey. The real question is not whether Hermetic wisdom will survive. It always does. The question is who will carry it forward. Every seeker who engages with these teachings, who applies the 7 Hermetic principles to their life, who masters their own mind, becomes part of an unbroken chain of wisdom that stretches back to ancient Egypt, through Greece, the Renaissance, and beyond. The torch has been passed countless times throughout history, always finding its way into the hands of those who are ready to receive it. The cycle continues, but now, it's up to you to decide whether you will be a part of it. And that brings us to the Kybalion. In the upcoming reading sessions, we will go deeper into its mysteries, exploring each of the 7 principles in detail. But before we begin, there is something important to understand. The Kybalion is not just a book. It is an initiation, a doorway into a way of thinking that can reshape how you see reality itself. Are you ready to step through? The 7 Hermetic principles. Knowledge is not static. It is a living flame, passed from one mind to another, surviving through the hands of those who understand its value. Throughout history, the greatest truths have been preserved not by institutions, but by individuals willing to protect and transmit them. This is why the wisdom of Hermeticism, the Kybalion, and the Emerald Tablet has endured, despite countless efforts to erase it. Many of the teachings we discuss today could have been lost forever, like so many ancient texts that vanished, but thanks to esoteric schools, alchemists, and secret societies, they survived the trials of time. But let's be clear, knowledge has always been under attack. Powerful institutions, whether religious, political, or ideological, have often seen esoteric wisdom as a threat. The Inquisition burned books and persecuted thinkers, labeling anything outside their control as heresy. The Renaissance saw a brief resurgence of Hermetic and philosophical traditions, yet even then, many scholars had to hide their work in symbols, metaphors, and coded texts. Why? Because true knowledge liberates, and those in power rarely welcome free thinkers. Today, suppression takes a different form, not through fire, but through distraction, materialism, and the illusion that all knowledge is already known. Even now, we face a modern crisis of lost wisdom, not because books are being burned, but because people no longer seek depth and understanding. The world has become obsessed with quick answers, with instant gratification, making fewer and fewer people willing to explore deeper truths. This is why esoteric studies, spiritual evolution, and Hermetic philosophy remain crucial. They provide the tools to see beyond the noise, to think independently, and to reconnect with the wisdom that has shaped civilizations. In a society that reduces everything to the material world, understanding metaphysics, initiation, and consciousness becomes an act of defiance. Yet, despite all obstacles, the flame of wisdom continues to burn. It finds its way into the hands of those who are ready, just as it always has. The question is, are you one of them? The existence of the Kybalion proves that knowledge, no matter how ancient, is never truly lost. It simply waits for the right moment to resurface and guide those who are ready to receive it. But to truly understand its power, we must go deeper, into the very core of Hermetic wisdom itself. And that core is built upon 7 Hermetic principles, universal laws that explain everything from the structure of the cosmos to the nature of human consciousness. These are not abstract ideas, they are practical forces that govern reality itself. But what are they? How do they work? And how can they be applied to transform one's life? Let's unravel the mysteries of the 7 Hermetic principles. Hidden beneath the surface of existence lies a universal structure, a set of laws that govern everything, from the vast cosmos to the smallest thought. These laws are not human inventions. They are eternal principles, fundamental truths that shape reality itself. The Kybalion identifies them as the 7 Hermetic principles, the keys to understanding the mysteries of the universe, consciousness, and human nature. These principles are not meant to be mere intellectual ideas. They are tools for mastery, guiding those who seek to transcend illusion and align with the deeper forces of existence. Each of these 7 laws describes a different aspect of reality. Mentalism teaches that everything is mind, that the universe itself is a projection of a higher intelligence. Correspondence reveals the repeating patterns across different levels of existence, as above, so below. Vibration shows that everything, from physical matter to thought, is in constant motion and frequency. Polarity explains that opposites are merely different expressions of the same phenomenon, while rhythm reveals the natural cycles and flows that govern all things. Cause and effect dismisses the illusion of chance, affirming that everything follows law, and gender shows how masculine and feminine energies exist in all things, beyond mere biology. But understanding these principles intellectually is not enough. They must be applied, integrated into how one thinks, moves, and interacts with the world. For example, once you grasp mentalism, you begin to see how your thoughts shape your reality. Understanding polarity allows you to shift your emotional state, turning negativity into clarity. Recognizing rhythm helps you navigate life's highs and lows with greater balance. This is why Hermeticism was never just a philosophy, it was a practical science of the mind and soul. Those who truly grasp these laws no longer feel victims of fate, they become active participants in their own evolution. Throughout history, initiates of esoteric schools have studied these principles not just to understand the world, but to transcend it. The ancient Egyptians, Greeks, Renaissance scholars, and alchemists all recognized that mastery over these laws equaled mastery over life itself. This is why the Kybalion is considered an initiatory text. It introduces the seeker to a new way of perceiving existence, challenging them to apply this wisdom in their daily lives. Those who ignore these laws remain prisoners of their own ignorance, while those who embrace them unlock doors that most never even realize exist. So, where does this journey begin? It starts with the first principle, mentalism, the realization that everything is mind, and reality itself is a mental construct. This is not just philosophy. It is a concept that aligns with modern physics, quantum mechanics, and ancient spiritual traditions alike. But what does this truly mean? And how can understanding mentalism shift the way you experience life? Let's take a deep dive into the first and most fundamental of the Hermetic principles. The principle of mentalism. Everything begins with the mind. The first Hermetic principle, mentalism, states that the all is mind, meaning that everything in existence is fundamentally a mental construct. This is not just an abstract idea, it is a realization that shatters conventional thinking. The world we see, the experiences we have, the limitations we believe in, all of it exists because consciousness perceives it that way. Ancient mystics, Hermes Trismegistus, Egyptian priests, and Greek philosophers understood this truth long before modern science even began to grasp the idea that reality is shaped by perception. If the universe is a mental construct, then reality is not something external to us. It is something that can be shaped, influenced, and even transformed by thought. This is why self-awareness is the first step toward mastery. When you shift your internal state, the external world responds. This is not just a spiritual belief. It is confirmed by quantum mechanics, where the observer effect shows that the act of observation changes what is observed. Everything is energy and consciousness in motion, and the way we focus our minds has a direct impact on the outcomes we experience. But here's the catch. Most people let their minds be controlled by external forces. They absorb negativity from the media, allow others to dictate their beliefs, and operate from automatic patterns of thought that keep them stuck in cycles of limitation. This is where Hermetic knowledge becomes a tool for liberation. Once you understand that your mind is the creative force behind your reality, you begin to reclaim control. Instead of being a passive participant, you become the architect of your existence. This is the essence of mentalism, not just knowing that everything is mind, but actively shaping reality through conscious intention. Consider this. If you spend your days consumed by fear, doubt, and scarcity, you create a world that reflects those states. But if you train your mind to operate from clarity, abundance, and confidence, your reality will begin to align with those frequencies. This is why meditation, visualization, and disciplined thought have always been core practices in esoteric traditions and initiation schools, because they train the mind to focus on higher truths rather than lower illusions. True initiation begins when a person stops reacting to the world as if it controls them and starts directing their mental energy with purpose. But if everything is mental, then how does this principle extend beyond personal experience? The answer lies in the second Hermetic principle, correspondence. This is where the famous axiom, as above, so below, comes into play, revealing how the same patterns that govern the cosmos also govern the human mind. Understanding this principle will allow you to see connections where others see separation, and that changes everything. The principle of correspondence. As above, so below, as within, so without. This is the foundation of the second Hermetic principle, correspondence. It reveals a fundamental truth. Patterns repeat across different levels of reality. What happens on a macrocosmic scale, in the universe, the planets, and nature, also happens on a microcosmic level, within the human mind, emotions, and even the cells of the body. This principle explains why the same laws govern the stars and the soul, why the movements of galaxies mirror the structures of atoms, and why understanding oneself leads to understanding the universe. Think about how cycles exist everywhere. The seasons change, tides rise and fall, civilizations rise and collapse, and on a personal level, we experience growth, decline, rebirth, and renewal. The same divine intelligence that orchestrates the cosmos is also at work in your thoughts, emotions, and life experiences. This is why ancient mystics, alchemists, and Hermetic philosophers studied both the external world and the inner self, because mastery over one led to mastery over the other. The mind and reality are not separate. They are reflections of each other. This principle also explains why the subconscious mind shapes our experiences. If you constantly experience chaos in your external life, it is often a reflection of internal chaos, unresolved fears, limiting beliefs, or unconscious habits. Conversely, when you bring order to your mind, your outer world begins to reflect that harmony. This is why self-mastery is the key to changing circumstances. Instead of fighting external conditions, one must align the internal state first, knowing that the outer world is a reflection of the inner world. Once you understand correspondence, you start seeing patterns everywhere. The laws of physics, the structures of sacred geometry, the principles in religious texts, and even the workings of the mind, they all follow the same blueprint. This is why studying philosophy, esotericism, psychology, and metaphysics allows you to connect dots that others don't even see. The Emerald Tablet, Theosophy, and initiation schools have always emphasized this truth. To truly know anything, one must first know oneself. The key to understanding the mysteries of the universe lies within your own consciousness. But how does this all connect to energy, movement, and the invisible forces that shape our experiences? To fully grasp correspondence, we must look at the third Hermetic principle, vibration. If everything is connected, then what makes things appear different from each other? The answer is frequency, and this is where the true science of reality begins. The principle of vibration. Nothing rests, everything moves, everything vibrates. This is the essence of the third Hermetic principle, vibration. Everything in existence, from the largest galaxies to the smallest subatomic particles, is in constant motion. Nothing is truly solid. What we perceive as physical matter is simply energy vibrating at different frequencies. Ancient Hermeticists, alchemists, and philosophers understood this long before modern science confirmed it. Today, quantum physics supports the idea that matter is just energy vibrating at a specific rate, which means that reality is not as fixed as it seems. If everything vibrates, then that includes not just physical objects, but also thoughts, emotions, and states of consciousness. A thought of fear and anxiety carries a low frequency, while gratitude and clarity resonate at a higher vibration. This is why we feel an energetic shift in different environments, certain places, people, and even ideas carry specific vibrational patterns. This is also why practices like meditation, breath work, and sound therapy have such profound effects. They help us attune our own frequency to a higher state. But here's where it gets interesting. You can change your vibration consciously. If your reality is shaped by energy and frequency, then shifting your mental and emotional state literally changes the way you experience life. This is the foundation of spiritual evolution, manifestation, and self-mastery. Instead of being a victim of external circumstances, you become an active participant in shaping your reality. When you start operating from a higher vibrational state, you naturally attract better circumstances, deeper insights, and more aligned opportunities. Even in the physical world, vibration is key to transformation. Alchemists spoke of transmutation, not just of metals, but of consciousness itself. Music, art, and even the spoken word carry vibrations that can lift or lower one's state. This is why esoteric schools, initiation traditions, and mystic teachings have always emphasized the power of sound, rhythm, and resonance. Ancient Egyptians used sacred chants, Greeks studied the mathematics of harmony, and even today, sound frequencies are used for healing and altered states of consciousness. But vibration alone is not enough, it must be directed. If everything vibrates, then what makes things appear as opposites? Why do we experience duality in all things, light and dark, love and hate, creation and destruction? This brings us to the fourth Hermetic principle, polarity, which explains how everything is connected through opposing yet complementary forces. The principle of polarity. Everything is dual, everything has poles, everything has its pair of opposites. This is the foundation of the fourth Hermetic principle, polarity. Everything in existence has two extremes that appear to be opposites but are, in reality, different degrees of the same essence. Hot and cold are not fundamentally different, they are variations of temperature. Light and darkness are not separate forces, they exist on the same spectrum of illumination. Love and hate, success and failure, life and death, all of these seeming opposites are actually connected, and understanding this is the key to mental and spiritual alchemy. This principle is not just philosophical, it is practical. If opposites are simply different degrees of the same thing, then it is possible to shift from one state to another. This is how emotions can be transmuted. A person filled with hatred can, through conscious effort, move toward understanding, acceptance, and eventually love, not by rejecting the emotion, but by shifting its intensity and perspective. This is why true masters of Hermeticism, psychology, and esoteric traditions emphasize inner transformation over external change. When you understand that pain and joy, fear and courage, doubt and confidence are all connected, you begin to gain control over how you respond to life. Polarity is present in every aspect of reality. The masculine and feminine energies, found in both men and women, represent different aspects of creation and perception. The material and spiritual realms are not separate, but are different expressions of the same universal force. Even in alchemy, the transformation of base metals into gold was not just about physical transmutation. It was a metaphor for turning lower states of being into higher awareness. This principle teaches that any condition can be changed, but only by understanding its polarity and applying conscious effort to shift it. This is also why those who are mentally disciplined can remain calm in the face of chaos. They do not see fear as an enemy. They see it as untransmuted energy. They do not see failure as the opposite of success, but rather as part of the same journey. This principle is at the core of self-mastery. It allows one to move beyond the illusions of absolute good and evil, right and wrong, success and failure, and instead see the underlying unity in all things. But if everything has its opposite, then what determines when one state shifts into another? How do we predict and understand the cycles that govern these shifts? The answer lies in the fifth Hermetic principle, rhythm, which explains the hidden tides that shape all of existence. The principle of rhythm. Everything flows out and in, everything has its tides, all things rise and fall. This is the essence of the fifth Hermetic principle, rhythm. Just as the ocean has tides, the sun rises and sets, and the seasons change, everything in life follows a natural cycle of movement. Nothing remains static, there is always motion, whether seen or unseen. The same principle that governs the rise and fall of civilizations, the cycles of nature, and even the movement of celestial bodies also applies to human emotions, thoughts, and experiences. Those who understand this cease to resist the flow of life and instead learn to navigate it. At the personal level, our emotions, motivation, and mental states also follow rhythms. There are times of clarity and inspiration, followed by moments of doubt and fatigue. This is not failure, it is the natural rhythm of energy. The key is to recognize these cycles and work with them, not against them. Those who understand rhythm do not panic when things seem to be in decline, nor do they become complacent when they are at their peak. Instead, they adjust their actions in harmony with the natural flow, just as a skilled sailor navigates the winds rather than fighting against them. Rhythm is also at play in world events and historical cycles. Societies rise to power, reach a peak, decline, and then transform. This pattern repeats endlessly, from the great empires of the past to modern political and economic structures. It is why moments of prosperity are often followed by crises, and why periods of hardship often give birth to great revolutions. The wise do not react emotionally to these changes. They see the cycles at play and position themselves accordingly. This principle is particularly powerful when combined with polarity. If everything has its opposite, and everything moves in cycles, then one can learn to neutralize negative swings before they spiral out of control. This is why esoteric schools, mystics, and initiates have always practiced detachment and mental discipline, because they knew that all lows eventually lead to highs, and all highs eventually lead to equilibrium. The mind that is centered and aware of rhythm does not get lost in emotional extremes. But rhythm is not just about motion, it is also about causation. If everything follows a pattern, then what triggers these movements? What causes one event to lead into another? And why do some things seem destined to happen? This leads us to the sixth Hermetic principle, cause and effect, which reveals the hidden forces behind every action and reaction. The principle of cause and effect. Every cause has its effect, every effect has its cause. This is the sixth Hermetic principle, cause and effect, which states that nothing happens by chance. Every event, action, and thought is part of a chain reaction, whether we recognize it or not. What we call luck or coincidence is simply the result of unseen causal forces. Those who understand this principle cease to be victims of circumstance and instead become creators of their own destiny. In daily life, this principle is at work constantly. If someone is consistently negative, cynical, and filled with self-doubt, they inevitably attract situations that reinforce that state of mind. Conversely, those who cultivate discipline, clarity, and purpose set in motion causes that lead to growth, opportunity, and success. This is why the concept of karma, found in Eastern traditions, aligns with Hermetic thought. Every action generates an effect, whether immediate or delayed. The wise do not react blindly to life. They study the patterns, recognize the causes, and adjust their actions to produce the effects they desire. But most people operate unconsciously, reacting to life instead of directing it. They attribute their misfortunes to bad luck, not realizing that their previous actions, beliefs, and habits have led them to where they are. This is why initiation schools, esoteric teachings, and Hermetic traditions emphasize self-awareness and conscious action, because those who act with understanding and intention place themselves above the law of chance. Instead of being pawns in the game of life, they become players, moving with strategy and wisdom. This principle also explains why mastery over one's thoughts and emotions is crucial. If everything operates by cause and effect, then even subtle mental habits create ripples in reality. A person who continually doubts their abilities will create conditions that reinforce that doubt, while someone who projects confidence and takes decisive action will generate circumstances that validate that mindset. This is not magical thinking, it is the natural law of mental causation. What you put out into the world inevitably returns to you. But there is one more principle that completes this system, one that explains the creative forces at work in all things. If cause and effect governs the mechanics of reality, then what is the underlying force that allows creation itself to occur? The answer lies in the seventh Hermetic principle, gender, which reveals the hidden dual forces that shape everything in existence. The principle of gender. Gender is in everything. Everything has its masculine and feminine principles. This is the seventh Hermetic principle, gender, which states that all creation requires the balance of two fundamental energies, the masculine and the feminine. These forces are not about biological sex, but rather about universal dynamics of activity and receptivity, logic and intuition, structure and flow. This principle exists in the mind, the soul, and the cosmos itself, shaping all things through the interaction of these polar forces. In the realm of thought and consciousness, the masculine aspect represents initiative, reasoning, willpower, and directed action, while the feminine aspect governs intuition, receptivity, creativity, and nurturing energy. Both are essential. A mind that is purely masculine may become rigid, overly analytical, and disconnected from deeper wisdom, while a mind that is purely feminine may lack focus, structure, and execution. True mastery comes from harmonizing these forces, knowing when to be assertive and logical, and when to be intuitive and receptive. This principle also operates in spiritual and metaphysical transformation. Throughout history, initiation schools, esoteric traditions, and alchemical texts have emphasized the union of opposites, the merging of solar and lunar energies, conscious and subconscious mind, intellect and emotion. The Emerald Tablet speaks of the wedding of the sun and the moon, symbolizing the integration of these forces to create higher wisdom. In personal development, this means learning to use intellect without suppressing intuition, to be strong without losing compassion, and to embrace structure without rejecting flow. But here's the key: most people operate in imbalance, leaning too heavily on one energy while suppressing the other. Many over-intellectualize life, ignoring the power of emotion and intuition, while others live purely in emotional reactivity, lacking the discipline to shape their reality. This is why true spiritual growth and psychological development require balancing the masculine and feminine within oneself. When this is achieved, a person gains a sense of wholeness, clarity, and an ability to manifest their reality with precision. And this is where Hermeticism, ancient philosophy, and even modern psychology converge. Carl Jung's concept of the anima and animus, the Taoist balance of yin and yang, and the Hermetic view of mental gender all point to the same truth. Balance creates mastery. But what happens when we apply all 7 Hermetic principles together? How have these ideas shaped entire civilizations, philosophies, and even modern thought? To understand that, we must explore the connection between Hermetic wisdom and the evolution of philosophical and scientific thought. The relationship between ancient knowledge and modern thought. It is often assumed that ancient wisdom and modern science are separate realms, but nothing could be further from the truth. Many of the most groundbreaking ideas in philosophy, psychology, and even quantum physics have direct connections to Hermeticism, the Kybalion, and ancient esoteric traditions. The thinkers of the past did not simply create myths, they observed the nature of reality and encoded their discoveries into universal laws, many of which are now being validated by modern research. This is why true seekers of knowledge do not limit themselves to one field. They recognize the patterns that connect seemingly different disciplines. Take Plato, for example. His concept of the world of forms, where true reality exists beyond the physical world, aligns with the Hermetic principle of mentalism, that reality is first and foremost a mental construct. Later, during the Renaissance, scholars like Marsilio Ficino revived Hermetic teachings, merging them with Neoplatonism and Christian mysticism. Even Isaac Newton, one of history's greatest scientific minds, spent years studying alchemy, the Emerald Tablet, and esoteric traditions, understanding that spiritual and scientific truths are not mutually exclusive. In psychology, the Hermetic principles continue to influence modern thought. Carl Jung, the father of analytical psychology, built much of his work on the principles of polarity, correspondence, and gender. His concept of the anima and animus, representing the balance of masculine and feminine energies within the psyche, directly mirrors Hermetic teachings on mental gender. Likewise, his idea of synchronicity, where seemingly unrelated events carry deep meaning, reflects the principle of cause and effect in ways that Hermeticists have long understood. Even in quantum physics, echoes of Hermeticism appear. The observer effect, which suggests that consciousness influences reality at a fundamental level, aligns with the principle of mentalism. The discovery that all matter is simply vibrational energy ties into the principle of vibration. The more we advance scientifically, the more we seem to validate what ancient initiates already knew, that reality is far more fluid, interconnected, and mental in nature than previously believed. But here's the question: if ancient wisdom is so valuable, why is it not widely taught today? The truth is that modern society has largely lost its philosophical literacy, focusing more on external progress than inner wisdom. People chase material success, technological advancements, and surface-level knowledge, yet remain disconnected from the deeper truths that could transform their lives. The key to restoring balance is not simply accumulating more data, it is learning how to apply these universal laws in daily life. And this leads us to the final lesson: how to use Hermetic wisdom to navigate and learn from everyday experiences. Wisdom is not found in books alone, it is found in experience, observation, and deep reflection. The greatest Hermetic initiates, alchemists, and philosophers understood that life itself is a living text, where the universal laws are always at play. The problem is that most people go through life without paying attention to the patterns around them. They look for answers in complex theories while ignoring the lessons present in their relationships, emotions, challenges, and everyday experiences. But those who train themselves to see beyond the surface discover that everything in existence is a teacher. Take the principle of correspondence, for example. Nature is constantly revealing to us the truth of cycles, balance, and interconnectedness. The rising and setting of the sun, the ebb and flow of the tides, the growth and decay of all living things, each of these is a reflection of universal rhythms. Those who understand this stop resisting the natural movements of life and instead learn to flow with them, rather than against them. This is why meditative practices, deep observation, and self-reflection have always been central to spiritual evolution, because they train the mind to see beyond illusion. But modern society has largely lost this ability. People are taught to seek knowledge externally, relying on institutions, experts, and technology, rather than developing their own powers of insight. This is why Hermetic philosophy, initiation schools, and esoteric traditions emphasize the necessity of direct experience. It is not enough to read about the principles of mentalism, polarity, or cause and effect. One must observe them in action. The greatest wisdom comes not from theory, but from experiencing the laws of nature, testing them, and applying them to real-life situations. This is where self-awareness becomes a form of mastery. Instead of reacting unconsciously to life's events, those who study Hermeticism, the Kybalion, and esoteric philosophy begin to see challenges as lessons in disguise. A difficult situation is no longer just a hardship, it becomes an opportunity to apply the principle of polarity and shift perspectives. A period of uncertainty is no longer feared, it is recognized as part of rhythm's natural flow. This shift in perception turns ordinary experiences into moments of initiation, where the seeker moves from blind reaction to conscious response. Alchemy as a metaphor for inner change. Hermetic wisdom has traveled through centuries, civilizations, and cultural shifts, but each era has interpreted, altered, or even distorted its teachings. From the mystery schools of Egypt to the philosophers of ancient Greece, from the alchemists of the Middle Ages to the esoteric revival during the Renaissance, the Kybalion carries within it the echoes of an intellectual lineage that predates history itself. And yet, modern interpretations often reduce it to a simplistic self-help manual, stripping away its depth, spiritual refinement, and ethical foundation. Understanding where Hermeticism came from allows us to restore its true meaning in today's world. During the Middle Ages, much of ancient wisdom was either lost or hidden, as institutions like the Inquisition suppressed philosophical inquiry that did not align with religious dogma. However, Hermeticism was preserved in alchemical texts, secret societies, and mystical traditions, waiting for the right moment to resurface. That moment arrived during the Renaissance, when thinkers like Marsilio Ficino and Giordano Bruno revived and expanded upon Hermetic, Platonic, and alchemical knowledge, merging it with philosophy and early scientific inquiry. This period marked a golden age for Hermetic studies, but also the beginning of its modern distortions. With the rise of materialism and reductionist science, metaphysical knowledge lost its original meaning. Ancient teachings that once emphasized self-discipline, spiritual transmutation, and ethical refinement were diluted into mechanical techniques for power and success. The esoteric art of mental alchemy, once revered as a means of purifying the soul, became a set of manifestation tricks for personal gain. Hermeticism was never about bypassing natural laws to fulfill desires. It was about aligning with them to achieve self-mastery and higher consciousness. This is where the distinction between true wisdom and its misuse becomes crucial. Many today claim to practice Hermetic teachings, yet do so with a purely materialistic mindset, missing the spiritual, ethical, and symbolic depth behind these principles. The principle of mentalism, for example, is not just about creating external wealth or success. It is about understanding the mind as the foundation of reality, leading to inner transformation before external changes can take place. The true Hermetic initiate does not seek shortcuts, but embraces the path of refinement. To fully grasp the depth of Hermeticism, one must approach it with the values and perspective of those who originally practiced it. This means moving beyond the superficial, beyond the material, and into the realm of deep inner work. But what does it mean to have values aligned with ancient wisdom? And how does modern interpretation sometimes strip away the essence of these teachings? This brings us to the importance of perspective and values in understanding Hermeticism. The role of perspective and values in understanding Hermeticism. Hermeticism is not just about knowledge, it is about the perspective from which that knowledge is approached. Two people can read the Kybalion and come away with completely different understandings, depending on whether they are seeking spiritual enlightenment or material advantage. This is where values come into play. If someone approaches Hermeticism with a purely self-serving mindset, they may see it as a tool for manipulating reality in their favor, rather than as a path to inner refinement and wisdom. True understanding requires a shift in values, from ego-driven desires to alignment with higher truths. This contrast is evident in the materialistic versus spiritual interpretations of the Kybalion. Some take the principle of mentalism and reduce it to nothing more than a method for attracting wealth or personal success, while ignoring its deeper meaning, that consciousness itself is the foundation of reality. Others treat cause and effect as a means to hack external circumstances, rather than recognizing it as a call to take full responsibility for one's mental and spiritual state. The true Hermetic path is about mastering oneself first, because external mastery is meaningless without inner balance. Modern distortions of mental transmutation are another example of how profound teachings can be oversimplified and misused. Instead of using mental transmutation as a way to elevate one's consciousness, Many seek to alter circumstances without altering themselves. This is the fundamental flaw in New Age manifestation teachings that focus only on changing external reality while neglecting internal evolution. The original Hermeticists understood that you cannot attract a reality you are not yet vibrationally aligned with. True change happens from the inside out, not the outside in. This is why developing the right values is essential before engaging deeply with Hermeticism. Without ethical grounding, the power of mental transmutation can easily be misused. The alchemists of the past knew this, which is why they emphasized purification before power. In ancient initiation schools, students had to undergo moral and intellectual tests before they were entrusted with deeper knowledge. Today, however, many seek the results of esoteric knowledge without the discipline required to wield it responsibly. Before diving into the first Hermetic principle, mentalism, it is crucial to ask, what is the purpose of this knowledge? Is it being used to align with higher wisdom, or merely to fulfill lower desires? Because understanding that the universe is mental is not just about learning how to shape reality. It is about learning how to shape oneself into someone capable of holding that reality. And with that foundation set, we now turn to the principle of mentalism, the first and most fundamental Hermetic law. The principle of mentalism. The universe is mental. The all is mind. The universe is mental. This is the first Hermetic principle, mentalism, and it is the foundation upon which all other universal laws are built. It teaches that everything in existence originates from consciousness, and that matter, energy, and reality itself are projections of the mind. This is not just an abstract philosophical concept. It is a truth that has been echoed in Egyptian wisdom, Greek philosophy, Eastern mysticism, and even modern quantum physics. The world we experience is not something external to us, but rather a reflection of mind, both individual and cosmic. If the mind precedes material reality, then this means that our perceptions, thoughts, and beliefs shape the world around us. This is why Hermeticism, alchemy, and ancient wisdom traditions emphasize self-mastery, because by controlling one's mind, one controls the experience of reality itself. This is not the same as simply wishing for things to be different. It is about recognizing that thought is the root of all creation. Change must occur at the mental level first, before it can manifest in the external world. A key distinction in Hermetic thought is the difference between transformation and transmutation. Transformation is when something changes form, but remains fundamentally the same, like melting ice into water. Transmutation, however, is a fundamental change in essence, like turning lead into gold, ignorance into wisdom, or chaos into harmony. This is why mental transmutation is the highest form of alchemy, because it is not about altering the physical, but about changing one's inner state so profoundly that the outer world must follow. This is why self-discipline and mental refinement are crucial. If the universe is mental, then every thought, emotion, and belief carries weight. A mind filled with doubt, negativity, and contradiction creates a reality filled with obstacles, confusion, and instability. A mind trained in clarity, focus, and self-awareness creates a reality that is harmonious, purposeful, and aligned with higher principles. This is not mysticism. It is simply the law of cause and effect applied to the mind. Those who understand mentalism no longer feel like victims of external forces. They become architects of their own reality. But how is this principle applied in daily life? And what does it have to do with alchemy, symbolism, and spiritual refinement? The answer lies in the deeper meaning of alchemy itself, which is not about turning base metals into gold, but about transmuting the mind into a tool of higher consciousness. This brings us to the next key lesson, alchemy as a metaphor for inner change. For centuries, alchemy has been misunderstood as a mere proto-science, an attempt by ancient mystics to turn lead into gold. But those who studied Hermetic wisdom knew the truth. Alchemy was never just about metals, it was about transmuting the human soul. The true alchemist is not concerned with material wealth, but with purification, refinement, and evolution of the mind and spirit. Turning lead into gold was always a symbolic process, representing the journey from ignorance to wisdom, darkness to light, chaos to order. The principle of mentalism states that the universe is mental, which means that real transformation must begin in consciousness before it can appear in the external world. This is why alchemy was seen as the ultimate path of self-mastery. It was not about manipulating external matter, but about learning to transmute one's own thoughts, emotions, and vibrational frequency. When a person refines their mental patterns, purifies their desires, and aligns with higher wisdom, they become the philosopher's stone, the source of inner power that can reshape reality. Ancient Hermetic traditions, Egyptian mystery schools, and Renaissance esotericists all understood that mental transmutation is irreversible progress. Once the mind expands to a higher level of consciousness, it cannot return to its previous state. This is why philosophers, mystics, and initiates were often seen as outsiders in their own society, because they had glimpsed a deeper reality that most people were blind to. To undergo alchemical transformation is to perceive life through a new lens, where the material world becomes a reflection of higher metaphysical principles. But this path is not easy. True mental alchemy requires intense self-discipline and commitment. It demands that one burn away impurities, false beliefs, destructive habits, and illusions that keep the mind trapped in limitation. This is why ancient alchemists worked with fire and purification symbols, because the process of self-transformation is often painful and requires sacrifice. To become something greater, one must be willing to release what no longer serves them. Just as raw gold must be purified in fire, so must the mind be tested and refined. This is why mental discipline is essential. Many people believe they are at the mercy of circumstances, emotions, and external forces, but Hermetic wisdom teaches that we are not victims, we are creators. However, before one can shape reality, one must first learn to shape the mind. Without mental control and self-mastery, transformation remains temporary, and true power remains out of reach. This is where the next principle comes in, the necessity of mental discipline and self-improvement as the foundation for real transmutation. The importance of mental discipline and self-improvement. The greatest illusion keeping people from transformation is the belief that they are victims of circumstance. Society teaches us that external conditions, where we are born, what happens to us, and what others think, determine our fate. But Hermetic wisdom, particularly the principle of mentalism, states the opposite. Our internal state shapes our external reality. This means that true change doesn't come from luck, external validation, or sudden miracles. It comes from self-discipline, conscious effort, and refinement of the mind. But mental discipline is not encouraged in modern culture. Society is structured to keep people passive, distracted, and dependent, always looking outward for solutions instead of inward for mastery. We live in a world where impulsiveness is rewarded, attention spans are shrinking, and self-reflection is replaced by endless consumption of information and entertainment. Hermeticism teaches that the mind is a tool of immense power, but like any tool, it must be sharpened, trained, and directed with precision. Without discipline, the mind remains chaotic, reactive, and easily manipulated. Look at history. Some of the greatest minds rose above adversity through sheer intellectual and psychological discipline. Take Machado de Assis, one of Brazil's greatest writers. Born into poverty, self-educated, and facing racial discrimination, he could have remained a victim of his circumstances. But through relentless intellectual effort, mastery of language, and disciplined thinking, he reshaped his reality. His story is not an exception. It is a demonstration of Hermetic principles in action. Those who train the mind and develop self-mastery rise above the limitations imposed by society and circumstance. The first step to mental transmutation is to recognize that thoughts are not random. They are habitual patterns that can be changed. If the mind is constantly focused on fear, doubt, and negativity, it will shape reality to match those vibrations. If instead it is trained toward clarity, focus, and higher wisdom, it will generate new possibilities and align with greater forces. This is why esoteric traditions, initiation schools, and spiritual disciplines always emphasize training the will, controlling thoughts, and refining emotional responses. Without this, true transformation is impossible. But many fall into the trap of changing only their external image while leaving their internal world untouched. This leads to fragile personal growth, where a person appears enlightened on the surface but collapses under pressure. True mastery is internal. It is about becoming, not just appearing. And this leads us to a crucial distinction. the difference between external appearance and genuine inner transformation, a concept that has profound implications for self-development. The difference between external appearance and true inner change. One of the greatest pitfalls in spiritual development, self-improvement, and esoteric study is the illusion that external change equals inner transformation. Many people adopt the appearance of wisdom, discipline, or enlightenment, but when faced with real challenges, their true nature is revealed. This is why Hermeticism, Alchemy, and initiatory traditions have always emphasized that change must be internal first. If transformation does not happen at the level of consciousness, then any shift in behavior, social image, or material success is nothing more than a temporary illusion. Society rewards performative morality. People behave ethically because they fear punishment or seek validation, not because they have genuinely transformed their character. But true Hermetic change is irreversible. It is a shift in being, not just in behavior. A person who truly embodies wisdom no longer needs to force themselves to act with integrity. It is a natural expression of their internal state. This is the difference between deep transformation and superficial adaptation. One is permanent, the other is dependent on external circumstances. This is why history is full of wise figures who failed their own tests. Many people study philosophy, mysticism, or psychology, but when faced with a moment of real adversity, they revert to fear, anger, and selfishness. Their transformation was never internalized, it remained intellectual, theoretical, or performative. In contrast, those who have undergone true mental transmutation remain calm in chaos, disciplined in uncertainty, and clear-minded in times of crisis. This is because their wisdom is not borrowed, it has been earned through internal work. The fragility of social morality becomes obvious when external pressure is applied. Most people live ethically because they are afraid of consequences, judgment, or loss of reputation. But in moments of crisis, when the external system of rules collapses, their true nature is revealed. This is why self-mastery, mental transmutation, and spiritual purification are fundamental in Hermeticism. The goal is to become unshakable, so that one's values and wisdom are not conditioned by circumstances, but are rooted in internal truth. But how do we move beyond the illusion of knowledge and into true wisdom? The answer lies in the difference between modern and ancient understanding. Ancient alchemy, astrology, and mystical psychology were not just primitive sciences, they were symbolic maps for inner transformation. Understanding this difference is the next step in uncovering the true depth of Hermeticism. The symbolism of ancient wisdom versus modern scientific knowledge. One of the biggest misconceptions about ancient wisdom is the belief that it was simply primitive science, a failed attempt to explain reality before modern discoveries. But those who study Hermeticism, alchemy, and esoteric traditions know the truth. Ancient knowledge was never about external mechanics alone. It was about understanding the deeper meaning behind existence. Where modern science asks, "What is this made of?" ancient wisdom asked, "Why does this exist, and what does it mean?" This is the fundamental difference between analysis and symbolic interpretation. Take alchemy, for example. Many assume it was a failed attempt to turn lead into gold, but in reality, it was a metaphysical science of inner transformation. The lead represented the unrefined, chaotic human mind, while gold symbolized wisdom, self-mastery, and higher consciousness. The alchemists understood that the greatest transformation was not external but internal, that the true philosopher's stone was not a literal object, but a state of being. Modern chemistry inherited the techniques of alchemy, but lost its spiritual depth. The same can be said for astronomy versus astrology. Today, astronomy is focused purely on measuring and analyzing celestial bodies, while ancient astrology viewed the movements of the stars and planets as reflections of cosmic intelligence and human destiny. The Hermetic view was that the universe is a living system where everything is interconnected through vibration, rhythm, and mental correspondence. While modern science sees patterns, ancient mysticism understood meaning. One explains how things move, the other explains why they move. Psychology is another example. Modern psychology, despite its insights, is primarily focused on treating symptoms, depression, anxiety, trauma, through external interventions, often neglecting spiritual and metaphysical dimensions. Ancient mystical psychology, however, aim to purify and elevate the entire consciousness of an individual. Figures like Plato, Aristotle, and even Renaissance philosophers understood that true psychology was not just about fixing dysfunctions. It was about aligning the mind with higher principles, unlocking intuition, and reaching transcendence. This leads to an essential realization. Modern science is useful but incomplete. It can dissect reality, measure energy, and predict events, but it cannot explain the meaning behind existence, the purpose of consciousness, or the spiritual nature of transformation. To truly understand Hermeticism and mental transmutation, one must not only see what things are made of, but also recognize what they represent on a deeper level. This is why the universe itself was considered a language of symbols, a sacred text that initiates learn to read. The universe as a language of symbols. To the ancient Hermeticists, mystics, and alchemists, the universe was not just a collection of physical objects and random events. It was a living book filled with symbols, metaphors, and hidden meanings. Every event, every shape in nature, every planetary movement was seen as a message for those who knew how to read it. This is why ancient wisdom was not recorded in straightforward text, but in myths, allegories, and esoteric symbols, because true knowledge is not just read, it must be experienced and interpreted at a deeper level. This is why symbolism plays a central role in Hermeticism. The sun and moon are not just celestial bodies, they represent conscious and subconscious forces within us. The serpent is not just an animal, it symbolizes energy, transformation, and hidden wisdom. Even sacred texts, from the Emerald Tablet to the Kybalion, are filled with layers of meaning that cannot be understood by those who read only with the rational mind. True initiation requires the ability to see beyond the surface, to recognize patterns, and to extract wisdom from everyday experiences. In daily life, this principle is just as powerful. The way people experience reality is shaped by the symbols and meanings they attach to things. A person who sees failure as a symbol of growth will experience setbacks differently from someone who sees failure as a permanent defeat. The world is neutral. It is our interpretation of events that gives them meaning. This is why initiates of esoteric traditions, ancient philosophy, and mystical psychology train themselves to recognize universal patterns in nature, emotions, and human behavior. Even modern advertising, politics, and media understand this concept, although they use it for manipulation rather than enlightenment. Symbols are used to program people's subconscious minds, shaping their desires, fears, and perceptions without them realizing it. The Hermetic approach, however, is about awakening to these influences and reclaiming control over one's own interpretations and beliefs. Instead of being controlled by symbols, the initiate learns to use them consciously. But to do this, one must first develop a strong sense of self-awareness and identity. Without a stable mental foundation, external influences, whether from society, media, or others' opinions, can easily take control. This is why the next crucial lesson is the power of identity and mental self-protection. The power of identity and mental self-protection. Most people go through life without a clear sense of identity, allowing external forces, society, media, culture, and other people's expectations to shape their beliefs, behaviors, and even their sense of self. Hermetic wisdom teaches that the mind is the foundation of reality, but a mind that is undefended, easily influenced, and reactive cannot shape anything. It is merely shaped by external forces. This is why self-awareness and identity are essential tools for mental self-protection. Without them, one becomes a puppet, unconsciously adopting thoughts, opinions, and behaviors that are not truly their own. Consider how the principle of mentalism plays into this. If reality is a mental construct, then the mind must be trained to filter out distortions, to recognize when an idea is truly aligned with one's higher self versus when it has been implanted by external conditioning. Most people absorb ideas without questioning them, leading to mental pollution, where fears, doubts, and limiting beliefs are accepted as truth simply because they have been repeated enough. The Hermetic initiate, however, learns to question, refine, and consciously choose their thoughts, preventing unwanted influences from shaping their reality. The mental pollution effect is real. Just as a person exposed to toxic air will eventually develop physical illness, a mind exposed to constant negativity, misinformation, and manipulation will become mentally clouded, anxious, and disconnected from deeper wisdom. This is why esoteric traditions, spiritual masters, and initiation schools emphasized purification, not just of the body, but of the mind and soul. The true alchemical process is about removing mental impurities, false identities, fear-based programming, and limiting beliefs, so that one's true self can emerge. One of the most powerful ways to build mental self-protection is through self-definition. This means knowing who you are, what you believe, and what values you stand for. A person with a well-defined inner structure cannot be easily manipulated, because their sense of self does not depend on external validation, social trends, or fear-based narratives. This is why ancient Hermetic teachings, philosophical traditions, and initiatory practices focused on self-inquiry, because only by understanding oneself deeply can one resist the forces that seek to control perception and thought. But purification is not just about mental clarity, it is also about moral refinement. Many modern self-help techniques focus on mental power without ethical purification, which can lead to dangerous imbalances. True mastery requires not just knowledge, but wisdom, and that wisdom begins with purity of mind, intention, and action. This brings us to the next vital concept: why purification is essential in mental work, and why raw mental power without ethics can be destructive. The importance of purity in mental work. Many modern self-help movements, manifestation techniques, and esoteric practices focus heavily on mental power, teaching people how to direct thought, use visualization, and influence reality through will. However, what is often ignored is the moral dimension of mental work. Without purification, the same mental power that can create can also destroy. A mind that has not been ethically refined may achieve external success, but will eventually collapse under the weight of its own internal chaos. This is why Hermeticism, Alchemy, and initiation schools always emphasized purification before power. Purification is not about blind morality or following arbitrary rules. It is about ensuring that mental transmutation leads to elevation rather than corruption. Without this foundation, the power of focused thought and mental influence can amplify negative traits rather than dissolve them. This is why many people who pursue mental discipline for purely materialistic reasons end up spiritually imbalanced. They may achieve short-term gains, but they remain slaves to ego, desire, and external validation. True Hermetic transformation occurs when mental strength is balanced with wisdom, ethics, and self-awareness. The principle of Mentalism states that the mind shapes reality, but if the mind itself is impure, then the reality it creates will also be distorted, unstable, and ultimately self-destructive. This is why ancient alchemists used fire as a symbol of purification, because just as raw gold must be melted to remove impurities, so too must the mind be refined before it can wield its full power. Many mystical traditions, spiritual practices, and initiation rites involve periods of isolation, fasting, and deep contemplation for this exact reason, to cleanse the mind from toxic influences, reactive emotions, and lower impulses before accessing higher knowledge. Mental purity also serves as a shield against manipulation. A mind that is cluttered with conflicting desires, unconscious fears, and ego-driven ambitions is easily influenced by external forces, whether through propaganda, social conditioning, or subtle energetic manipulation. Those who seek self-mastery, higher wisdom, and alignment with universal laws must first cleanse their mental and emotional state, ensuring that their thoughts, emotions, and intentions are aligned with truth, rather than distorted by fear, greed, or illusion. But how does mental purity relate to the influence we have on others? Just as the mind can be polluted by external influences, it can also unknowingly transmit energy, thoughts, and emotions to those around us. Understanding how mental influence works, and how minds affect each other on both conscious and subconscious levels, is the next step in mastering the Hermetic path. Mental influence and manipulation. Whether people realize it or not, minds are constantly influencing one another. Thoughts, emotions, and energy do not exist in isolation. They ripple outward, affecting those who come into contact with them. This is why a single charismatic leader can shape the beliefs of an entire population, why fear spreads so quickly in a crowd, and why spending time with highly motivated individuals often inspires action. Mental influence operates both consciously and unconsciously, and those who understand it can either use it for enlightenment or for control. The principle of mentalism teaches that reality is shaped by consciousness, and this extends beyond the individual. In groups, nations, and entire civilizations, mental currents form collective belief systems that dictate what is considered real, possible, or acceptable. These collective beliefs are often created intentionally by institutions, media, and power structures to keep people within specific mental frameworks. From religious dogmas to political ideologies to consumer culture, much of what people believe has been implanted, rather than consciously chosen. The problem is that most people are completely unaware of this process. They assume their opinions, desires, and fears are their own, when in reality, many of them have been absorbed through social conditioning. Hermetic wisdom teaches that those who do not consciously define their own thoughts will be defined by others. This is why mental self-protection is so crucial. Without the ability to filter external influences, one remains vulnerable to manipulation. Ancient initiates were trained to guard their minds, question inherited beliefs, and cultivate independent thought, making them impervious to mass influence and collective programming. But mental influence is not inherently negative. It depends on intention. A true teacher, mentor, or spiritual guide uses influence to awaken consciousness, empower others, and lead them towards self-mastery. A manipulator, on the other hand, exploits these same principles for control, feeding people illusions that serve their personal gain. Understanding the mechanics of mental influence allows one to break free from external control, while also using influence responsibly to uplift others. The ultimate defense against mental manipulation is self-awareness and philosophical depth. Those who have a strong foundation in universal principles are not easily swayed by external narratives, because they recognize the patterns behind persuasion, illusion, and deception. But this raises a deeper question. How can one truly solve the root causes of human suffering, rather than just treating its symptoms? This is where philosophy comes in, not as an abstract theory, but as a practical tool for transformation. The role of philosophy in solving root problems. Most efforts to fix society's problems focus on treating symptoms rather than addressing causes. Governments, institutions, and even individuals often try to solve external issues without questioning the deeper structures that create them. This is like constantly mopping up water from a leaking pipe without ever fixing the leak itself. Hermetic philosophy, however, is concerned with root causes. It teaches that the external world is a reflection of deeper mental, spiritual, and energetic imbalances. Without addressing the source of dysfunction, any attempt at change will be temporary. Take poverty, for example. Many believe the solution lies in giving people more money, but money alone does not create true prosperity. If someone has been conditioned by scarcity-based thinking, low self-worth, or self-sabotaging behaviors, they will find ways to lose, waste, or mismanage wealth. The real issue is not a lack of resources, but a lack of consciousness, education, and self-mastery. This is why philosophy and mental transmutation are crucial. They shift the internal patterns that shape external reality. The same applies to mental and emotional struggles. Modern society focuses on treating depression, anxiety, and stress with external interventions, medication, distractions, or temporary relief, without addressing why these conditions arise in the first place. A person who is disconnected from higher meaning, purpose, and self-knowledge will always feel an underlying sense of unease, no matter how much they try to mask it. Philosophy teaches alignment with universal principles, helping people find clarity, resilience, and deeper understanding, rather than just coping with symptoms. The reason why philosophical literacy has declined is because critical thinking, self-inquiry, and deep contemplation have been replaced by instant gratification, entertainment, and passive consumption. A world that lacks deep thinkers becomes a world of easy-to-manipulate individuals, trapped in cycles of emotional reaction rather than conscious action. Hermetic philosophy and esoteric teachings were designed to train people to see beyond surface-level reality, identify patterns, and address the hidden causes behind human suffering. This is why applying the principle of mentalism to personal growth is essential. It is not just about understanding these ideas intellectually, it is about aligning thoughts, values, and actions with higher truths. Only then can one break free from external conditioning, take control of their reality, and become an active participant in their own evolution. Applying the principle of mentalism to personal growth. Understanding that the all is mind is one thing, living it is another. The principle of mentalism teaches that everything in existence is a mental construct, meaning that every experience, limitation, and opportunity is shaped by one's perception, beliefs, and inner state. Those who grasp this law no longer wait for external conditions to change. They begin the work internally, knowing that as the mind shifts, so does reality. This is why Hermeticism, Alchemy, and initiation traditions emphasize mental refinement as the first step to true transformation. Applying this principle requires conscious alignment of thoughts, values, and actions. Many people live in contradiction. They say they want success but believe they are unworthy. They seek peace but indulge in negativity. The universe does not respond to wishes, it responds to mental frequencies. This is why self-awareness is key. One must observe their thought patterns, emotional habits, and subconscious programs to understand what they are truly creating in their life. Without this awareness, one remains a prisoner of unconscious influences. Filtering external influences is also crucial. The modern world floods the mind with distractions, fear-based narratives, and artificial desires, shaping how people think, feel, and perceive reality. Those who do not actively choose their thoughts will have them chosen for them. Applying mentalism means taking full control over mental input, curating what one reads, watches, and absorbs. It means rejecting limiting beliefs, questioning assumptions, and replacing them with patterns that align with truth and higher consciousness. But mentalism is not about passive belief, it is about deliberate action. Those who understand that mind creates reality must back it up with consistent effort. This is why ancient mystics, alchemists, and esoteric schools taught discipline, focus, and ritual practices, because thoughts alone do not shape reality. Thoughts combined with aligned action do. If one believes in growth, abundance, or wisdom, then every thought, word, and behavior must reflect that belief. Otherwise, they remain in internal conflict, weakening their creative power. Ultimately, mentalism is not just a theory, it is a way of life. Every moment presents an opportunity to apply it, refine it, and embody it. But knowledge alone is not enough. True transformation comes from experience. The concept of knowledge as the greatest inheritance. At first glance, the Kybalion might seem like just another esoteric book, but those who truly engage with its Hermetic philosophy understand that it is a blueprint for reality itself. It is not a mere intellectual exercise. It is a guide to mental transmutation, a process that shifts perception, consciousness, and identity. Rooted in the teachings of Hermes Trismegistus, the book introduces the 7 universal laws, which govern both the spiritual and material worlds. These principles are not theoretical abstractions. They are the fabric of existence, hidden in plain sight, operating whether one is aware of them or not. To read the Kybalion without absorbing its metaphysical depth is to miss the point entirely. One of the book's most powerful messages is the responsibility of preserving and transmitting knowledge. Throughout history, true wisdom has been safeguarded by those who recognize its value, passed down through oral traditions, secret societies, and sacred texts. This is why the Kybalion speaks to a select few rather than the masses. It is not for passive readers, but for seekers willing to question reality itself. To simply own this knowledge is meaningless. It must be understood, practiced, and embodied. As Hermes Trismegistus himself suggested, wisdom is not something to be hoarded. It is a force to be wielded for transformation, self-improvement, and the pursuit of universal truth. Beyond its Egyptian wisdom, the Kybalion also connects to other esoteric traditions, including Kabbalah, alchemy, and Platonic philosophy. The parallels are undeniable, whether it's the Kabbalistic tree of life, the Hermetic axiom, as above, so below, or Plato's concept of eternal forms. All of them point to the same universal structure. The book serves as a philosophical bridge, revealing that no matter the tradition, all spiritual paths converge at the same ultimate truth. The 7 universal laws act as keys, unlocking deeper insights that transcend the limitations of time, culture, and religious dogma. What makes the Kybalion so enduring is its emphasis on spiritual legacy over material inheritance. Wealth, power, and social status are fleeting, but wisdom is eternal. History proves this. Great empires rise and fall, fortunes are made and lost, but philosophical and mystical teachings endure. The individual who masters the art of perception and understands the mechanics of reality wields something far greater than money. True spiritual development is not about escaping the material world. It is about mastering it through knowledge, using conscious awareness to navigate the illusions of existence. If there is one thing history teaches time and time again, it is that material wealth is fleeting, but wisdom endures. Gold can be stolen, empires collapse, and fortunes vanish overnight, but knowledge, once acquired, cannot be taken away. The Kybalion reinforces this truth by emphasizing that the greatest inheritance one can leave behind is wisdom, transformation, and an understanding of the universal laws. The world is full of people chasing financial security, believing that material stability will bring happiness, yet they ignore the inner riches that shape a life of true purpose. To leave behind spiritual and intellectual wealth is to leave something imperishable, a legacy that continues to unfold long after the physical body is gone. Many seek security in possessions, yet history has shown that even kings and conquerors have died in misery despite their treasures. Hermeticism teaches that real security does not come from what is owned, but from what is understood. A person who masters perception, consciousness, and mental transmutation is wealthier than someone with vast riches but no self-awareness. Consider a scenario. An individual who loses all their money but possesses deep knowledge of human nature, strategy, and resilience will rebuild their fortune. But someone who inherited wealth without wisdom will soon squander it. This is why self-improvement, esoteric teachings, and spiritual development hold more value than any physical asset. The Kybalion echoes Platonic ideals about human growth and justice. Plato's Republic spoke of the philosopher king, an individual who rules not for power, but because they have mastered wisdom and virtue. This same principle applies to personal life. Those who truly understand the nature of reality are best equipped to navigate its challenges. A person who understands the whole, the unity behind all things, lives in alignment with divine principles and does not seek fleeting pleasures. Knowledge leads to balance, balance leads to justice, and justice leads to harmony. In modern society, there is an obsession with leaving a legacy in the form of material success, but how many stop to consider what truly lasts? Think of Hermes Trismegistus, Pythagoras, and the sages of ancient Egypt. Their physical bodies turned to dust long ago, yet their wisdom still transforms minds today. The true inheritance of the Kybalion is not just the transmission of ideas, but the awakening of consciousness. Each individual who understands its message becomes a living link in the chain of knowledge, carrying forward something greater than themselves. Ultimately, the pursuit of wisdom, perception, and higher understanding is the greatest gift one can cultivate and share. What would the world look like if people valued self-mastery and enlightenment as much as they valued money? The teachings of the Kybalion suggest that those who seek universal truth will always be guided toward abundance, not necessarily in material wealth, but in something far greater. And this leads to the next realization. If humans are always searching for meaning, what exactly are they trying to find? The universal human search for meaning. Since the dawn of civilization, humans have looked beyond the material world, sensing that there is something more. No matter the time, culture, or belief system, one truth remains: the human soul craves meaning. Whether through religion, philosophy, or mysticism, people have sought to define the whole, the source of all existence. The Kybalion aligns with this ancient pursuit, revealing that behind every visible reality, there is an invisible structure, a deeper truth shaping all things. The restlessness people feel, the existential crisis that haunts even the most successful, is simply a call to look beyond the surface and seek unity with the eternal. This relentless search manifests in different ways. Some seek wisdom through classical philosophy, drawn to the teachings of Plato and Aristotle, while others turn to spirituality, mysticism, or modern psychology. Even those who chase material success are, in reality, searching for a sense of fulfillment, control, or transcendence. They just don't recognize it. The Kybalion suggests that this longing is tied to the desire to overcome time and space, to reach something beyond the limitations of the physical world. Whether one calls it God, the whole, or universal consciousness, the search remains the same, to find permanence in an impermanent world. This is why religious traditions have always revolved around the eternal. Whether it is the Kabbalistic concept of Ein Sof, the infinite, the Hindu Brahman, or the Hermetic idea of the all, the message is clear. Reality is not just what is seen, it is also what is unseen. The material world is temporary, but the spirit seeks eternity. Many suffer because they place their faith in things that inevitably fade: relationships, careers, money. They believe these things will provide meaning, but when they collapse, they are left with nothing. The solution is not to reject the material world, but to perceive it through a higher lens, recognizing that true fulfillment comes from understanding the deeper structure beneath it all. Understanding this search for meaning changes how one approaches life. If everything in the material world is transient, then why cling to illusions? Instead of chasing what perishes, one can align with universal truth, seek knowledge, and cultivate spiritual development. This is what the Kybalion teaches, not an escape from reality, but a mastery of perception, so that one navigates existence with wisdom rather than confusion. The secret is to stop looking outward for meaning and start recognizing the divine within. The desire for unity with the eternal is not just an abstract idea, it is the foundation of every human longing. And the deeper one studies Hermetic wisdom, the clearer it becomes that meaning is not something to be found outside oneself. Rather, it is something to be remembered, awakened, and realized. But if the whole is truly infinite, then how can it ever be understood without placing human limitations on the divine? The Egyptian concept of the whole as God. The ancient Egyptians understood something that many modern minds struggle to grasp. God is beyond definition. Any attempt to name, categorize, or confine the divine immediately limits it, turning the infinite into something finite. This is why the Kybalion refers to the supreme reality as the whole, a concept that transcends religious and philosophical labels. In Hermetic philosophy, the whole represents the unbreakable unity behind all existence, the mind, spirit, and force from which everything emerges. It is not an entity in the way people imagine gods. It is the foundation of all being, present in all things, yet beyond all things. This approach is not new. Ancient civilizations, from Egypt to Greece to India, recognized that to define God is to impose human limitations on the divine. The more one tries to explain the whole, the further they stray from its essence. In Hinduism, the idea of Brahman reflects this same principle. It is neither personal nor impersonal, neither here nor there, yet it is the only true reality. In classical philosophy, thinkers like Plato struggled with similar questions, contemplating the nature of eternity, unity, and the absolute. The Kybalion aligns with this tradition, insisting that true wisdom comes not from claiming to understand the whole, but from realizing that its nature exceeds human comprehension. This is why Hermes Trismegistus was careful in how he referred to the divine. He understood that symbols, names, and doctrines often become traps, causing people to mistake the finger pointing to the moon for the moon itself. Throughout history, religious traditions have suffered from this very error, mistaking their representation of God for God itself. People divide into sects, argue over doctrine, and even go to war over interpretations of something that can never be fully captured in words. This is why the Kybalion teaches symbolic interpretation, to look beyond literal meanings and recognize that all traditions are merely different perspectives of the same universal truth. So how does one approach the whole without distorting it? The answer lies in perception, consciousness, and transcendence. Instead of trying to define the whole, one must seek unity with it. This means shifting the focus from intellectual debate to direct experience, from dogma to realization. Meditation, contemplation, and the study of Hermetic wisdom help in this process, not because they explain the whole, but because they remove the illusions that prevent one from perceiving it. Just as a drop of water is part of the ocean, the soul is part of the whole, but realizing this truth requires breaking free from the distractions of materialism and ego. If the whole is eternal, boundless, and indivisible, then how can humans, who exist in a world of change and limitation, ever grasp it? This is the great paradox of spirituality. The human mind craves stability, yet everything in the physical world is in constant motion. The struggle between transience and permanence is at the heart of all philosophy, mysticism, and self-discovery. And it is precisely this struggle that pushes one toward the next great realization. If everything is always changing, then what is truly real? The philosophical struggle between transience and permanence. The human mind is always searching for something solid to hold on to, a truth that won't fade, a reality that won't shift. But here lies the great paradox. Everything in the material world is in motion, yet the soul craves permanence. This is why people fear change, why they cling to identities, relationships, and beliefs, even when they no longer serve them. The Kybalion teaches that all things are subject to transformation, and resisting this truth only leads to suffering. The principle of vibration reveals that nothing is truly at rest. Even the most stable object is composed of atoms in constant motion. If change is the only certainty, then wisdom is not about resisting it, but about understanding how to move with it. This struggle between the temporary and the eternal defines the human condition. Philosophers, mystics, and sages throughout history have tried to anchor themselves in something beyond the physical world. Plato sought the realm of eternal forms, Buddhists speak of nirvana, and Hermeticism teaches that true stability is found only in the whole. The body, identity, and external world are all in flux, but consciousness, when properly developed, can glimpse the unchanging reality beneath the illusion. But how does one do this? The answer lies in mental transmutation, the ability to shift perception and align with timeless truths rather than getting lost in the turbulence of daily existence. One of the greatest causes of existential anxiety is the lack of certainty. People want guarantees, a career that will always be stable, a relationship that will never end, a belief system that answers all questions. But the Kybalion reminds us that the only true foundation is wisdom itself. A person who understands the 7 universal laws does not panic when life changes. Instead, they adapt, knowing that reality is always in motion. This is the difference between someone who is spiritually centered and someone who is at the mercy of external circumstances. When one recognizes the unity of all things, they stop fearing change, because they understand that beneath all transformation, the whole remains. In practical terms, this means learning how to anchor oneself in consciousness rather than external conditions. Meditation, self-inquiry, and the study of Hermetic philosophy allow one to develop a deeper sense of inner stability. Instead of identifying with fleeting emotions, desires, or possessions, a person aligned with the Kybalion focuses on the underlying principles that govern all existence. This is not about detachment in the sense of ignoring life, but about engaging with it from a position of wisdom. When one stops expecting the external world to provide permanence, they start discovering a deeper truth that does not fade. This realization naturally leads to an even deeper question. If all of life is in constant motion, then how does one make sense of the chaos? The answer lies in the very thing that causes discomfort, the feeling of existential angst, which is not a burden, but a doorway to wisdom. Because only those who question reality can ever truly understand it. Existential angst as a path to wisdom. Few things are as unsettling as realizing that everything once thought to be stable is, in fact, fragile. This moment, where one questions existence itself, is often feared, but the Kybalion suggests that existential angst is not a curse. It is an awakening. To feel discomfort with the world, as it is, means that one is starting to see beyond the illusions of material existence. This is why philosophy begins not with answers, but with questions. From Socrates to Hermes Trismegistus, true seekers have always embraced doubt, not as a weakness, but as a sign that the mind is breaking free from conditioned beliefs. Those who never question remain trapped. Those who do unlock a doorway to wisdom. The chaotic nature of life is often seen as a problem, but what if it is actually the key to self-discovery? Imagine someone who suddenly loses their job, their relationship, or their belief system. While the initial reaction is panic, those who understand Hermetic wisdom recognize an opportunity, because it is precisely in these moments that old patterns dissolve, allowing for transformation, self-improvement, and deeper consciousness. The Kybalion teaches that mental transmutation is the secret to navigating these moments. Instead of resisting discomfort, one can use it as fuel to elevate their perception, asking, "What is this situation teaching me? Where is the hidden lesson?" This is where the analogy of the princess and the pea becomes relevant. In the classic tale, a true princess is identified by her sensitivity to a small disturbance beneath layers of comfort. Likewise, those who experience existential discomfort are not weaker, they are more spiritually aware. They feel the weight of reality pressing against their soul because their consciousness is attuned to deeper truths. While others numb themselves with distractions, chasing money, entertainment, or temporary pleasures, the seeker leans into the discomfort and asks, "What is beyond this?" This is the difference between spiritual stagnation and enlightenment. But what does one do with this awareness? It is not enough to simply recognize the illusion of material life. One must actively seek universal truth. This means diving deeper into Hermetic philosophy, classical metaphysics, and esoteric teachings. It means questioning the nature of perception, reality, and consciousness itself. A person experiencing existential uncertainty is actually in the perfect position to reconstruct their understanding of the world, not based on societal conditioning, but on timeless wisdom. They are given the rare chance to reshape their identity in alignment with divine principles. So instead of fearing existential angst, one should welcome it. It is a signal that the soul is outgrowing its old limitations, moving toward a higher level of awareness. And those who follow this path inevitably come to the next realization. If reality itself is uncertain, then how have human beings evolved in their understanding of what is real? The answer lies in the history of human thought, a journey that stretches from the spiritual insights of ancient Egypt to the illusions of the modern world. The evolution of human thought on reality. Humanity has not always perceived reality the way it does today. In ancient Egypt, the spiritual plane was considered the true reality, while the physical world was seen as a temporary reflection of something higher. The material realm was understood as a shadow, a fleeting illusion cast by the divine mind of the whole. Contrast this with modern thinking, where most people believe that only what can be measured and touched is real. This shift, from seeing reality as spiritual to seeing it as purely material, is one of the most profound changes in human consciousness. But was it an evolution or a limitation? The Kybalion suggests that the deeper truth has never changed, only the way humans perceive it has. This transformation in thought can be clearly seen in Plato's allegory of the cave. Imagine a group of people chained inside a cave, watching shadows on the wall, believing them to be reality. One day, one of them escapes and sees the world outside for the first time, realizing that what he thought was real was only a distorted projection. This is exactly what the Kybalion describes. Most people live trapped in sensory perception, believing only in what their five senses tell them. But true wisdom requires looking beyond physical appearances, understanding that the universe operates on deeper, unseen principles. Over time, human thought moved away from eternal truths and became obsessed with sensory-based reality. The Hermetic teachings of Egypt, the esoteric wisdom of Greece, and the mystical insights of the East were gradually replaced by scientific materialism, where only what is provable is considered valid. While science has brought great advancements, it has also led many to reject the existence of a higher order. The modern world encourages people to chase fleeting pleasures and distractions, keeping them locked in the illusion of the physical realm, unaware that mind, perception, and consciousness shape reality itself. The result? People feel more lost than ever. Depression, anxiety, and existential crisis have become common struggles because humanity has disconnected from the deeper truths that once guided it. When one believes that life has no higher purpose beyond survival and consumption, a spiritual emptiness takes over. But the Kybalion reminds us that reality is not limited to what can be seen or measured. It is shaped by the universal laws that govern all existence. And those who understand these principles can break free from the cave, awakening to a world of higher perception and deeper truth. So, if modern perception of reality is flawed, what is actually real? The Kybalion provides a clear answer. Only what is eternal is truly real, while all that is temporary is illusion. But how does one distinguish between the two? The key lies in understanding the nature of permanence and change, recognizing that truth does not fade, while illusions come and go. And that brings us to the next crucial realization, the distinction between reality and illusion. The distinction between reality and illusion. If there is one fundamental lesson in the Kybalion, it is this: what is eternal is real, and what is temporary is illusion. Yet, most people live as though the opposite were true. They anchor their identities in fleeting experiences, material possessions, and external validation, never questioning whether these things have any real substance. But what happens when these things disappear? When wealth fades, relationships end, and circumstances change, what remains? This is the question that separates those who seek wisdom from those who remain trapped in illusion. The Kybalion teaches that true reality exists beyond time, beyond form, and beyond the limitations of perception. The search for permanence is at the core of all spiritual and philosophical traditions. Ancient sages, mystics, and Hermeticists recognized that the physical world is constantly shifting, like sand slipping through one's fingers. The Egyptians, Greeks, and Hindus all arrived at the same understanding. Behind the ever-changing veil of existence lies an unchanging essence. This is what the Kybalion calls the whole, that which is eternal, indivisible, and beyond illusion. Those who understand this cease to be controlled by circumstances, because they recognize that reality is not what appears, but what endures. Modern society, however, thrives on illusion. People are conditioned to value the temporary over the timeless, chasing trends, entertainment, and validation that vanish as quickly as they come. This is why materialism has led to widespread existential crisis, because it places faith in things that do not last. Someone who believes their worth is tied to wealth, status, or external approval is building their identity on a foundation that will inevitably crumble. The Kybalion warns against this trap of illusion, urging individuals to anchor themselves in wisdom, truth, and higher consciousness rather than in the shifting sands of temporary pleasure. But how does one discern what is real and what is illusion? The answer lies in awareness and perception. A person who is constantly chasing distractions, emotions, and material success is lost in illusion. But one who seeks self-knowledge, enlightenment, and alignment with universal truth is moving toward reality. The key is to develop a higher perspective, to see beyond the immediate and recognize the patterns of permanence and transience. The Kybalion teaches that truth is not something external, it is something to be realized within. Once one understands the distinction between illusion and reality, the next question naturally arises. How do symbols, philosophy, and religious traditions guide one toward truth? After all, throughout history, humanity has relied on spiritual symbols and teachings to make sense of existence. But what happens when those symbols are mistaken for reality itself? This is where the true role of philosophy, religion, and symbolism becomes clear. The relationship between philosophy, religion, and symbols. Throughout history, symbols have been used to communicate truths that words alone cannot express. From the Ankh of Egypt to the Taoist yin-yang, from the Christian cross to the Hermetic caduceus, these symbols are not the truth itself, but rather gateways to deeper understanding. The Kybalion warns against mistaking the symbol for what it represents, a mistake that has led to fanaticism, dogma, and conflict throughout history. A true philosopher does not worship the symbol, he deciphers it. The purpose of religion, philosophy, and esoteric teachings is not to trap the mind in rigid beliefs, but to awaken perception, guiding seekers toward the whole. Philosophy, at its core, is about seeking the essence behind appearances. Plato, Hermes Trismegistus, and the great mystics of every age all understood that symbols and rituals are meant to point beyond themselves. Religion, when understood correctly, serves as a structured path to truth, but when taken literally, it becomes a prison. Consider how the ancient Egyptian priests encoded Hermetic wisdom in myths, or how Buddhism uses parables to express the nature of enlightenment. These are not meant to be taken as literal history, but as esoteric teachings wrapped in allegory. The unwise argue over the surface meaning, while the enlightened seek the message hidden beneath. But what happens when symbols become corrupted? When people mistake the finger pointing at the moon for the moon itself? This is where dogmatism emerges. A symbol that once pointed to unity becomes a dividing line between belief systems. Instead of recognizing that all religious and philosophical paths originate from the same universal truth, people fall into sectarianism, exclusivity, and spiritual ego. The Kybalion warns against this. Any system that leads to division instead of unity has lost its connection to the whole. If God, truth, and wisdom are truly universal, then any genuine path should lead to fraternity and understanding, not separation and conflict. The great philosophers and mystics have always encouraged symbolic interpretation rather than blind faith. Hermes Trismegistus, the Kabbalists, the Sufis, and the alchemists all understood that reality cannot be forced into rigid definitions. To approach the whole, one must learn to read beyond the surface, beyond literal interpretations, and into the essence of things. This is why the Kybalion teaches that truth must be experienced, not merely believed. Intellectual understanding alone is not enough. Wisdom must be lived, tested, and applied. And this naturally leads to the next realization. If truth is unity, then why does humanity continue to fragment itself? Why do people cling to divisions when the nature of reality itself is oneness? The answer lies in the struggle between unity and fragmentation, and how one's level of spiritual development determines whether they act as a force of separation or of harmony. The importance of unity and avoiding fragmentation. One of the greatest signs of spiritual advancement is the ability to see unity where others see division. The Kybalion makes it clear that the whole is one, yet humanity continuously fragments itself across religions, philosophies, ideologies, and identities. This division is not natural. It is a symptom of limited perception. The more one evolves, the more they recognize that all paths lead to the same truth. Whether through Hermeticism, Kabbalah, Eastern mysticism, or classical philosophy, the goal is always the same: to transcend illusion and reconnect with universal truth. Any system that promotes separation instead of unity is flawed, because it contradicts the very nature of the whole. This is why the Kybalion warns against religious exclusivism and dogmatic thinking. Many believe that their path is the only correct one, dismissing all others as false. But how can the whole, which is infinite, be confined to a single tradition, book, or belief system? Imagine 5 blind men touching different parts of an elephant. One feels the trunk and calls it a snake. Another touches the ear and calls it a fan. Another the leg and calls it a tree. They all describe the same being, yet none sees the full picture. This is how fragmented perception works. Everyone holds a small piece of the truth, yet few recognize the unity behind it all. The Hermetic path does not ask one to abandon their beliefs, but to expand their perception. To reject an idea simply because it does not fit within a specific framework is to limit one's own enlightenment. The great sages, Plato, Hermes Trismegistus, Pythagoras, Lao Tzu, and the mystics of every era, all understood that truth is bigger than any one system. A true seeker of wisdom does not seek to be right, but to understand. This is why those who study the Kybalion should always ask themselves, am I moving toward unity, or am I reinforcing division? Because the answer to that question reveals whether one is evolving or stagnating. But what does unity actually mean in daily life? It does not mean agreeing with everyone or erasing differences. It means understanding that beneath all differences, there is a shared foundation. It means practicing fraternity, empathy, and wisdom in all interactions. It means recognizing that the ego thrives on separation, while the higher self thrives on connection. Those who operate from fear, pride, or insecurity will always seek to divide, while those who operate from wisdom, perception, and spiritual awareness will always seek to build bridges. This leads to an even deeper question. If the whole is infinite, then how can the human mind, which is finite, ever grasp it? This is where the struggle between knowledge and the limits of reason emerges. No matter how much one learns, there will always be truths beyond human comprehension, and this is exactly why wisdom requires humility. The challenge of understanding the infinite. The greatest paradox of human thought is this: how can a finite mind grasp the infinite? The whole, as described in the Kybalion, is beyond limitation, beyond form, beyond all human attempts to define it. And yet, humans persist in trying to explain, categorize, and confine it within logic. The problem is that reason itself is limited. It can only operate within the boundaries of perception. Just as the eye cannot see beyond a certain spectrum of light, the mind cannot fully comprehend what lies beyond its own nature. This is why true wisdom is not about claiming to know everything, but about recognizing how much is unknowable. Many have tried to prove or disprove God, the whole, or ultimate reality through logic, but these efforts are misguided. Mathematics, science, and philosophy, while powerful tools, are still human constructs. They operate within the framework of duality, cause and effect, and measurable limits. But the whole is before cause, beyond effect, and outside measurement. This is why the Hermetic sages never attempted to reduce it to a formula. They understood that certain truths can only be experienced, not explained. A person can describe the taste of honey, but until someone actually tastes it, the explanation remains incomplete. The divine is meant to be realized, not merely theorized. This is why the Kybalion emphasizes humility in the pursuit of knowledge. A true seeker does not cling to rigid beliefs or pretend to have all the answers. Instead, they approach wisdom as a never-ending journey, knowing that each revelation only leads to deeper mysteries. This is what separates a philosopher from a fanatic. The philosopher embraces the unknown as part of the process, while the fanatic demands absolute certainty. Those who insist on absolute definitions of God, truth, or reality inevitably fall into illusion, because they are trying to confine the infinite within the boundaries of the finite. But if the whole is beyond comprehension, does that mean all attempts at understanding are pointless? Not at all. While the mind may never fully grasp the absolute, it can learn to align with its principles. The 7 Hermetic laws serve as bridges between the known and the unknown, allowing one to operate within the universal flow rather than resist it. Just as a musician does not need to understand the physics of sound to play a masterpiece, a person does not need to intellectually grasp the whole to live in harmony with it. Wisdom is not about control, it is about alignment. And this leads to the next great insight. If reason alone is not enough, how have different cultures throughout history attempted to reach the divine? The answer lies in myths, archetypes, and spiritual intermediaries, tools that help translate the ungraspable into symbols that the human mind can relate to. But the question remains, do these myths reveal truth, or are they just another layer of illusion? The role of myths and intermediaries in spiritual understanding. Since the beginning of time, humans have sought ways to connect with the divine, and one of the most powerful tools for this has been mythology. Myths are not mere stories, they are symbolic interpretations of universal truths, encoded in ways the human mind can grasp. The Kybalion teaches that truth is beyond words, but myths act as bridges, allowing complex spiritual principles to be understood by the masses. Every civilization has used them. The Egyptians with Osiris, the Greeks with their Olympian gods, the Hindus with Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, all pointing to the same underlying reality. These figures were never meant to be taken literally. They are representations of cosmic forces, universal laws, and aspects of the whole. But myths, when misunderstood, become traps. Many people worship the symbol instead of understanding its meaning, leading to religious dogmatism, superstition, and conflict. Consider how the story of Prometheus is not just about a rebellious titan, but about the human quest for enlightenment and the cost of seeking higher knowledge. Or how the Egyptian concept of Ma'at, often depicted as a goddess, actually represents the principle of balance and cosmic justice. In the same way, the Kybalion does not present the whole as a deity with human characteristics, but as a fundamental force beyond all personifications. The mistake is not in using myths, it is in forgetting that they are merely tools to access deeper wisdom. This is why the Hermetic tradition, like classical philosophy and mystical teachings, encourages symbolic thinking. Plato's allegories, the Kabbalistic tree of life, the tarot, alchemical symbolism, all of these serve the same function: to illustrate truths that cannot be directly expressed. Just as a painting can capture emotions that words cannot, myths express spiritual realities in ways logic alone cannot reach. The Kybalion reminds us that wisdom is hidden in symbols, and those who learn to decode them gain access to timeless knowledge. The difference between an ordinary person and a philosopher is that one sees only the surface, while the other seeks what lies beneath. One of the most powerful functions of myths is that they help the human mind relate to the infinite. The whole is beyond shape, beyond time, beyond limitation, but the mind requires familiar images to process ideas. This is why spiritual traditions create deities, archetypes, and cosmic dramas, not to deceive, but to translate the ungraspable into something the mind can work with. However, the Kybalion warns that once the tool has served its purpose, one must move beyond it. A ladder is necessary to reach a higher place, but once the climb is complete, one does not continue clinging to the ladder. So if myths and symbols are gateways to truth, how does one avoid the trap of mistaking the map for the territory? The answer lies in philosophy, the ability to question, analyze, and extract essence rather than getting lost in form. And this naturally leads to the next realization. What is the true relationship between philosophy and religion, and how do they serve different yet complementary roles in understanding reality? The relationship between religion and philosophy. Religion and philosophy are often seen as opposites, one based on faith and tradition, the other on reason and inquiry. But the Kybalion suggests that this division is an illusion. Both exist to guide humanity toward truth, just through different methods. Religion provides a structured path, offering symbols, rituals, and teachings to help people connect with the divine principles of the whole. Philosophy, on the other hand, strips away layers of dogma and interpretation, seeking the essence behind the teachings. When balanced, they create a complete system for spiritual development, but when misunderstood, they become sources of conflict and stagnation. The role of religion is to offer a framework for understanding reality, but this framework is only useful if it remains a tool, not a prison. The problem arises when people take spiritual teachings literally, mistaking allegory for history and symbols for absolute truth. This is why religious exclusivism is so dangerous. It assumes that one system alone holds the full truth, ignoring that all traditions point to the same fundamental principles. A person who understands the Kybalion recognizes that religious structures, when approached wisely, serve as stepping stones to higher knowledge. But they are not the final destination, they are guides leading beyond themselves. Philosophy, in contrast, is the force that keeps religion from becoming rigid. It questions, analyzes, and refines understanding, ensuring that spiritual teachings remain alive and relevant. The Greek philosophers, the Hermetic sages, and the mystics of all traditions understood that truth cannot be static. It must be rediscovered in every age, every generation, and every individual. A person who only follows religious tradition without seeking deeper understanding risks falling into blind belief. A person who only engages in philosophy without appreciating the symbolic depth of spiritual teachings risks becoming lost in intellectualism, disconnected from lived experience. True wisdom comes from uniting both perspectives. A clear example of this balance can be seen in Plato's philosophy and Hermeticism. Plato's theory of forms suggests that the material world is a reflection of higher, eternal realities, a concept deeply aligned with the Kybalion's principle of correspondence, as above, so below. Meanwhile, Hermeticism, though often considered a spiritual tradition, is deeply philosophical in nature, constantly questioning and refining perception. When one approaches spiritual teachings philosophically, they are able to extract universal wisdom without falling into dogma. This is the essence of mental transmutation, the ability to take in information, refine it, and transform it into personal insight. This brings us to a deeper realization. If the whole is ultimately spirit, then how does one move beyond the divisions of body, soul, and mind, and experience reality as a unified whole? The answer lies in understanding the relationship between these aspects, and recognizing that true enlightenment comes when one stops seeing them as separate. The concept of the whole as spirit. At the highest level of understanding, the whole is pure spirit, eternal, indivisible, and the source of all existence. But what does this mean in practical terms? Most people see themselves as a combination of body, mind, and soul, but the Kybalion reveals that these are not separate entities. They are different expressions of the same underlying reality. The body is the physical vessel, the soul is the individual thread of consciousness, and spirit is the unifying force that connects all things. Imagine a pearl necklace. Each pearl represents an individual life. The thread represents the soul connecting each experience, and the full thread itself is spirit, the essence of the whole. To focus only on the pearls is to miss the deeper reality that holds them together. This understanding shifts how one perceives life. If spirit is the foundation of existence, then the material world is a secondary expression, not the primary reality. This does not mean that the body and mind should be ignored. They are tools for experiencing and refining consciousness. But when one identifies too much with the temporary aspects of self, they lose sight of the eternal nature of spirit. This is why self-mastery and spiritual development are essential. They allow one to live in the material world without being controlled by it. The Kybalion teaches that spiritual awareness is not about escaping reality, but about aligning with the deeper truth that underlies it. This is also why perception dictates experience. A person who sees themselves only as a body will live in fear of death. A person who identifies only with the mind will be trapped in endless thought, unable to find peace. But a person who realizes they are spirit first and foremost understands that existence is not limited to this lifetime, this form, or even this plane of reality. This is the foundation of mysticism, Hermetic wisdom, and transcendence, recognizing that one is not separate from the whole, but an expression of it. This is why the Kybalion emphasizes mental transmutation, because when perception shifts, reality itself changes. Understanding this changes everything. Suddenly, the fear of loss, death, and uncertainty loses its grip, because one sees beyond the illusion of separateness. This is the essence of enlightenment, not an abstract concept, but a direct experience of unity with all things. The journey of spiritual awakening is simply the process of removing the layers of illusion that keep one from seeing what has always been true. The whole was never hidden, it was only misunderstood. And this brings us to the final piece of the puzzle. If everything is connected, if all is one, then how do the 7 Hermetic laws fit into this grand picture? The answer is simple. They are the natural laws that govern the expression of the whole, and understanding them allows one to align with the flow of reality instead of resisting it. And this is exactly where the Kybalion takes us next, the first and most important law. The universe is mental. The 7 Hermetic laws and their foundation in the whole. At the core of the Kybalion lies a simple yet profound truth. Everything is governed by universal laws, and those who understand them can shape their reality. These 7 Hermetic principles are not arbitrary. They are the very structure of existence, flowing directly from the whole. Just as gravity governs the physical world, these laws govern the mental, spiritual, and energetic realms. They do not change, they do not bend, and they do not favor anyone. But those who learn to work with them rather than against them gain mastery over their own experience. This is why the Kybalion insists that wisdom is power, not power over others, but power over oneself, one's mind, and one's perception of reality. The first and most fundamental of these laws is the principle of mentalism, which states that the all is mind, the universe is mental. This means that reality is not something separate from consciousness, it is shaped by it. Just as a dream exists only within the mind of the dreamer, the universe itself is a mental construct, existing within the vast consciousness of the whole. This is the foundation of mental transmutation, the ability to shift reality by shifting perception. The implications are staggering. If the universe is mental, then thought is not passive, it is creative. Every belief, every emotion, every expectation is shaping the world one experiences. This explains why different people can live in completely different realities while sharing the same world. A person who believes in scarcity, limitation, and struggle will experience life that way. Another who operates from abundance, harmony, and wisdom will shape a very different existence. The difference is not external circumstances, it is internal alignment with the laws of the universe. The Kybalion teaches that understanding the whole means understanding these laws and learning to move in accordance with them. Just as a sailor does not fight the ocean but learns to navigate its currents, those who understand Hermetic wisdom do not fight reality, they flow with it. This knowledge has been preserved for centuries, hidden in mystical traditions, sacred texts, and esoteric teachings. But now, more than ever, humanity is at a crossroads. Will people continue to live as victims of an unseen system, or will they learn to master it? This is why the study of the Kybalion is not just theoretical, it is practical. It is the key to understanding self-improvement, consciousness, and transformation. The laws do not care whether one believes in them or not. They operate regardless. But those who study them gain the ability to co-create with the universe instead of merely reacting to it. And this is exactly where the journey leads next. A deep exploration of the principle of mentalism, the first law of Hermetic philosophy, and the key to unlocking reality itself. Because once one understands that everything is mental, everything is perception, then the next logical question emerges. If the universe is a construct of mind, then how can one begin to reshape it consciously? The principle of mentalism, the universe as a mental creation. Wisdom is not meant to be hoarded. It is meant to be passed forward, refined, and expanded. Throughout history, seekers of truth have preserved esoteric teachings, Hermetic philosophy, and spiritual principles so that future generations could continue the path of enlightenment. The Kybalion is part of this lineage, serving as a bridge between ancient Egyptian wisdom, Platonic thought, and the modern seeker's quest for understanding. But knowledge, if not actively cultivated, is easily lost. A truth unspoken, a lesson unshared, is as good as forgotten. The responsibility of every seeker is not only to absorb knowledge, but to transmit it, ensuring that wisdom does not fade into obscurity. A striking example of this responsibility can be found in the poetry of Edward Carpenter, who spoke of wisdom as something that must be carried forward like a sacred flame. Imagine standing at the threshold of self-awareness and higher consciousness, holding this flame in your hands. Do you guard it selfishly, or do you pass it on, allowing others to illuminate their own paths? This is not just a philosophical concept, it is a cosmic duty, part of the greater order of spiritual evolution. By sharing wisdom, one participates in the divine intelligence that governs existence, ensuring that each generation builds upon the foundations laid by the last. The idea of future karma, drawn from Indian philosophy, aligns perfectly with this concept. Every choice made today, every lesson learned or ignored, shapes not only one's own destiny, but also the opportunities available to those who come after. When one delays their own growth, they are not just limiting themselves, they are creating a ripple effect that can obstruct the progress of others. It is easy to think that one's personal evolution is an isolated journey, but in truth, it is woven into the fabric of the collective consciousness. The knowledge one fails to preserve today might be the knowledge someone desperately needs tomorrow. This raises an essential question. How much wisdom has already been lost due to negligence, arrogance, or fear? How many civilizations have risen and fallen, leaving behind only fragments of their understanding of universal truth? The loss of the Library of Alexandria, for example, represents more than just the destruction of books. It was the erasure of generations of insight into the mysteries of existence. The responsibility now falls on those who seek self-development, enlightenment, and transcendence to ensure that this fate is not repeated. The Kybalion serves as one of these preserved keys, offering a direct connection to the mental creation and cosmic mind that shapes reality. The Kybalion is not just another philosophical text. It is a blueprint for understanding the hidden mechanics of the universe. Within its pages, Hermes Trismegistus reveals 7 universal laws, fundamental principles that govern both the material and spiritual dimensions. These laws are not abstract theories or religious dogma. They are immutable forces that shape everything from cosmic cycles to personal transformation. Just as gravity affects all physical objects, these Hermetic principles influence every aspect of existence, whether one is aware of them or not. To study the Kybalion is to gain access to the operating system of reality itself. At the core of these teachings is the idea that alignment with these laws leads to harmony, while resistance leads to struggle. Think of it like swimming in a river. Those who flow with the current move effortlessly, while those who fight against it exhaust themselves and make little progress. Most people live in a state of resistance, unaware that their suffering often comes from ignoring or misinterpreting the natural laws that govern their experience. But those who understand and apply these principles can move through life with greater ease, wisdom, and mastery. The Kybalion does not promise shortcuts or miracles. It offers a roadmap to true self-awareness and transformation. The 7 laws explain all phenomena, from the motion of galaxies to the fluctuations of the human mind. They reveal that everything is connected, that nothing happens by chance, and that consciousness is the architect of reality. To the untrained eye, life may seem random, but in truth, it follows a precise and predictable pattern, one that can be studied, understood, and used to one's advantage. This is why seekers of wisdom, from Pythagoras to Plato, from Egyptian mystics to alchemists, have always sought to decode the principles behind existence itself. And the Kybalion serves as one of the clearest and most direct explanations of these laws. The first and most fundamental of these principles is the law of mentalism, which states that the universe is mental. Everything that exists originates from a cosmic mind. This idea, which echoes Platonic thought and Eastern mysticism, suggests that matter is not the foundation of reality, consciousness is. This means that perception is not passive, it is creative. Every thought, every belief, and every expectation shapes the fabric of one's personal reality. Understanding this principle is the first step toward mastery, because once one realizes that everything is mental, the power to change reality lies in transforming the mind itself. So, what does this mean in practice? If reality is a mental construct, then how can one begin to reshape their experience? How does mentalism explain the illusions of the material world and the deeper truth hidden beneath it? The answers lie in understanding that what appears to be real is often nothing more than a temporary projection of consciousness. And that brings us to the next crucial lesson, the illusion of the physical world and how it serves as a stage for higher learning. If there is one concept that can completely alter the way one perceives existence, it is this: the universe is mental. Everything, every object, every experience, every moment of life exists within the mind of the whole. This is not a metaphor or a philosophical exaggeration. It is a fundamental truth of Hermeticism. Just as a dream exists only within the mind of the dreamer, so too does reality exist within the divine mind. This means that the material world, which appears so solid and absolute, is actually a mental projection, a construct within the universal consciousness. This concept goes beyond Plato's allegory of the cave. While Plato suggested that the physical world is a shadow of a higher reality, Hermes Trismegistus takes it further, declaring that the entire physical realm is an illusion, a temporary mental formation. This is not to say that reality is meaningless, but rather that it is fluid, shapeable, and responsive to consciousness. If all things exist within a universal mind, then thoughts are not passive, they are the building blocks of existence. This is why self-awareness, wisdom, and knowledge are so powerful. They are the tools through which one transforms their reality. The ancient Egyptians, Pythagoreans, and Eastern mystics all recognized this principle, seeing the universe as a great cyclic pattern of manifestation and reabsorption. Everything originates from unity, expands into multiplicity, and eventually returns to oneness. This is the cosmic breath, the heartbeat of the whole, eternally pulsing between creation and dissolution. The material world, then, is not a fixed stage, it is a temporary reflection of consciousness. This means that what one perceives as rigid limitations, whether personal, social, or physical, are ultimately malleable, because they are all expressions of mental energy. One of the simplest ways to grasp this idea is to look at dreams. When one dreams, they create an entire world, a setting, people, events, all of it feels real within the dream. But upon waking, it dissolves, revealing that it was never external to the mind, it was always a projection of it. If this is true for a dream, why would the waking world be any different? The Kybalion suggests that what we call reality is simply a more structured dream, governed by laws that maintain its coherence. But just like a lucid dreamer can shape their dream, one who understands the law of mentalism can shape their reality. If reality is mental, then how does one begin to take control of it? If the universe responds to thought, then how can one train the mind to become a deliberate creator rather than a passive observer? The answer lies in understanding the illusion of the physical world, recognizing its impermanence, and learning how to navigate it with wisdom and mastery. And that is exactly where the next lesson takes us. The illusion of the physical world. The world feels real, solid, unchangeable, absolute. But the Kybalion reveals a deeper truth. The material world is an illusion, a temporary projection within the mind of the whole. What people call reality is nothing more than a stage for learning experiences, a carefully structured mental construct where consciousness can evolve. This is why material things, possessions, money, status, never truly satisfy. They seem valuable at first, but over time, they lose their meaning, revealing their illusory nature. What once felt indispensable fades into insignificance, proving that only what is eternal holds real value. A simple example illustrates this truth. Imagine buying a beautifully crafted vase. The moment you acquire it, it feels important, its shape, its colors, its presence in your home. But after a few months, you stop noticing it. It becomes part of the background. One day, it falls and shatters. At that moment, you might feel a brief sense of loss, but soon you move on. The vase was never truly valuable. It was a fleeting object in a temporary reality. This applies to everything material. Possessions come and go, circumstances shift, but the consciousness experiencing them remains. This is why chasing material success without inner growth leads to emptiness. A person can accumulate wealth, fame, and power, but if they remain unaware of the illusory nature of their world, they will always feel restless, always needing more. They become prisoners of their own attachments, mistaking temporary experiences for lasting fulfillment. But those who recognize the transient nature of existence are free. They engage with the world without being controlled by it, understanding that everything in the physical realm is a tool for spiritual evolution, not an end in itself. The Kybalion teaches that true mastery comes from shifting perspective, from seeing beyond the illusion and aligning with higher consciousness. This is why mystics, sages, and enlightened beings throughout history have sought detachment, not as rejection of life, but as a recognition of its true nature. They understood that reality is a dream within the mind of the whole, and just like a dream, it can be shaped, influenced, and transformed by those who understand its laws. This is the essence of mental transmutation, learning to shift perception, to see beyond appearances, and to navigate the world with wisdom. But if the physical world is an illusion, how does creation itself happen? If the whole does not create physically or biologically, then what is the true process behind the manifestation of reality? The answer lies in the mental nature of creation itself, a process where existence is not built, but thought into being. And that takes us to the next revelation, creation as a mental process, the way the whole brings reality into existence through the power of mind alone. Creation as a mental process. If the universe is mental, then creation itself is not a physical act, it is a mental process. The whole does not create as a craftsman, shaping raw materials into form, nor as biological life, reproducing itself through division. Instead, it creates as an author tells a story, as a thought emerging from the mind, effortlessly bringing an entire reality into being. Just as a writer brings characters, worlds, and events to life with a single thought, the whole manifests existence through the power of mind alone. The universe is not built, it is conceived, imagined, and projected into being. A perfect analogy is Shakespeare and Romeo. Shakespeare can say, "Romeo exists within my mind," and he would be correct. Romeo's entire reality is dependent on the consciousness of his creator. But can Romeo say, "I am Shakespeare"? No, because he is merely a creation within the mind of the author. Likewise, we exist within the mind of the whole, but we are not the whole itself. We are thoughts within a cosmic intelligence, experiencing a reality that is both real within its level of existence and fundamentally an illusion when seen from a higher perspective. This realization changes everything. If reality is mental, then it is fluid, flexible, and responsive to thought. Just as an author can rewrite a story, consciousness can reshape its own experience. This is why the Kybalion emphasizes mental transmutation, the ability to shift thought and, in doing so, shift reality. Those who understand this principle do not feel trapped by circumstances because they realize that the same mind that created the world also holds the power to redefine it. Every belief, every assumption, and every expectation influences the shape of one's reality. Think about how dreams work. When dreaming, a person creates entire landscapes, people, and experiences, all of which feel real in the moment. Yet, the dream world is not external. It exists entirely within the mind. Now, what if waking life operates in the same way? What if what we call objective reality is simply a more structured dream, a projection of the universal mind? The Kybalion suggests that this is exactly the case, and that those who recognize this truth can begin to wake up inside the dream and shape it with conscious intent. But if the universe is a thought within the whole, then what is the whole itself? Is it bound by time, space, or change? Or is it something beyond all limitation? The next step in our journey is to understand the relationship between the whole and the universe itself, and why the manifested world is only a temporary reflection of an eternal mind. The relationship between the whole and the universe. To understand reality, one must first understand the difference between the whole and the universe. Most people assume that the universe itself is the ultimate reality, but the Kybalion teaches otherwise. The whole is beyond space, time, and form. It is the eternal source from which all things emerge. The universe, on the other hand, is a temporary manifestation, a mental projection within the mind of the whole. It is vast, but it is not infinite. It is complex, but it is not absolute. The mistake most people make is confusing the creation for the creator, assuming that the material world is all there is, when in truth, it is merely a thought in a boundless intelligence. The key difference between the whole and the universe is change. The universe is constantly shifting, galaxies form and dissolve, civilizations rise and fall. Even the fundamental laws of physics evolve over cosmic time. But the whole never changes. It is pure consciousness, absolute and indivisible, existing beyond the fluctuations of creation. This is why ancient Hermeticists, mystics, and philosophers always sought to align themselves with the eternal rather than the transient. To focus solely on the universe is to be caught in the illusion of impermanence, but to connect with the whole is to tap into a truth that never fades. One way to grasp this is to imagine a dreamer and their dream. The dream appears real to those inside it. It has form, movement, and seemingly independent events. But the dream is not the dreamer. It is a projection, a temporary construct. The dreamer exists beyond it, unchanged by the rise and fall of the dream world. Likewise, the universe is a dream within the mind of the whole. It is not separate from its source, yet it is not identical to it either. The mistake of materialists is believing that only the dream exists. The mistake of some spiritual seekers is believing that they are the whole itself. The truth, as the Kybalion explains, lies in understanding both the connection and the distinction. Because the whole is infinite and unchanging, it does not exist within the universe exists within it. This flips the common perspective upside down. Instead of the whole being somewhere out there, beyond the stars, it is the very foundation of all being. Those who seek truth, wisdom, and spiritual awakening are not looking for something distant. They are learning to recognize what has always been present. The process of enlightenment is simply the realization that one has never been separate from the whole, only unaware of it. If the whole is eternal, yet the universe is temporary, then what is the nature of this temporary existence? If the whole never changes, then why does the universe expand, evolve, and eventually dissolve? The answer lies in a cosmic cycle, an eternal rhythm of manifestation and reabsorption, a process the Hermeticists described as the pulsation of the whole, the great heartbeat of existence itself. The cosmic cycle, the pulsation of the whole. The universe is not static, it breathes, expands, contracts, and follows an eternal cycle of manifestation and reabsorption. Ancient Hermeticists described this process as the heartbeat of the whole, a cosmic rhythm that governs the birth, existence, and dissolution of all things. Just as the human heart beats in pulses, sending life through the body, so too does the whole manifest and withdraw the universe in cycles. This understanding predates even modern cosmology, which now suggests that the universe may be expanding and contracting in endless cycles, a theory that mirrors the Hermetic view of reality. This cycle is seen in everything. The rise and fall of civilizations, the birth and death of stars, even the rhythm of the seasons, all of it reflects the universal pattern of expansion and contraction. In human life, we experience the same principle. We inhale, we exhale. We grow, we decline. We enter phases of creation, transformation, and dissolution, just as the cosmos does. Nothing remains in a static state. Everything follows the law of rhythmic pulsation, moving in waves between manifestation and return. But while the forms change, the essence behind them remains unchanged. The whole, being infinite, does not create in a linear sense. It unfolds reality, allows it to exist for a time, and then withdraws it back into itself. It is like an ocean that sends out waves, each wave existing as an individual form for a moment before merging back into the vastness from which it came. The universe is one such wave, a temporary event in the mind of the whole, destined to dissolve and eventually be sent forth again. This is why the Kybalion teaches that nothing is ever truly lost. What disappears from one cycle will inevitably return in another. This concept is far older than modern physics. Ancient Egyptians, Hindus, and Greek philosophers all described the universe as an endless cycle of expansion and return. The Hindu concept of Brahma breathing out the cosmos and then inhaling it back is strikingly similar to Hermetic thought. The Greeks, through Plato and Pythagoras, saw the universe as governed by eternal recurrence, where everything follows a structured cycle. Even the Mayan and Aztec civilizations measured time in vast cycles, reflecting this same truth, that creation is not a single event, but a repeating pattern. If the universe expands and contracts in a cycle, then it must be governed by laws that guide its rhythm and structure. Just as the movement of the planets follows cosmic order, existence itself is shaped by universal principles that maintain balance and coherence. These are not arbitrary rules, they are the natural laws that keep reality functioning. And that leads us to our next realization, the role of universal laws and why even the whole, in its infinite wisdom, respects them. The role of universal laws. If the universe is a mental projection of the whole, then what keeps it from dissolving into pure chaos? The answer lies in the universal laws that govern its structure and operation. These laws are not restrictions, they are the blueprint of existence, ensuring that everything unfolds in harmony, balance, and precision. The Kybalion reveals that even the whole respects these laws, much like an artist follows the structure of their medium, or a game creator abides by the mechanics they've set. The universe is not random. It is a carefully designed mental construct, following principles that maintain order in both the material and spiritual realms. One of the clearest examples of this principle can be found in Plato's dialogue, The Statesman, where he discusses the necessity of rulers who understand cosmic laws. Just as a king who ignores the structure of his kingdom will fail, a person who disregards the universal laws that govern reality will struggle needlessly. A wise leader, or in this case, a wise individual, aligns with the natural flow of existence, understanding that to resist these laws is to create unnecessary suffering. Those who master them, on the other hand, gain a deep sense of control, clarity, and harmony with the universe. These laws are absolute and unbreakable, but understanding them allows one to work with them rather than against them. Take, for instance, the law of mentalism. If the universe is a mental construct, then one's thoughts, beliefs, and perceptions actively shape experience. Most people live unconsciously, unaware that their inner world is determining their outer reality. But those who understand Hermetic wisdom recognize that by mastering thought, they can master existence itself. This is not superstition, it is the foundation of all self-development, metaphysics, and personal transformation. Even the whole, infinite and boundless, abides by the logic of its own creation. This is why existence follows patterns, cycles, and predictable structures. Consider the laws of physics, gravity, thermodynamics, motion. These are manifestations of deeper metaphysical principles. The material world does not exist separately from these laws. It is an expression of them. And just as scientists study the physical laws of nature, seekers of wisdom study the Hermetic laws that govern the mind, spirit, and reality itself. The Kybalion serves as a guidebook to these laws, offering a way to navigate life with precision, mastery, and understanding. But while most laws are easily observed, some are hidden beneath layers of misunderstanding and misinterpretation. One such law, the principle of gender, is often mistaken for its physical expression alone. Yet, in truth, this principle governs all of creation, far beyond biology, influencing even the mental and spiritual realms. And that's where our journey takes us next. The true nature of gender as a cosmic force, shaping manifestation at every level of existence. The principle of gender beyond the physical plane. Most people think of gender as a purely biological concept, male and female, masculine and feminine. But the Kybalion reveals that gender is a universal principle, governing not just physical reproduction, but the very act of creation itself. It is present in all things, from the movement of energy to the birth of ideas, from the formation of galaxies to the structure of consciousness itself. Every force in the universe operates through a dual nature, an active, initiatory aspect, masculine, and a receptive, materializing aspect, feminine. Understanding this principle allows one to recognize how creation happens at every level of existence. The masculine principle is the active, projecting force, the spark that initiates movement, willpower, and action. The feminine principle is the receptive, nurturing force, the medium through which energy takes form, giving substance and manifestation to an idea. This is seen in alchemy, metaphysics, and even modern psychology. When a person has an idea, masculine force, but takes no action to nurture it, feminine force, it remains unrealized, stagnant, incomplete. Only by balancing both aspects, by conceiving an idea and bringing it into reality, does true creation occur. This principle extends far beyond human life. In cosmology, physics, and spiritual philosophy, we see the same dynamic. The sun, masculine energy, radiates light, while the earth, feminine energy, absorbs it and transforms it into life. In atomic structure, protons, masculine, interact with electrons, feminine, to create matter. Even in the spiritual realm, ancient traditions describe the interaction between spirit, the masculine initiatory force, and matter, the feminine receptive medium, as the fundamental dance of creation. The world is not made of one or the other. It is the interplay between both that gives rise to existence. The modern world tends to misunderstand and undervalue this principle. Many believe that one energy is superior to the other, leading to imbalances in personal growth, relationships, and even society itself. But the Kybalion teaches that rejecting either force leads to disharmony. A person who only embodies masculine energy, pure action, logic, and force, becomes rigid, aggressive, and disconnected from depth. A person who only embodies feminine energy, pure receptivity, intuition, and passivity, becomes stagnant, overly emotional, and unable to act. True mastery lies in unifying both energies within oneself, learning when to initiate and when to receive, when to create and when to allow. But if this principle governs all of creation, then how does it apply to the realm of thought? If the same forces that shape the universe also operate within the mind, then how does mental gender influence the way we think, act, and even perceive reality? The answer lies in understanding how thoughts themselves follow the same principle of creation, and that leads us directly to our next revelation, the mental gender and the hidden process of thought creation. The mental gender, thought creation. If the principle of gender governs all creation, then it must also operate within the mind itself. The Kybalion teaches that thought is not neutral. It is shaped by the interplay of masculine and feminine forces. Just as the universe is created through the interaction of active and receptive energies, so too is every thought, belief, and idea. The masculine aspect of the mind is the initiatory force, the aspect that generates ideas, directs focus, and asserts will. The feminine aspect is the receptive force, the one that nurtures thoughts, allows them to take form, and gives them life through emotion and imagination. Together, they determine how one's reality is constructed. Most people are unaware of how mental gender shapes their perception. A person with an overactive masculine mind might generate countless ideas, but lack the ability to nurture and develop them into reality. They are always starting, but never finishing. On the other hand, A person with an overly receptive feminine mind may be highly imaginative, but lack the directive force to act upon their insights. They absorb thoughts from external influences without questioning their origin. Balance is key. Only by harmonizing mental gender does one gain true mastery over their thoughts and, by extension, their reality. A practical example of this can be seen in how beliefs are implanted in the mind. Imagine someone says to you, "I think that person dislikes you." At first, it's just a statement, an external idea. But if the feminine aspect of the mind accepts it without question, it begins to grow, take shape, and develop into suspicion, doubt, and eventually resentment. Soon, every interaction with that person is viewed through this lens, reinforcing the illusion. In reality, nothing may have changed except the way the mind interprets reality. This is how external thoughts hijack consciousness, by infiltrating the feminine aspect and taking root before the masculine aspect has a chance to analyze them. Nature itself mirrors this process. Consider the cuckoo bird, which lays its eggs in another bird's nest. The unsuspecting host raises the foreign chick as its own, unaware that it does not belong there. This is exactly how external ideas infiltrate the subconscious through suggestion, repetition, and emotional reinforcement. Those who do not consciously guard their mental space end up raising thoughts that are not their own, shaped by society, media, or unconscious conditioning. The Kybalion warns against passively accepting thoughts, urging seekers to develop mental sovereignty, the ability to plant only the seeds they choose to grow. If the mind is the primary medium through which reality is shaped, then what role does the natural world play in helping one reconnect with higher consciousness? The answer lies in understanding how nature itself serves as a reflection of the whole, guiding seekers back to a deeper spiritual awareness. And that brings us to our next realization, the role of nature in spiritual connection and how it reveals the hidden harmony of existence. The role of nature in spiritual connection. Throughout history, seekers of wisdom have turned to nature as a guide to understanding the whole. Unlike human-made systems, which are often chaotic and disconnected from deeper truths, nature operates in perfect alignment with universal laws. Every river, every tree, every cycle of growth and decay mirrors the structure of existence itself. This is why Hermeticism, Egyptian wisdom, and classical philosophy have always emphasized the study of nature, not as mere observation, but as a spiritual practice. To truly grasp the Kybalion, one must not only read its words, but also witness its principles in the living world. One of the most profound lessons nature teaches is the law of rhythm. The rising and setting of the sun, the changing of seasons, the ebb and flow of tides, everything moves in cycles, just as the universe itself expands and contracts. Understanding this allows one to navigate life with greater ease and wisdom. Instead of resisting change, those who align with nature's rhythm learn to flow with it. This is why great sages and mystics often sought solitude in nature, not to escape the world, but to harmonize with the deeper structure of reality. Immanuel Kant, one of history's greatest thinkers, once said that a deep admiration for nature is a sign of a well-developed moral sense. This is because nature is pure, it does not lie, deceive, or distort reality. A tree does not pretend to be something it is not. A river does not resist its path. In the same way, those who study spiritual philosophy, metaphysics, and Hermetic teachings must learn to move with the flow of existence rather than against it. By observing the effortless way nature expresses the whole, one can develop a clearer understanding of their own role in the universe. But there is a deeper mystery hidden in nature. It is not only a teacher but also a bridge. In moments of stillness, surrounded by the cosmic order of the natural world, many experience something beyond thought, a sense of unity, an awareness of eternity, oneness, and divine intelligence. This is why spiritual awakening often occurs in moments of silence, where the distractions of the material world fade, and only truth remains. The whole is always present, but it is in nature that its pulse becomes most evident. If nature itself reveals the structure of reality, then how does the universe organize itself in a way that allows beings to evolve toward higher states of consciousness? The answer lies in the hierarchical ladder of existence, a cosmic structure that determines how souls progress through different levels of awareness and spiritual mastery. And that's where our study leads next, the grand order of the universe and the path every being must take toward enlightenment. The hierarchical ladder of existence. The universe is not chaotic, it is structured, ordered, and built upon levels of consciousness. The Kybalion teaches that all beings exist within a great hierarchical system, moving through stages of awareness, from the simplest forms of life to the most enlightened states of being. Just as a student progresses through different levels of education, the soul progresses through experience, learning, and spiritual refinement. Those who understand this do not see life as random suffering, but as a necessary path of transformation, designed to elevate consciousness to higher states. This principle is reflected in every aspect of existence. In nature, we see it in the evolution of species, the movement from lower complexity to higher intelligence. In society, we see it in the development of wisdom, ethics, and civilization. And in the spiritual realm, we see it in the ascent from material consciousness to divine awareness. Plato, Pythagoras, and Hermes Trismegistus all spoke of this ladder of existence, describing the human experience as a temporary phase in the soul's eternal journey toward enlightenment. Every challenge, every lesson, every trial is part of this process. A useful way to visualize this is to imagine a traveler moving through different lands. At the start of their journey, they may only be aware of their immediate surroundings, struggling to survive. But as they continue, they encounter new ideas, new perspectives, and new abilities that allow them to navigate the world with greater mastery. The more they learn, the higher they climb on the ladder of existence, gaining not just knowledge, but a deeper connection with universal truth. This is why the Kybalion insists that self-awareness and wisdom are the true markers of progress, not status, power, or material wealth. But there is also a responsibility that comes with advancement. Just as those who learn a skill are expected to teach others, those who reach higher levels of consciousness must assist those below them. This is why great spiritual teachers, philosophers, and enlightened beings have always dedicated themselves to guiding others toward truth. They understood that true wisdom is not self-serving, it is meant to uplift all beings. The whole does not evolve alone, it evolves through the awakening of every part of itself. But what happens at the end of this journey? If existence is a process of spiritual evolution, then what lies beyond it? What happens when the soul has reached its highest potential? The answer is one of the greatest mysteries of all, the realization that death itself is an illusion, and that existence is an unbroken cycle of transformation, never truly ending, only changing form. Death as an illusion. One of the greatest fears in human existence is death, the seeming end of everything we know. But the Kybalion teaches that death is not real. It is a transition, not an ending. Just as the body sheds old cells and regenerates new ones, consciousness moves through different states of being, evolving beyond the physical realm. What people call death is simply a shift from one level of existence to another, a continuation of the universal process of transformation and renewal. Once one understands this, fear dissolves, and life is seen for what it truly is, a continuous journey of spiritual evolution. This concept is echoed across all ancient wisdom traditions. The Egyptians believed in the Ka and Ba, the soul's different aspects, which continued after physical death. The Greeks, through Plato and Pythagoras, spoke of metempsychosis, or the soul's journey through multiple lifetimes. Hinduism and Buddhism describe samsara, the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth, until one reaches enlightenment. Even modern physics suggests that energy cannot be destroyed, only transformed. If everything in existence follows cycles of renewal, why would consciousness be the only exception? Think about a caterpillar transforming into a butterfly. To the caterpillar, the cocoon stage might seem like the end. It is buried in darkness, dissolving into something unrecognizable. But in reality, it is undergoing a profound metamorphosis, emerging in a new form, with an entirely different experience of reality. This is exactly how consciousness operates. What we call death is simply the cocoon phase of existence, a passage into a greater expression of self, one that the limited human perspective cannot yet fully comprehend. This understanding changes everything. If death is an illusion, then what truly matters is not clinging to life out of fear, but living with purpose, wisdom, and awareness. Those who understand this no longer waste time on trivial pursuits. They focus on what is eternal, self-development, truth, and the expansion of consciousness. This is why sages, mystics, and enlightened beings are often unshaken by the idea of mortality. They know that what is real, the whole, the universal mind, the essence of spirit, never ceases to exist. But if existence is an unbroken cycle, then what force governs its rhythm? What is the cosmic pulse that keeps everything in motion, from galaxies to the human heart? The answer lies in the divine heartbeat of the universe, the pulsation that connects all life back to the whole. And that is exactly where our journey leads next. The cosmic heartbeat and the connection to the whole. Everything in the universe pulses, from the expansion and contraction of galaxies to the beating of a human heart. This rhythm is not random. It is a reflection of the universal order, the great breath of the whole. Ancient Hermeticists described it as the divine heartbeat, the pulse that governs the flow of life, energy, and transformation. Just as the heart circulates blood to sustain the body, this cosmic rhythm ensures that existence continues in a seamless, eternal flow. To attune oneself to this pulse is to align with the very essence of reality. This pulsation can be felt everywhere. The tides rise and fall, day gives way to night, breath enters and leaves the lungs. Everything follows a cycle of expansion and return. The Kybalion teaches that these cycles are not coincidences. They are expressions of the whole's intelligence, keeping all things in balance. In the same way, human life follows its own rhythms of growth, rest, and renewal. Those who resist these natural flows, who try to force things before their time or cling to what is meant to pass, find themselves in struggle. But those who understand the cosmic pulse move through life with grace, trusting in the timing of the whole. This idea is more than philosophy. It is a practical key to inner harmony. The ancient Greeks believed that listening to one's own heartbeat in meditation could align a person with the rhythm of the cosmos. Many spiritual traditions teach that being present with the breath reveals a direct link to the universal cycle of giving and receiving, action and stillness. When one becomes aware of this great pulsation, they stop feeling disconnected, lost, or out of sync. They recognize that they are part of a greater intelligence, a system designed with precision and purpose. Even modern science has begun to uncover this hidden order. Studies on biorhythms, heart coherence, and the resonance of planetary cycles all point to the same truth. Life itself operates in harmony with unseen forces. The heartbeat of a mother synchronizes with her unborn child. The patterns of neural activity resemble the movement of celestial bodies. The ancient Hermeticists knew this long before science could confirm it. To find peace, one must move with the cosmic rhythm, not against it. But if everything is connected, if no one is separate from the divine pulse, then what does this mean for the individual? What does this reveal about our place within the mind of the whole? The final lesson of the Kybalion brings everything together. The realization that no one is truly alone, and that within the universal mind, all find their home. The final message: no one is orphaned. In the vastness of existence, it is easy to feel small, like a single grain of sand lost in an infinite ocean. But the Kybalion delivers a profound realization. No one is truly alone. Just as a wave is never separate from the ocean, every soul is an inseparable part of the whole. The idea of being lost, abandoned, or disconnected is an illusion of the material mind, a distortion caused by forgetting one's true nature. In reality, every being is eternally connected to the source of all things. The whole is not distant, it is the very fabric of existence itself. This is why the Kybalion states, "Within the mind of the father-mother, the mortal child finds its home." This passage is more than poetic, it is a direct revelation of the nature of reality. The whole is both the creator and the sustainer, both the infinite intelligence and the loving presence that guides all things toward higher awareness. To understand this is to awaken to the truth that life is not a random struggle, but a designed process of spiritual evolution. The soul is never cast out, it is always being called back home. Recognizing this truth ends existential fear. Those who believe in separation suffer. Those who understand their unity with the whole experience peace, purpose, and profound transformation. Just as a drop of water cannot be removed from the ocean, consciousness can never be truly isolated from the divine mind. Even in moments of doubt, even in times of great suffering, the connection remains, hidden perhaps, but never broken. This is why self-awareness, study, and meditation are essential. They help one remember what has always been true. This is the ultimate message of the Kybalion, to awaken to one's eternal nature, to see beyond the illusions of separation, to understand that life is not a prison, but a journey, a return to the whole through wisdom, experience, and self-realization. When this truth is internalized, life no longer feels like a meaningless sequence of events, but rather a carefully designed path of awakening. The moment one stops seeking externally and starts looking within, they find that they were never truly lost, only temporarily unaware. And so the study of the Kybalion does not end here. It is only the beginning. With this understanding, the next step is clear. Applying these teachings, aligning with the universal laws, and actively shaping reality through wisdom, perception, and mental mastery. The whole is waiting, not as something distant, but as the very essence of what one already is. Overview of Hermeticism and its influence across history. To understand the Kybalion, one must recognize that Hermeticism is not just a philosophy, it is a tradition of wisdom that has shaped civilizations for millennia. Emerging from the mysteries of ancient Egypt and Greece, Hermetic thought became the foundation of alchemy, metaphysics, and the esoteric sciences. These teachings were carefully preserved by initiates, philosophers, and mystics, ensuring that the laws of the universe remained accessible to those who sought true knowledge. While modern society often overlooks these ideas, they have never truly disappeared. They have simply been waiting for those willing to uncover them. Egypt was the birthplace of some of the most profound spiritual and scientific concepts in human history. The wisdom of the ancient Egyptians was not just about rituals and myths. It was a structured understanding of reality, deeply connected to cosmic law and the nature of existence. The Greeks recognized the value of this knowledge, integrating it into their own philosophical traditions. Thinkers like Plato, Pythagoras, and Plotinus absorbed Hermetic principles, refining them into a framework that merged logic, abstraction, and metaphysical insight. This fusion of Egyptian and Greek thought laid the foundation for Western philosophy and mystical traditions. Throughout history, Hermeticism continued to resurface, influencing medieval scholars, Renaissance thinkers, and even modern psychology. During the Middle Ages, when much of classical knowledge was lost, Hermetic texts were preserved in Arab and Byzantine traditions, only to re-emerge in Europe during the Renaissance. Figures like Marsilio Ficino, Giordano Bruno, and Isaac Newton studied Hermetic principles, recognizing that spiritual wisdom and scientific inquiry were not separate, but deeply intertwined. Even Carl Jung, the father of analytical psychology, explored alchemical and Hermetic symbolism, understanding that these teachings contain profound insights into the nature of the human mind and soul. Despite the rise of materialism and the dominance of empirical science, Hermetic thought has never truly faded. In fact, it continues to attract those who seek answers beyond the limitations of mainstream education. The persistent fascination with Egyptian mysteries, sacred geometry, and metaphysics proves that humanity still feels an innate pull toward these ancient teachings. Many of the concepts now found in quantum physics, energy healing, and consciousness studies align with Hermetic ideas, suggesting that modern science is only now beginning to rediscover what ancient wisdom already knew. But among all Hermetic teachings, one stands out as particularly challenging, a principle that defies ordinary logic yet holds the key to understanding reality itself. It is known as the divine paradox, the idea that the universe both exists and does not exist at the same time. To those unfamiliar with Hermeticism, this may seem contradictory, even absurd. But to those who understand the nature of duality and perception, it reveals a truth that can transform one's entire worldview. The concept of the divine paradox. At the core of the Kybalion lies a teaching that challenges the very foundation of human perception, the divine paradox. It states that the universe both exists and does not exist at the same time. To the untrained mind, this seems absurd. How can something be real and unreal simultaneously? But the paradox is not a flaw in logic. It is a key to deeper understanding. The material world appears solid, structured, and absolute, yet upon closer examination, it is a fleeting projection of energy, constantly shifting and changing. What we call reality is a mental construct, a temporary illusion within the infinite mind of the whole. Understanding the divine paradox requires the ability to hold two perspectives at once. On one level, the physical world is real, tangible, and governed by natural laws. One cannot deny gravity, the passage of time, or the cause and effect relationships that define human experience. But on another level, all of these things are temporary, relative, and illusory. They exist only because consciousness perceives them. The enlightened mind does not reject one side in favor of the other. Instead, it integrates both perspectives, understanding that reality is a layered experience. This is why the Kybalion teaches that the material world is an illusion, but one that must still be navigated with wisdom. Just because something is impermanent does not mean it is meaningless. A dream is not real in the absolute sense, yet within the dream, experiences can feel vivid and impactful. Likewise, life in the material realm is a temporary projection, but it serves a purpose. It is a stage for learning, growth, and transformation. To deny the material world is foolish, but to become attached to it as the only reality is equally misguided. True wisdom lies in balancing both perspectives. This concept aligns with the ancient teachings of Hermeticism, Buddhism, and even modern physics. Quantum mechanics suggests that matter is not solid, but rather energy vibrating at different frequencies, essentially a projection of deeper forces. Buddhist philosophy speaks of Maya, the great illusion, where all phenomena are transient and dependent on perception. The divine paradox is not just a mental exercise, it is a key to freedom, allowing one to engage with the world without being trapped by its illusions. But knowing this paradox intellectually is not enough. It must be applied in daily life. If the world is both real and unreal, how should one live? Should one strive for material success or detach from it entirely? Should one engage with society or withdraw into solitude? The answer, as Hermetic wisdom teaches, is neither extreme. It is about transcending limitations while still respecting the rules of the game. And that is exactly what the wise man understands when navigating the dual nature of the universe. The wise man's approach to the universe's dual nature. A wise person does not fall into the trap of extremes, neither rejecting the material world nor becoming enslaved by it. Understanding the divine paradox means recognizing that while reality is an illusion, it still operates under universal laws. One cannot simply ignore gravity, time, or the effects of their actions. Instead, wisdom lies in learning how to work within these laws while simultaneously understanding their illusory nature. This is the essence of mental transmutation, using higher principles to transcend lower ones while respecting their function. The enlightened person moves through the world like a skilled player in a grand game, aware of the rules but not bound by them. This is where many seekers stumble. They assume that once they understand that the world is an illusion, they can disregard its structure entirely. But the Kybalion warns against such arrogance. To elevate oneself above a law, one must first master it. A person who understands that money is a construct cannot simply ignore it and expect to thrive. They must learn how to navigate the economic system while remaining detached from greed. Likewise, understanding that time is relative does not mean one can ignore responsibilities. The wise person adapts, using knowledge to enhance their experience rather than escape it. This approach is not just theoretical, it is deeply practical and applicable to daily life. For example, consider suffering. Many believe that pain is an inescapable part of existence, while others assume that enlightenment means never suffering again. But the truth is subtler. Pain is real at one level, but it is not absolute. It is a lesson, a temporary condition that can be transcended through understanding. The wise person does not deny pain but sees through it, learning from it, and eventually mastering the emotions it generates. This is how mental alchemy works, transmuting struggle into growth, fear into wisdom, and limitations into freedom. The Kybalion teaches that the key to mastering the illusion is balance, knowing when to shift between perspectives. There are moments when it is necessary to engage fully with material reality, to build, to create, to act. But there are also moments when it is necessary to step back, to detach, to reflect, to remember that nothing here is permanent. The wise person moves between these states effortlessly, never becoming lost in either extreme. This is the path of true spiritual growth, the ability to live fully while remaining free. But while wisdom leads to freedom, misunderstanding the nature of reality can lead to dangerous misconceptions. Many seekers of truth have fallen into delusion, arrogance, and self-deception, believing they have transcended the world when in reality, they have merely become lost in abstraction. And this is precisely where the next great challenge emerges. The danger of misinterpreting the nature of reality. Many seekers, upon realizing that reality is an illusion, make a dangerous mistake. They assume that this knowledge frees them from responsibility. They believe that since the material world is not ultimately real, their actions have no consequences. But this is a misinterpretation of Hermetic wisdom. The Kybalion teaches that even illusions follow universal laws. Just because something is temporary does not mean it lacks structure. A dream is not real in the absolute sense, yet within the dream, actions still create experiences and outcomes. Likewise, the material world must be respected and understood, even as one learns to transcend it. This misunderstanding is especially common in Western thought, which tends to separate dualities rather than reconcile them. Many people believe that one must choose between spiritual enlightenment or material success, discipline or freedom, detachment or engagement. But the Kybalion teaches integration, not rejection. The wise person understands that the illusion of the universe must be navigated skillfully. To ignore its structure leads to chaos, confusion, and self-destruction. There is no shortcut to mastery. One must learn to work within the laws before transcending them. Take, for example, the idea of wealth. Some believe that money is meaningless because material things are temporary. But if this perspective leads them to neglect financial discipline, they will experience lack, struggle, and dependence on others. On the other hand, if they obsess over wealth, believing it to be the sole measure of success, they become prisoners of material attachment. The truth lies in balance. Money is a tool within the illusion, neither to be worshipped nor ignored, but understood and used wisely. This applies to all aspects of life, relationships, health, personal growth. Each must be approached with both engagement and detachment. Another common error is assuming that knowledge alone is enough. Many seekers accumulate vast amounts of information about Hermeticism, alchemy, metaphysics, yet fail to apply it. They talk about the illusion of time while wasting their days, the illusion of self while remaining trapped in ego, the illusion of suffering while avoiding challenges. True wisdom is not just intellectual, it is lived, tested, and integrated. Those who only theorize about spirituality without action fall into what the Kybalion warns against, the illusion of wisdom without practice. This is why mental transmutation, self-discipline, and understanding universal laws are essential. The wise do not merely talk about the illusion, they master it, work with it, and use it for growth. They respect reality without being deceived by it. And this brings us to a crucial realization. Human consciousness is deeply connected to cosmic law, and personal responsibility is inseparable from universal principles. To master the mind, one must also learn to align with the laws that govern existence itself. The relationship between human consciousness and cosmic laws. Many believe that their thoughts, actions, and choices exist in isolation, as if they are separate from the larger forces of the universe. But the Kybalion teaches that human consciousness is not independent, it is bound to the structure of cosmic law. Every decision, every thought, and every movement of the mind is subject to the same principles that govern the entire universe. To ignore these laws is to struggle needlessly. To align with them is to achieve harmony, wisdom, and transformation. The idea that one can simply think positively and expect the universe to bend to their desires is a misinterpretation. True manifestation requires understanding and cooperation with universal principles. A common mistake is expecting divine intervention to override cosmic justice. Many people pray for miracles, seek shortcuts, or believe that external forces will fix their problems. But Hermeticism teaches self-responsibility. The law of cause and effect ensures that every action, every thought, and every intention generates a corresponding reaction. This is not punishment, it is simply the structure of reality. One who understands this takes control of their own karmic path, rather than waiting for external salvation. The wise do not beg the universe for change. They become the source of change through their alignment with cosmic order. This is why obeying natural and universal laws is crucial. Imagine someone who wants financial success but refuses to learn about value creation, discipline, or patience. They may hope for wealth, but they are acting against the principle of cause and effect. The same applies to health, relationships, and spiritual growth. A person who abuses their body but expects vitality is living in contradiction. A person who lies and manipulates but expects trust and respect is disconnected from cosmic balance. The universe does not reward wishes, it rewards those who act in accordance with its principles. But wisdom is not just about understanding universal laws intellectually, it must be integrated into personal development. Many people assume that intellectual knowledge alone is enough. They study the Kybalion, memorize its principles, and believe that this makes them wise. But wisdom without moral and emotional discipline is hollow. A person may understand the laws of polarity, mentalism, and rhythm, but if they lack self-mastery, integrity, and discernment, they will misuse this knowledge, creating disharmony instead of enlightenment. Knowledge is a responsibility, not just a privilege. Aligning personal actions with cosmic harmony is not about blind obedience. It is about developing the discernment to know when to act and when to surrender, when to create and when to observe. Those who live in harmony with cosmic law experience flow, ease, and balance. Those who resist it encounter unnecessary struggle and suffering. And throughout history, great philosophers have warned against mistaking progress for wisdom, a lesson that modern society often forgets. Understanding how knowledge has been misinterpreted across time allows us to see why true growth requires not just intelligence, but wisdom. Historical perspectives on knowledge and progress. Throughout history, great thinkers have pursued wisdom, yet time and time again, society has confused progress with true understanding. Many assume that because modern civilization has advanced technologically, it has also evolved spiritually, but the Kybalion reminds us that knowledge without wisdom is dangerous. Ancient traditions understood that intellectual growth must be accompanied by moral and spiritual development. Without this balance, humanity risks using its knowledge for destruction rather than enlightenment. True progress is not measured by scientific discoveries or technological achievements alone, but by how well a society aligns with universal principles. The philosophers of Greece, the mystics of Egypt, and the scholars of the East all emphasize that real education is not about accumulating facts, but about developing consciousness. Pythagoras did not teach mathematics for its own sake. He saw numbers as the keys to understanding the cosmos. Plato's allegory of the cave warned that most people live trapped in illusions, mistaking shadows for reality. Even in the East, traditions like Taoism and Hindu philosophy emphasized that knowledge must lead to harmony, not just power. The idea that understanding reality is more important than manipulating it was central to all ancient wisdom traditions. However, as materialism took hold, humanity began to prioritize control over understanding. The Renaissance revived interest in Hermetic philosophy, alchemy, and metaphysics, yet much of this wisdom was later dismissed in favor of scientific reductionism. While science has given us incredible tools, medicine, and technology, it has also created weapons, pollution, and psychological crises. Why? Because knowledge without wisdom leads to imbalance. Many today have access to more information than ever before, yet fewer people truly understand themselves, the universe, or the laws that govern existence. This is why blindly following intellectual trends can be dangerous. Every era has its popular beliefs, theories, and ideologies, but not all of them lead to wisdom. People once believed that alchemy was superstition, only to later realize that chemistry emerged from it. Ancient civilizations spoke of the connection between mind and body, an idea dismissed for centuries, until neuroscience proved its validity. Many today reject metaphysics, Hermeticism, and spiritual philosophy, thinking them outdated, yet quantum physics is now revealing truths that align with ancient teachings. Wisdom does not become obsolete, it simply waits for those who are ready to see it. So, how does one navigate this paradox, living in a modern world while following ancient wisdom? The answer lies in applying Hermetic principles in daily life, using discernment to determine when to engage with the illusion and when to detach from it. The Kybalion teaches that wisdom is not about rejecting reality, but about learning to see beyond it. And that leads us to a crucial lesson: how to integrate the divine paradox into daily decision-making to achieve balance, clarity, and mastery over one's life. Applying the divine paradox to daily life. Understanding the divine paradox is one thing, living by it is another. Many people grasp the idea that reality is both real and unreal, yet they struggle to apply this knowledge in their daily lives. How does one navigate the illusion of the world while still engaging with it responsibly? The key is discernment, the ability to shift perspectives depending on the situation. There are moments when it is necessary to treat the material world as real, to work, to build, to solve problems. And there are moments when one must step back and remember that everything is impermanent, shifting, and ultimately illusory. Wisdom is knowing when to switch between these perspectives. Take conflicts, for example. When faced with anger, jealousy, or fear, one can either react emotionally or see the situation from a higher perspective. If someone insults you, is their opinion truly real, or is it simply a fleeting expression of their own perception? The wise person understands that most conflicts are projections of illusion, driven by ego and conditioning. They choose when to engage and when to rise above the drama of the material world. This is not avoidance, it is mental transmutation, the art of transforming reaction into conscious choice. This same principle applies to personal ambitions and desires. Many struggle with the idea of pursuing success while knowing that material wealth is ultimately an illusion. Should one reject money and status entirely? The Kybalion teaches otherwise. Respect the material world, but do not be enslaved by it. A person who understands the laws of the universe can generate prosperity without attachment, knowing that wealth is a tool, not an identity. They engage with the game of life while never forgetting that it is, in fact, a game. Relationships, too, are transformed by this understanding. Most people suffer in relationships because they take everything personally, attaching themselves to temporary roles, labels, and expectations. The wise person sees relationships as spiritual interactions, opportunities for growth and understanding. When someone leaves, it is not a loss, but a shift in the rhythm of existence. When one experiences love, it is not possession, but a reflection of a deeper unity. Seeing through the illusion of separation brings a sense of peace and harmony to all human connections. But how does one cultivate this awareness without falling into detachment or nihilism? The answer is balance, playing the game of life with full presence, while never forgetting its deeper significance. One must engage with material reality without becoming lost in it, practice spirituality without rejecting the physical world, and seek knowledge while staying grounded in action. And one of the most surprising truths the Kybalion reveals is that respect for the material world is actually a key to true abundance, not an obstacle to it. The connection between respect for matter and prosperity. Many people believe that spiritual growth requires rejecting material wealth, but the Kybalion teaches a more balanced approach. The material world may be an illusion, but it is still a necessary part of existence, and how one interacts with it reflects their level of wisdom. To reject matter entirely is to misunderstand the laws of polarity and correspondence. The physical and the spiritual are not enemies, but two sides of the same reality. True prosperity comes not from obsession with material things, but from respecting them as part of the universal order. This respect manifests in everyday actions. A person who takes care of their belongings, who treats money, food, and objects with appreciation, aligns themselves with the flow of abundance. Those who neglect what they have, who waste, disrespect, or resent material things, unconsciously block the energy of prosperity. This is why many spiritual traditions emphasize gratitude, generosity, and mindful use of resources. A person who mistreats what they have sends a message to the universe. I do not value what is given to me, and the universe responds accordingly. Generosity is another key aspect of this principle. Many believe that holding on to wealth ensures security, but in reality, giving and receiving are part of the same flow. The law of cause and effect ensures that those who share with wisdom never lack. But generosity must be conscious, not reckless. It is not about self-sacrifice, but about circulating energy in a way that uplifts oneself and others. This is why wealthy people who contribute meaningfully to the world often continue to prosper, while those who hoard out of fear often lose what they cling to. There is also a karmic aspect to material respect. Those who cheat, steal, or exploit others may temporarily gain wealth, but they ultimately create imbalance, leading to suffering and loss. Conversely, those who earn honestly, treat others fairly, and operate with integrity build a foundation of stability and prosperity. This is why some people seem to attract good fortune effortlessly. They are in harmony with cosmic law. The universe does not reward or punish arbitrarily. It simply reflects back the energy that one puts into it. Understanding the interplay between the material and spiritual worlds allows one to approach life with clarity and purpose. Instead of seeing material success as a distraction from spirituality, one begins to see it as a tool for deeper growth and contribution. Money, possessions, and physical comfort are not inherently good or bad. They are neutral forces that take on meaning based on how they are used. And once this truth is understood, a greater realization emerges that the ultimate goal is not to reject duality, but to find unity within it. The ultimate goal, finding unity in duality. At the heart of Hermetic wisdom lies a simple yet profound truth. The universe is structured in duality, yet its essence is unity. Light and darkness, male and female, material and spiritual, these are not opposites in conflict, but complementary forces working together. Many seekers spend their lives trying to choose one side over the other, believing that enlightenment means escaping the physical world, or that material success means abandoning spiritual principles. But the Kybalion reveals that true wisdom comes not from rejecting one side, but from balancing both. To recognize the paradoxical nature of existence is to unlock a deeper level of understanding. The world is an illusion, yet it is real. We are separate individuals, yet we are all connected. Time exists, yet eternity is ever present. A person who only sees one side of reality is trapped in limitation. But one who understands both perspectives and integrates them into daily life begins to move with clarity, purpose, and mastery. They no longer feel torn between extremes, because they realize each has its place within the cosmic order. This understanding transforms how one navigates life. Instead of feeling frustrated by contradictions, one learns to flow with them. Hardships are no longer obstacles, but lessons. Success is no longer an attachment, but a responsibility. Spiritual practice is no longer an escape, but a guide for living more effectively in the world. The wise person does not flee from reality. They embrace it fully, knowing that both the material and the spiritual serve a purpose. The ultimate goal, then, is to live with both feet on the ground and the mind in the stars. One must be able to engage with material life while maintaining a higher perspective. Those who master this balance achieve true inner peace, because they no longer resist the natural flow of existence. They become both the observer and the participant, both the creator and the experiencer, flowing effortlessly between action and stillness, expansion and contraction, engagement and detachment. But knowing this is not enough, it must be applied. Those who understand the divine paradox must now ask themselves, how will I integrate this into my life? How will I use this knowledge to transform my perception, my actions, and my path forward? The study of the Kybalion is not an intellectual exercise. It is a roadmap to self-mastery. And now that we have walked through these principles, it is time to apply them and step into true wisdom. The whole and the manifestation of the universe. In a world drowning in information, discernment has become a rare treasure, almost like a lost esoteric teaching in itself. People are quick to consume endless content, articles, videos, influencers, but how many truly think about what they absorb? The Kybalion reminds us that wisdom is not something you get just by reading a book or watching a video. It's something you develop inside, through self-awareness and deep reflection. The Hermetic laws call us to exercise the mind like a muscle, seeing beyond the illusion of appearances and recognizing inner truth. It's easy to follow authority figures or popular opinions, but Hermeticism teaches that real philosophy starts when you question even what seems obvious, using discernment to separate gold from dust. And isn't that what alchemy is all about? Transforming raw material into something precious. Think about it. How often do people search for quick answers, expecting some guru or expert to hand them the truth on a silver platter? But the Kybalion warns that if you don't develop self-knowledge, you'll be manipulated by appearances, stuck in the endless polarity of truth and falsehood. Real spirituality requires the courage to stop and ask, does this resonate with my consciousness? Does this align with the universal laws I see acting in my life? In a world of noise, real wisdom is quiet, and Hermes Trismegistus would say that silence is where mentalism starts, in listening to your own inner essence. So next time you read or hear something that sounds good, pause and ask yourself, is this reality or illusion? That's where spiritual development begins, with perception, not blind acceptance. One of the greatest dangers today is intellectual laziness. People avoid thinking deeply because it's easier to let others think for them, but that's how we lose control of our individual path. The Kybalion doesn't ask you to believe, it asks you to test, to observe, to apply the Hermetic laws in your life and see what happens. This is what initiation truly means, stepping out of the crowd, using discernment to walk your own path with consciousness. Just like in nature, where every tree grows toward the sun in its own unique way, you are meant to grow toward enlightenment through your own experience. Books, teachers, and mentors can guide you, but only you can do the work of developing wisdom. And once you start this spiritual transformation, you realize that truth is not something outside, it's something you awaken inside. In modern life, everything is fast, fast food, fast entertainment, fast answers. But Hermeticism is not fast. It's deep, slow, and powerful, like the roots of a tree you never see, but that hold everything together. The Kybalion teaches that universal laws are always at work, whether you notice or not, and if you rush through life without discernment, you miss the sacred patterns unfolding around you. Have you ever sat in silence, observing how nature moves in rhythms, the sun rising and setting, the seasons shifting, the tides moving? These are manifestations of cosmic principles, teaching you about cause and effect, vibration and correspondence. But if you never stop, if you never reflect, you live on the surface, never touching the depths where real wisdom grows. So, if you truly want to understand Hermetic philosophy, if you want to apply the Kybalion and not just read it, you need to become a seeker of truth, not a collector of information. This means practicing discernment in every conversation, every book, every belief you encounter. Ask yourself, does this help me grow in consciousness? Does this align with universal laws like mentalism or vibration? Start with small things. When you feel anger, observe the energy behind it and see the law of cause and effect in action. When you feel love, notice how your mind shifts into a higher mental plane. These are not distant, abstract ideas, they are living truths. And if you pay attention, you'll start to see how all spiritual development starts there, in the ability to see clearly through the fog of illusion. The transmission of knowledge through time. There's a reason why Hermeticism survived for thousands of years, even when entire empires fell and civilizations vanished. The esoteric knowledge of the Kybalion and the Hermetic laws was passed like a secret flame, moving from master to disciple in a sacred transmission of wisdom. Think about it. How does a teaching so old, coming from Hermes Trismegistus, make it all the way to us, in the middle of a modern, chaotic world obsessed with materialism? Because some people across time knew this philosophy was too precious to let die. They protected these universal laws, knowing that consciousness, spirituality, and the understanding of divine order must survive if humanity is to evolve beyond its illusions. And now, here it is, reaching you like a quiet whisper from eternity. You can see traces of this ancient wisdom if you look carefully, in the temples of Egypt, in the writings of Greece, and in the alchemy practiced secretly in medieval Europe. People today think those symbols, the Ouroboros, the Eye of Horus, the caduceus of Hermes, are just art, but they are esoteric teachings encoded for those who have eyes to see. They speak of mentalism, vibration, correspondence, and the cosmic principles that shape reality. And why did they hide this knowledge? Because not everyone was ready for it. Self-knowledge and discernment were always required before someone could wield such philosophical reflections responsibly. It was like planting seeds, knowing they would grow only when the soil, the mind and soul of a person, was prepared to receive them. Edward Carpenter, in his powerful poem, speaks of this duty to protect sacred knowledge, to keep alive the flame of spiritual development even when the world falls into darkness. He reminds us that there are truths too vast to be shouted in the streets. They must be carried in the heart as inner truth until the right moment. And isn't that what we are called to do today? To be guardians of wisdom in a time where people are lost in illusion and material plane distractions? Those of us who study the Kybalion, who reflect on Hermetic laws, are like modern initiates, holding on to the thread that connects us back to Hermes Trismegistus and to the divine essence that pulses through all creation. The knowledge has survived because someone before us chose to carry it forward. Now it's our turn. But here's the beauty of it. This knowledge was never meant to be hoarded. It's meant to be shared, to awaken consciousness, to help others remember their connection to the whole. Like water passed from one cup to another, esoteric knowledge flows when we speak of it, when we live by it, when we embody cosmic balance and universal laws in our daily actions. Every time you explain to a friend how cause and effect shaped an event in their life, every time you help someone understand duality or polarity, you are transmitting a piece of that ancient Hermetic wisdom. And through you, spiritual development and transformation can reach those who never thought about these things before. You become part of the living tradition of Hermeticism, as real and powerful as any teacher who walked in ancient temples. So when you read the Kybalion or reflect on Hermetic laws, know that you are stepping into a river that has been flowing for millennia, a current of wisdom, philosophy, and spirituality that refuses to die. But rivers don't flow without channels, and knowledge doesn't move without people willing to hold it, protect it, and pass it on. You are now part of that, and maybe that's why life brought these teachings to you right now, because something in you is ready to carry this flame. After all, creation, manifestation, and the evolution of consciousness depend on those who dare to know, and who choose to act on that knowledge. But before you can pass it forward, you must understand the very source of this knowledge, the whole itself, and how everything comes from it. Everything that exists, everything you see, think, feel, all of it comes from what the Kybalion calls the whole. And yet, as Hermeticism teaches, the whole is not just the sum of its parts. It is beyond all manifestation, beyond every atom, every star, every soul. You are part of the whole, but the whole is much greater than you or me. Like Hermes Trismegistus says, as above, so below. Everything we see is a reflection of a higher reality, but never the totality. Imagine Shakespeare creating a world full of characters. Each character expresses part of him, but none of them is Shakespeare himself. In the same way, we are expressions of the divine essence, but we do not contain all of it. Understanding this is the beginning of self-awareness and spiritual development. The Hermetic laws remind us that even though the whole is beyond human grasp, it is also within everything, from the smallest grain of sand to the furthest galaxy. This is one of the beautiful paradoxes of Hermetic philosophy. The whole is in everything, and yet nothing is the whole. If you watch nature, if you observe how the sun rises without fail, how rivers find their way to the sea, you start to sense the cosmic balance that comes from this divine order. Even your own mind, with all its chaos, follows universal laws like mentalism, vibration, and correspondence. Nothing escapes the whole, not a thought, not a heartbeat, not a falling leaf. And realizing this brings a sense of wisdom and responsibility, knowing that your actions ripple through the cosmic unity. What fascinates me is how Hermeticism describes creation as an ongoing act. The universe is not something that happened once. It is always happening, always unfolding. You and I are part of this manifestation, and every choice we make is like a brushstroke on the canvas of existence. That's why the Kybalion emphasizes mentalism, because the mind is the first tool of creation, the bridge between the mental plane and the material plane. Your thoughts, your energy, your consciousness are shaping reality, whether you realize it or not. Imagine planting a seed. Even if you don't see the roots growing underground, life is moving. The same is true of your thoughts. What you focus on, what you feed with mental energy, becomes part of the world around you. Now, if everything is part of the whole, then every being is also a mirror reflecting a piece of that divine essence. And yet, here's the catch. We are not aware of it most of the time. We act as if we are separate, lost in materialism, thinking only about survival, money, or status. But the Kybalion reminds us that our real purpose is to awaken to this inner truth, to recognize ourselves as parts of a greater consciousness, moving through cycles of creation and transformation. This is where spiritual evolution starts. When you begin to see yourself not just as a body or a personality, but as a living spark of the whole, meant to express wisdom, love, and divine order. And when that happens, life becomes something much greater, an initiation into the mysteries of existence. So, in a way, evolution is about becoming more aware of the divine essence that already lives in you. It's not about becoming something else, but about realizing what you've always been. Like a diamond covered in mud, your soul is already part of the whole, already connected to cosmic principles waiting to shine through. And when you live with this awareness, every small action, a kind word, a moment of silence, a creative act, becomes a reflection of spirituality, a way to align with universal laws. But recognizing the whole in all things also means understanding that our journey doesn't end here, because once you see that you are part of the whole, you begin to wonder how to return to unity, how to rise beyond illusion and walk toward higher truth. Spiritual evolution and the return to unity. Spiritual evolution, as the Kybalion teaches, is not a straight line. It's a dance between spirit and matter, between divine essence and human experience. In the great cosmic process, Hermeticism speaks of involution, where spirit descends into the material plane, taking form and experiencing limitation. Think about it like a wave crashing into the shore. That's consciousness becoming dense, entering into form. But the journey doesn't stop there. Our true destiny is evolution, the rising back toward unity, regaining awareness of our divine order. Life, then, is a school where consciousness grows through struggle, love, and realization, learning to transcend illusion and return to the whole. This process of evolution is not about rejecting the material world, but about learning from it, mastering it, and using it as a mirror for self-knowledge. The Kybalion reminds us that Hermetic laws govern both the material and mental planes, and nothing happens without purpose. When you look at your own life, every experience, whether painful or joyful, serves as a lesson from universal laws like cause and effect and polarity. Imagine seeing your biggest challenges not as punishments, but as opportunities to grow in wisdom and discernment. This is where spiritual development begins. When you realize that your reactions to life shape your evolution, and that every moment holds a chance to rise above illusion and reconnect to cosmic principles. One of the great errors people make is confusing individuality with egoism. Hermeticism teaches that while each soul follows an individual path, that path is always part of cosmic unity. You are not meant to dissolve into nothingness, but to become fully yourself, a unique expression of divine essence, carrying the spark of the whole. Like every wave is part of the ocean but still has its own form, you too are called to realize your place in creation. The Kybalion explains that recognizing your divine nature doesn't mean losing your identity, but refining it, elevating it through spiritual transformation. And when you do that, you naturally align with universal laws, living in harmony with cosmic balance and energy. This journey of returning to unity also means transcending attachment to the purely material plane. It's natural to enjoy life, to love, to create, but when we cling to material things as if they define us, we forget our divine essence. Hermetic philosophy teaches us to embrace duality, to live fully in this world while remembering we are part of something greater. Like birds flying through the sky, we move between earth and heaven, between form and spirit. And just as alchemy transforms lead into gold, spiritual development transforms ordinary life into sacred experience. This is why Hermeticism calls us to transcendence, not to escape life, but to elevate it, to see the spiritual shining through the everyday. If you start to watch the rhythms of nature, you'll see this dance of evolution everywhere. Trees grow from tiny seeds, rivers carve mountains over time, and even stars are born and die in great cycles. These are reflections of universal laws acting through vibration, cause and effect, and correspondence. And if nature evolves, so do you. Every time you choose love over fear, wisdom over reaction, you take one step closer to the whole. You start to rise back toward unity, fulfilling the great journey Hermes Trismegistus spoke of. But as you'll see, to walk this path, you must also learn to balance the forces of duality, understanding how spirit and matter, light and dark, dance together in perfect harmony. The principle of duality in human perception. One of the hardest things for people to accept is that life isn't always black or white, and that's exactly what the Kybalion teaches through the Hermetic law of polarity and duality. We live in a world where spirit and matter, light and dark, good and bad all coexist, and Hermeticism shows us that these opposites are not enemies but two sides of the same cosmic coin. Think about day and night. Without darkness, would you ever appreciate the light? Without hardship, would you ever grow in wisdom and consciousness? Our perception of reality is shaped by this constant dance of opposites, and Hermetic philosophy helps us to embrace that tension instead of resisting it. Understanding this universal law is a huge step in spiritual development because it teaches you to move beyond fear and embrace life as it is. Modern society struggles deeply with this idea. People want absolute answers, but life doesn't work that way, and Hermeticism makes that clear. Hermes Trismegistus taught that reality is a play of forces, energy moving between poles, constantly seeking cosmic balance. If you look closely, you'll notice how much of our suffering comes from refusing to accept duality. We want love without pain, gain without loss, joy without sadness. But spiritual wisdom tells us that everything in the material plane reflects a deeper mental plane, where vibration and correspondence govern all experiences. So when we reject one side of life, we also reject the consciousness needed to grow and evolve. To master this principle is to embrace spiritual alchemy, transforming both joy and pain into self-awareness. Learning to live with duality requires real discernment, the ability to see when something is part of a greater universal law and not just random chaos. Take relationships, for example. Love always brings vulnerability, and yet that very vulnerability is what makes connection possible. The Kybalion teaches us to hold both truths at once, to know that every pleasure carries the seed of pain, but also that every struggle contains hidden wisdom. Like nature moves between seasons, we too move between emotional and spiritual states, and trying to freeze life in one perfect state is to fight against divine order. This is where spiritual development turns real, when you learn to dance with life, not against it, and to accept both sides of duality as part of your growth. One of the secrets that Hermeticism reveals is that what looks like contradiction is often higher truth. Sometimes life will feel like a paradox, And that's because the mental plane is so much broader than our limited senses can grasp. The Kybalion invites us to rise above literal thinking and see the deeper cosmic principles at work. Imagine standing at the edge of the ocean. Sometimes the waves come soft, sometimes violent, but it's still the same ocean. Likewise, your mind must learn to flow with both joy and sorrow, knowing that both are waves of the same universal consciousness. Once you realize this, you stop fighting life, and you start flowing with it, a kind of spiritual transcendence that leads to deeper self-knowledge and peace. Still, knowing all this doesn't mean ignoring the material world. Hermetic philosophy teaches that both spirit and matter are necessary, two sides of the same creation. You are here to live, to act, to feel, not to escape life, but to engage with it fully, while keeping your eyes open to inner truth. Balancing duality means respecting the needs of your body, while also nurturing the growth of your soul. It means enjoying beauty, art, and nature, but also seeking spiritual wisdom and philosophical reflections. This is what creates true cosmic unity within, when you embrace both the physical and the spiritual, knowing they are part of one great manifestation of the whole. And once you start to live this way, you'll realize you are ready to bring more of those divine attributes into the world. The responsibility of manifesting divine attributes. If everything in the universe is governed by Hermetic laws, then every being, including you, carries a piece of that divine essence. The Kybalion teaches that we are not just random creatures floating through materialism. We are channels through which the universal laws flow and manifest. Imagine that, just as nature reflects cosmic principles in the way rivers flow or crystals form, you too are meant to express aspects of the whole. Qualities like wisdom, justice, love, and consciousness are not abstract ideas. They are living forces that you are responsible for bringing into the world. And when we neglect that role, when we live only for selfish gains, we disrupt the cosmic balance we were designed to uphold. Think of how a diamond reflects light in all directions. That's what you are meant to do with divine attributes. But unlike a diamond, which has no choice, you have free will, the ability to choose whether you will reflect spirituality, philosophy, and inner truth, or whether you will turn away from them. This is the great responsibility Hermeticism reminds us of. Knowing the universal laws means being accountable for what you create and how you affect the world around you. Every thought, every word, every action sends waves through the mental plane, shaping reality. So when you think in anger or act in fear, you're adding to the chaos. But when you choose kindness, discernment, and wisdom, you bring cosmic unity closer to this world. We often forget that nature itself is a mirror of divine order, showing us how to live in alignment with universal laws. Look at a beehive, a forest, or even the way a molecule is structured. Everything follows patterns of harmony, vibration, and correspondence. Hermetic philosophy teaches that humans are no different. We are meant to reflect that same balance in our lives. When we lie, cheat, or act selfishly, we break that natural flow and create dissonance in the energy of the world. But when we live by truth, when we act with justice and self-awareness, we become part of the great manifestation of the whole. And isn't that what spiritual development is really about? Becoming an agent of divine essence in everyday life. But how do we do that in a world that seems so far from these ideals? The Kybalion doesn't offer simple answers. It calls for deep self-knowledge and discernment. It's about choosing every day to align your mind and soul with higher principles, even when no one is watching. Maybe it's speaking the truth when it's uncomfortable. Maybe it's showing compassion when judgment would be easier. These small choices are acts of spiritual alchemy, transforming everyday life into a path of initiation. And slowly, as you embody wisdom, you become a force of transformation around you, someone who reflects the whole and not just personal ego. And yes, that's hard, but it's what Hermes Trismegistus meant when he spoke of living in harmony with universal laws. So when we talk about spiritual evolution, we are also talking about action, not just thinking or meditating, but living as a mirror of divine attributes. This is what real Hermeticism is about, applying philosophical reflections in the messiness of real life, not escaping from it. You bring consciousness to the world when you embody love, when you practice justice, when you seek truth. And as the Kybalion reminds us, this is how creation unfolds, through beings who choose to align with cosmic principles and manifest them here on Earth. But of course, as we step into this responsibility, deeper questions arise. If everything is a manifestation of the whole, why was this universe created at all? What is the purpose behind all this? The mystery of creation and the purpose of the universe. If there's one thing the Kybalion makes clear, it's that the ultimate reason behind creation remains a profound mystery, something even the greatest minds, from Hermes Trismegistus to modern seekers, cannot fully explain. Why does the whole manifest a universe filled with duality, polarity, and endless cycles? Why is consciousness wrapped in matter, struggling to remember its divine essence? Hermeticism teaches that the answer is not easily revealed, because universal laws themselves operate within a mystery that transcends the mental plane. We can speculate. Perhaps creation is an act of manifestation driven by the will to know itself, to experience through infinite forms. But spiritual wisdom tells us to approach these questions with humility, knowing that the human mind, limited by material perception, cannot yet grasp the full picture. Still, the Kybalion gives us clues. Everything moves, everything vibrates, and consciousness is at the core of all existence. So perhaps the purpose of the universe is to evolve conscious beings who can reflect the divine order, growing through spiritual development until they recognize themselves as part of the whole. But even if we don't know the full reason, Hermetic laws show us that life has meaning embedded in its patterns, in cause and effect, in correspondence, in mentalism. If you look closely, you'll see how every experience in life is shaping you toward higher self-awareness, as if life itself is a classroom designed by divine essence. So while the mystery remains, Hermeticism teaches us that our task is not to solve the riddle, but to engage in the spiritual evolution that unfolds through living. People often seek meaning in external things, careers, relationships, possessions, but Hermetic philosophy challenges us to look deeper. What if your existence isn't about what you achieve on the outside, but about how much consciousness, wisdom, and discernment you cultivate within? What if creation is a grand cosmic principle playing out, and you are a necessary part of that unfolding? Think about nature. Every tree grows toward the sun, not because it knows why, but because that's its purpose. Likewise, your spirit is called to grow, to rise beyond materialism and seek spiritual truth. And perhaps that is one of the hidden reasons for manifestation, for the whole to know itself through the journey of many souls awakening to their true nature. And yet, recognizing this mystery also calls for deep philosophical reflections and inner truth. It's easy to fall into despair when life feels chaotic, but Hermeticism reminds us that what looks like disorder is often a part of higher cosmic balance. Even pain, loss, and confusion can be part of the alchemy of transformation, pushing you to deeper self-knowledge and spiritual development. If you've ever gone through a difficult time and emerged stronger, wiser, more compassionate, you've already lived this truth. And if the whole is manifesting itself through you, then every step of your journey, even the dark moments, is part of the great creation in motion. Accepting that is part of what makes you an active participant in this divine mystery, not just a passive observer. But here's the catch. Hermeticism never wants you to stop questioning. The mystery of creation should awaken discernment, wonder, and the hunger to explore deeper. The Kybalion doesn't give all the answers. Instead, it teaches you how to approach the questions. It teaches that higher knowledge comes through initiation, through gradual unveiling as you grow in consciousness and spiritual maturity. And maybe that's the point, that the universe, like a great school, teaches its deepest lessons to those willing to seek them. But if this whole cosmic dance has a purpose, then perhaps understanding how consciousness expands and how to align with that expansion is our next step toward knowing the mystery a little more. The process of consciousness expansion and spiritual growth. One of the most beautiful teachings in the Kybalion is that consciousness expands through contrast. Hermeticism explains that we only understand light because we've seen darkness. We value sound because we've known silence. This is part of the universal laws of polarity and vibration, showing that growth comes from experiencing both sides of existence. Every time you face a challenge, every time life brings you a moment of joy or sorrow, your mind and soul are stretched into deeper self-awareness. This is why Hermetic philosophy sees life as a sacred classroom. Every moment, no matter how small, is a lesson in spiritual development. But if you rush through life, distracted by materialism, you miss these lessons and your consciousness stays asleep, locked in illusion. As you begin to notice the divine order behind life's patterns, something changes. You start to crave deeper experiences, richer understanding, and this is a sign of spiritual evolution. The Hermetic laws teach that everything vibrates, and when your energy shifts, so do your desires. What once satisfied you, shallow entertainment, empty conversations, now feels hollow. Instead, you seek wisdom, real philosophical reflections, and inner truth. This is why Hermeticism often draws people who are tired of the surface-level noise of modern life. When you start seeing creation as a mirror of the whole, you realize that every detail of life is filled with esoteric knowledge, waiting to be unlocked. But to see it, you need to refine your perception, like tuning an instrument to hear a higher note. One way to recognize this growth is by noticing how your taste begins to change. What once seemed fun now feels meaningless. You start to prefer books that speak to the soul, like the Kybalion, or conversations about spirituality, alchemy, and Hermetic laws, instead of gossip or superficial things. Even the art and music you enjoy begin to reflect this shift. You're drawn to what uplifts your consciousness, what resonates with the universal laws of beauty and harmony. This is not about becoming serious or boring. It's about aligning your energy with the deeper rhythms of creation. And as you do that, life becomes richer, more magical, filled with moments of transcendence and deep connection to the whole. But Hermeticism also teaches that this spiritual development isn't something you achieve once and keep forever. It's a continuous process of evolution. Some days you'll feel deeply connected to universal laws, and other days you'll fall back into old habits or doubts. And that's okay. Like nature moves in cycles, your consciousness will rise and fall, expand and contract as part of its natural rhythm. The key is to stay aware, to keep returning to inner truth, and to use every experience, even the setbacks, as material for spiritual alchemy. This is how real wisdom is forged, through living, falling, rising, and learning to see divine essence in every part of the journey. Art, philosophy, and beauty play a huge role in this path. Hermeticism teaches that beauty is not just decoration, it's a reflection of cosmic principles, an echo of the whole speaking to your soul. When you immerse yourself in art that uplifts, when you read the Kybalion and reflect on Hermetic laws, you are tuning your consciousness to higher vibrations. You begin to see how creation itself is art, and that your life, your thoughts, your actions are also part of that great artwork. Spiritual development, then, is about becoming an artist of life, using wisdom, discernment, and spirituality as your tools to shape a reality that reflects divine order. And once you step into that role, it's only natural to wonder, how does this personal growth connect to the great journey of returning to the divine source? The journey back to the divine. The journey of consciousness is a return to the whole, to divine essence, to the source of all creation. The Kybalion teaches that while involution brings spirit into matter, evolution is the way back, the ascent towards spirituality and cosmic unity. This isn't about escaping life, but about rising through it, understanding how every experience is shaping the soul for its return. Think of a river flowing back to the ocean. That's the human spirit, learning through the material plane, growing in wisdom, and moving toward enlightenment. And every step you take in spiritual development, every moment of self-awareness, every choice aligned with universal laws, brings you closer to that unity. You were never truly separate, you only forgot the connection. As Hermeticism teaches, this return is not about losing individuality, but about refining it until it shines with divine order. You are not meant to dissolve like a drop in the ocean, but to be a conscious part of the whole, bringing your unique energy, mind, and consciousness into alignment with cosmic principles. The Kybalion emphasizes that spiritual evolution means vibrating at higher frequencies, tuning your mental plane and material plane to the same vibration as the whole. Imagine tuning a musical instrument. When the strings are in harmony, the music flows effortlessly. That's what life feels like when you align with universal laws, a flow of manifestation, transformation, and wisdom. And this is something you can begin to practice every day. The journey back to divine essence also requires understanding that every thought, emotion, and action carries energy that either lifts you up or pulls you down. Hermetic philosophy reminds us of cause and effect, that nothing happens without a reason, and that you are constantly shaping your destiny through your own mind. So, if you want to move closer to the whole, you must become aware of what you are thinking, what you are feeling, and what you are creating. Are you acting from fear or from love? From confusion or wisdom? This is where spiritual development becomes a real, daily practice, observing your inner world, choosing discernment over reaction, and aligning your life with universal laws like mentalism and vibration. But let's be honest, this path is not always easy. You'll be tested, because transcendence requires letting go of illusions, breaking free from materialism, and seeing beyond reality versus illusion. Hermeticism teaches that these tests are part of spiritual alchemy, refining your soul so it can carry more consciousness. Like gold purified by fire, your spirit grows stronger through every challenge. And when you face those moments, when life feels heavy, confusing, or unfair, that's when remembering Hermetic laws can help you stay aligned. The Kybalion reminds us that energy moves in patterns, and if you hold to inner truth, you will rise again, more connected to divine order than before. Ultimately, this journey is also about shaping the future, not just for yourself, but for the world. Hermeticism teaches that as you evolve, you help lift collective consciousness, becoming a channel for divine attributes like love, justice, and wisdom. You influence not just your own destiny, but the destiny of all. Imagine if more people lived aligned with universal laws, embracing self-knowledge and acting from discernment. What kind of world would that be? So as you walk this path, remember, spiritual development is not only about inner peace. It's about manifesting divine essence in the material plane, bringing the whole into daily life. The principle of correspondence and the three planes of existence. True Hermetic knowledge is not something you simply read and get like a modern textbook. It's a living wisdom, a sacred transmission that demands initiation and inner readiness. That's why the Kybalion and other esoteric teachings have been passed secretly, from master to student, across generations. This is knowledge that unfolds itself only as you grow in consciousness and self-awareness. The same words you read today will reveal deeper layers 10 years from now, because Hermeticism works on both the mental and spiritual planes. Think of it like a seed. It doesn't give fruit on day one. It requires transformation, effort, and alignment with universal laws for it to blossom into real wisdom. And here's where most people get it wrong. They think spiritual truths work like technology, where newer means better and old knowledge becomes useless. But Hermetic philosophy is timeless because it speaks to the structure of the whole, the cosmic order that never changes. Hermes Trismegistus revealed principles like mentalism, correspondence, and vibration because they are part of reality itself, not inventions of human culture. These universal laws apply now as much as they did in ancient Egypt. When you realize this, you stop searching endlessly for new tricks and begin to go deeper into what really works, aligning with divine essence and understanding your role in spiritual evolution. And that's when real change begins. Another thing people overlook is that true knowledge transmission happens when a teacher helps you see what you couldn't see alone. That's why Hermeticism was always shared within a path of initiation, because some truths need a guide to be fully unlocked. It's like learning to read a map of the universe. Without guidance, you don't even know where to start. And here's a practical point. When studying the Kybalion, don't rush to finish it. Read a single passage and reflect on how mentalism or vibration already plays out in your life. That's how spiritual development begins, by slowly allowing philosophy to shape your perception of reality. And trust me, that is more powerful than any surface-level trick you'll find on the internet. Throughout history, this is how Hermetic knowledge was protected, by people who lived it and understood its weight. These weren't just scholars sitting with books, but men and women who aligned their lives with universal laws, practicing alchemy of the soul. They knew that without wisdom, knowledge could destroy more than it builds. And isn't that what we see today? People running after power without ethics, without self-awareness, using knowledge to manipulate rather than to uplift. But in the Hermetic tradition, knowledge comes with responsibility, because once you know the laws of cause and effect, once you see polarity at work, you can't pretend to be blind anymore. You're called to live by higher principles. And that's why the work of spiritual teachers is to update these eternal truths for each generation. Not to change the universal laws, but to help modern minds connect with them. And maybe that's why you are here reading this, because something in you is ready to receive that ancient wisdom, but in a way that makes sense for your life now. Hermeticism teaches that when the student is ready, the teaching appears. So if you've ever felt like life is chaotic or meaningless, like there's something missing, this may be your initiation path. But to take the next step, you'll need to understand how these ancient teachings explain the three planes of existence and how they mirror one another in perfect correspondence. If there's one phrase that defines Hermetic philosophy, it's as above, so below, as below, so above. This is the core of the Principle of Correspondence, one of the 7 universal laws revealed in the Kybalion. It teaches that everything in the universe is connected, and what happens on one level of existence is mirrored on another. Think about how your thoughts affect your body. That's correspondence between the mental plane and the material plane. Or how spiritual truths shape physical reality, a direct link between the spiritual plane and everything you see around you. Once you grasp this, you start to realize that nothing in life is random. Every event, every thought, every feeling is part of a larger pattern held together by cosmic order. Understanding these 3 planes, material, mental, and spiritual, is key to unlocking the deeper levels of Hermeticism. The material plane is everything physical, your body, the world, the stars. But that's only the surface. Beneath that is the mental plane, the realm of consciousness, thought, and perception. This is where manifestation begins because every reality starts as an idea or vibration in the mind. And beyond both is the spiritual plane, the source of all things, where divine essence flows into creation. When you see how these planes reflect each other, you gain powerful self-awareness, realizing that what you think and feel directly shapes what you experience. And suddenly, you become a conscious player in this cosmic balance. One of the most powerful aspects of correspondence is seeing how the universe is like a mirror, constantly showing you what's going on inside. If you live in fear, you'll see a world full of threats. If you cultivate wisdom and inner truth, the world starts to reflect that back to you. This is not just spiritual poetry, this is Hermetic law in action. The patterns of nature, the cycles of the moon, even the way your relationships work, all are reflections of deeper truths operating on the mental and spiritual planes. And here's something practical. If you want to change your outer world, start by observing your inner world. Watch your thoughts, notice your beliefs, and you'll begin to see how transformation happens from within, following this eternal principle. Now, let's make this even clearer with an example. Imagine you're trying to manifest abundance in life. If you focus only on the material plane, you'll chase money without understanding its deeper source. But Hermeticism teaches that abundance begins on the mental plane, what you believe about yourself and about life, and even deeper on the spiritual plane, where your connection to the whole and divine unity resides. If you feel disconnected from spiritual essence, you'll feel lack in the physical world. So before chasing outcomes, you need to align your mind and spirit. That's real alchemy, turning inner alignment into outer manifestation. This is how Hermetic laws help you stop reacting to life and start creating it consciously. Once you start seeing the world through the lens of correspondence, nothing looks the same. You begin to see symbolism and archetypes everywhere, in myths, dreams, and even daily events. Life becomes a coded message from the spiritual plane, guiding you toward initiation and deeper knowledge transmission. And this is the beginning of real spiritual evolution, because when you understand how the planes connect, you stop feeling like a victim of circumstances and start realizing your place in the cosmic order. But of course, if everything reflects something higher, it means your very consciousness is also evolving through stages, and understanding that evolution of consciousness is the next key to unlocking deeper truths. The evolution of consciousness and the purpose of life. One of the most profound teachings of Hermeticism is that everything in the universe is in a constant process of spiritual evolution. Nothing is static, from a grain of sand to a human soul. All things are moving, vibrating, and evolving toward higher states of consciousness. The Kybalion shows that life is not a random accident, but part of a grand cosmic order where each being has a role in the unfolding of universal laws. Whether we look at the material plane, the mental plane, or the spiritual plane, everything is growing toward greater awareness of divine essence. Even the struggles you face are part of this evolutionary movement, shaping your self-awareness and leading you toward transcendence. Once you see this, you stop asking, "Why me?" and start asking, "What am I meant to learn here?" What's fascinating is that Hermetic philosophy teaches that all kingdoms of nature, mineral, plant, animal, and human, are part of this ascending spiral of consciousness. Minerals evolve into plants, plants into animals, animals into humans, and humans into something greater still. And if you think humans are the final step, the Kybalion would gently tell you, not even close. There are spiritual hierarchies far beyond us, beings who have mastered universal laws and now guide evolution. But right now, our role is to refine our perception, to awaken our soul, and to prepare for higher levels of initiation. This isn't just about personal growth, it's about aligning with the cosmic balance that moves all things forward in perfect rhythm. Another powerful teaching from Hermeticism is that evolution happens through shifts in vibration. As your consciousness rises, you move into higher frequencies of thought, emotion, and action. That's why the Kybalion emphasizes vibration as one of the core universal laws, because every step of spiritual evolution is marked by a change in how you vibrate. For example, when you choose wisdom over reaction, love over anger, or truth over illusion, you are literally shifting your inner frequency. And here's something practical. You can start this shift by observing what you feed your mind, the books you read, the people you surround yourself with, the thoughts you dwell on. All of these are part of your mental plane, shaping the quality of your manifestation. But why does this evolution matter? Because according to Hermetic philosophy, the ultimate goal of life is to refine consciousness until it recognizes itself as part of the whole. You are not here just to survive or chase pleasure. You are here to remember who you are beyond the illusion of separation. The purpose of life, as shown in the Kybalion, is to rise beyond duality, beyond mere matter, and to reunite with divine unity. Every lesson, every challenge, every relationship is designed to push you toward that realization. And here's the truth: when you begin to live from that deeper understanding, life transforms. Even suffering takes on meaning when seen as part of your path to greater spiritual development and alignment with universal laws. Still, many people believe evolution stops at being human, but Hermeticism makes it clear that human nature is just one phase in a much longer journey. Beyond human consciousness, there are beings who exist on higher spiritual planes, fully aware of their unity with the whole. These are not myths or fantasies. They are the natural result of following the initiation path, climbing the ladder of spiritual hierarchy. But before we can even think about those higher levels, we need to understand that we are not evolving alone. All around us, elemental beings, archetypes, and natural forces are working in harmony with universal laws, guiding us in ways we can barely see, and that's exactly what we'll explore next. Elemental beings and their role in the universe. One of the most fascinating aspects of Hermeticism is the understanding that we are not alone in the work of creation and manifestation. According to the Kybalion and other esoteric teachings, there are elemental beings, conscious forces of nature, that operate in harmony with the universal laws to shape the material and spiritual planes. These beings are not human, nor are they gods. They exist on subtle levels, helping to maintain the cosmic balance of the whole. You can think of them as the architects and workers behind the scenes of nature. The winds, the rivers, the growth of trees, all of these are moved not only by physical forces, but by intelligent consciousness working in the background. Across cultures, these elemental beings have been given many names: fairies, gnomes, sylphs, salamanders. In Hermetic philosophy, they are expressions of archetypes that embody the four classical elements: earth, water, air, and fire. These beings guide the vibration and flow of nature, ensuring that transformation occurs in line with cosmic order. For example, the way a forest regrows after a fire is not just a biological event. It's also a spiritual process, assisted by these elemental forces. And understanding this teaches us humility, recognizing that human nature is not the only intelligence shaping reality, and that spiritual evolution is also supported by these unseen allies. But what makes elemental beings unique is that, unlike humans, they don't have free will. They work naturally within universal laws, fully aligned with divine essence, never questioning or rebelling. This is why, in Hermeticism, humans are seen as holding a special place, because we have the power to choose. We can align with cosmic balance or go against it, for better or worse. The elementals don't face these moral struggles. They simply are, functioning as pure expressions of the whole. And that should inspire us to ask, if nature itself follows universal laws with such grace, why do humans resist them? Why do we fight against correspondence, vibration, and cause and effect, when even elemental beings flow effortlessly with them? Learning to recognize the work of elementals in nature can actually help you reconnect with the spiritual plane. Have you ever walked through a forest and felt an inexplicable sense of peace, as if something greater was present? Or watched a storm and felt the raw power behind it? These are not just poetic feelings. They are real perceptions of consciousness moving through nature. When you align with Hermetic laws, your perception sharpens, and you begin to feel these subtle presences. And here's a practice. Next time you're in nature, pause and observe. Feel the wind, watch the trees, and ask yourself what spiritual forces might be at work there. This simple act can deepen your self-awareness and connection to the whole. Ultimately, Hermeticism teaches that these elemental beings are part of a greater spiritual hierarchy, working in harmony with higher spiritual beings to sustain manifestation. While we often ignore their presence, they are essential to the balance of the world. And by understanding their role, we also begin to understand our responsibility as humans, because with free will comes the duty to align with divine essence and assist in cosmic balance. But beyond the elementals, there are even greater beings, masters, sages, angelic hosts, who guide human spiritual evolution and guard the secrets of Hermetic philosophy. And as we move forward, it's time to explore these higher levels of consciousness and what lies beyond the human path. The spiritual hierarchy and the path beyond humanity. Above human existence, Hermeticism reveals a vast spiritual hierarchy, beings who have walked the path of spiritual evolution far beyond where we are now. These are not myths or fantasies, but conscious intelligences aligned perfectly with universal laws and working for the cosmic order. In the Kybalion, we are reminded that humanity is just one step in a much greater journey of consciousness. Beings such as masters, sages, and angelic hosts exist on higher spiritual planes, guiding the growth of the world and helping those on the path of initiation. They serve as bridges between the whole and us, preserving the knowledge transmission of Hermetic philosophy for those ready to receive it. What's important to understand is that even these elevated beings are still within the mind of the whole. They are not ultimate gods, but conscious participants in divine essence. Just like elemental beings govern the natural world, these higher beings oversee the spiritual destiny of humanity, always working within universal laws like mentalism, vibration, and correspondence. Their wisdom is ancient, and they appear in many traditions under different names: angels in Christianity, devas in Hinduism, bodhisattvas in Buddhism, and more. But in Hermeticism, what matters is not the name, but the function. They are guardians of sacred transmission, ensuring that esoteric teachings are not lost, and that human beings have guidance as they walk the difficult road of transformation. And why should this matter to you? Because part of your spiritual evolution is to become conscious of these greater forces and align with them. Life is not just about navigating the material plane. It's also about awakening to the spiritual plane and realizing you are part of a vast network of beings all moving toward divine unity. The Kybalion suggests that as your consciousness rises, you may begin to sense these presences through intuition, through dreams, through moments of deep insight. And here's a thought: when you ask for guidance, when you seek deeper wisdom, you may be tuning into these higher minds. But to truly receive their help, you must be aligned with universal laws, ready to serve the greater cosmic balance rather than just personal desires. What's incredible is that Hermetic philosophy never separates spiritual growth from real life. Aligning with higher beings means living in a way that reflects divine essence through acts of compassion, wisdom, and self-awareness. It means applying universal laws like cause and effect to understand how your actions ripple through the world, and practicing mentalism to shape reality consciously, not blindly. You don't need to escape life to walk this path. You need to live it with higher purpose. And as you do, you naturally begin to rise within this spiritual hierarchy, becoming more attuned to initiation paths that lead beyond the human condition. Yet, even as we rise, we must remember that the Hermetic laws still govern all levels of existence, from the lowest material plane to the highest spiritual plane. No one is above these universal laws, not even the greatest masters. And this is why the Kybalion emphasizes humility, because true power comes from understanding that we are all part of the whole, all moving through cycles of manifestation, transformation, and return to divine unity. But before we go deeper into these 7 Hermetic principles and how they operate in every aspect of life, we need to understand exactly how they are present everywhere in everything you see, do, and think. The 7 universal laws and their omnipresence. The beauty of Hermeticism lies in its clarity. There are 7 universal laws that govern everything, from the birth of a star to the thoughts in your mind. The Kybalion lays these laws out like keys to the universe, showing how consciousness, matter, and spirit are bound together in perfect cosmic balance. First, there's mentalism, the principle that all is mind, that reality begins in the mental plane. Your thoughts, dreams, fears, all of them are shaping your world through this invisible law. Then there's correspondence, as above, so below, reminding us that every action in the material plane reflects something deeper in the spiritual plane. Understanding this is like learning the language of the universe. Next comes vibration. Nothing is still. Everything moves, everything flows. Your emotions, your body, even rocks and planets are vibrating at different frequencies. The Kybalion teaches that mastering vibration means learning how to raise your own frequency through wisdom, self-awareness, and conscious choice. Then we have polarity. Everything has its opposite. Light and dark, joy and sadness, life and death. But Hermetic philosophy shows that opposites are just 2 sides of the same thing, and learning to balance them is part of spiritual evolution. Imagine being able to turn sadness into strength, fear into action. That's what understanding polarity allows. The 5th principle is rhythm, the idea that everything flows in cycles, like the ocean tides or the seasons. Life has ups and downs, but knowing this law helps you stay steady when things get tough. After rhythm comes cause and effect. Nothing happens by chance. Every thought, every action, every word sets energy in motion, shaping what you experience. This is why Hermeticism insists on personal responsibility, because when you understand cause and effect, you know that you are not a victim, you are a creator. Finally, gender, the balance of masculine and feminine energies present in all things, in all planes. Not about biological sex, but about archetypal forces of creation and manifestation. What makes these universal laws powerful is that they operate whether you know them or not. Just like gravity works whether or not you understand physics, Hermetic laws shape your life from the inside out. So the wise person, says the Kybalion, doesn't ignore these laws. They study them, align with them, and use them to create transformation in their lives. Want to change your reality? You need to master mentalism and vibration. Want to understand why you're stuck in the same patterns? Study cause and effect and rhythm. These laws are not just for philosophers. They are tools for anyone ready to take control of their destiny and align with divine essence. But here's the secret. Applying these laws takes initiation, effort, and real self-awareness. You can't hack the universe. You have to align yourself with its flow. And once you do, life begins to make sense. You see how your thoughts shape events, how correspondence connects inner and outer worlds, and how spiritual evolution unfolds through cycles of manifestation. And when you start living in harmony with these universal laws, you begin to sense the deeper symbolism and archetypes guiding your path. But as with all great knowledge, there's a danger, because if misused, these laws can lead to destruction as easily as they can to growth. And that's why we must now explore the importance of using this knowledge wisely and ethically. The dangers of misusing knowledge and the importance of merit. One of the greatest warnings in Hermeticism is about the danger of misusing universal laws without the necessary wisdom and self-awareness. The Kybalion makes it clear. These are not toys or tricks for people chasing power. These esoteric teachings were guarded for ages because they are tools of immense creative and destructive force. Imagine giving a sword to a child who doesn't know how to wield it. That's what happens when people seek manifestation without aligning with cosmic balance. Hermetic philosophy reminds us that to use these principles, one must first walk the path of initiation, cultivating deep spiritual development and understanding the responsibilities that come with power. Many today want shortcuts. They want to manifest success, love, or wealth without understanding cause and effect or the deeper purpose of life. But Hermeticism teaches that true manifestation only happens when you are aligned with divine essence, not when you try to bend the universe to your personal will. This is where merit comes in, because power without spiritual evolution leads to destruction for yourself and for others. Think about people who gain influence without wisdom. They often misuse it, causing chaos around them. And that's why the Kybalion insists that knowledge transmission is reserved for those who are prepared to act ethically, with self-awareness, compassion, and alignment to the whole. Even on the path of spiritual evolution, there are tests and challenges that come to ensure you are truly ready for deeper knowledge. These are not punishments, they are part of the universal laws of correspondence and cause and effect, ensuring that only those who prove worthy can access higher truths. Every obstacle in your life, every difficult choice, is part of this initiation process. You are asked, will you use this power for good or for selfish ends? And this is where Hermetic philosophy brings real wisdom, teaching you that transformation begins when you choose the path of divine unity, even when it's harder, even when no one is watching. To truly apply Hermeticism, you need to think about the long-term effects of every thought and action. Cause and effect doesn't stop working because of ignorance. If you try to cheat the system, you only cheat yourself. That's why spiritual development is not just about learning the laws intellectually. It's about living them, making choices that respect cosmic order, and understanding that you are part of a greater philosophy that governs all things. If you seek manifestation without wisdom, you risk creating imbalance, and life will respond with lessons, sometimes harsh ones, to bring you back to alignment. This is why Hermeticism is a path of responsibility, not just personal gain. But when used properly, when approached with merit and true initiation, these universal laws can lift you and those around you into greater harmony with the whole. They can heal, uplift, and bring true transformation to your life. And this is what the ancient masters knew, that spiritual evolution is about becoming a force for good within cosmic balance, helping to restore divine order in a world that has often forgotten these truths. And once you grasp this responsibility, it leads to a deeper question. What is the ultimate goal of all this? Why do we evolve? Why do we seek enlightenment? And that brings us to the final and most profound purpose, the return to the whole. The ultimate goal, returning to the whole. At the heart of Hermeticism, beyond all the universal laws and teachings, lies one final truth. Everything is moving toward a return to the whole. The Kybalion makes it clear that the ultimate goal of spiritual evolution is to recognize our unity with the divine essence that created and sustains all things. We are not here just to accumulate knowledge or play with manifestation. We are here to awaken to who and what we truly are. This is why life feels incomplete when we focus only on the material plane, because deep inside, we are longing for the spiritual plane, for that connection to divine unity. And every step we take in understanding Hermetic philosophy is a step back toward that profound, eternal source. The material world, as Hermeticism teaches, is a necessary stage in this grand journey. It's not something to be rejected, but something to be transcended through wisdom and self-awareness. Here, in this dense world of form and limitation, consciousness grows, learns, and prepares to ascend. The Kybalion reminds us that reality versus illusion is part of the human test, learning to see beyond appearances, to grasp the spiritual truths hidden beneath what seems ordinary. This is the alchemy of life, turning everyday experience into gold, using every moment as a tool for initiation and transformation. And when we do this, we begin to align again with the rhythm and balance of the whole. But here's where many lose sight. They think this return to divine unity means dissolving completely, like a drop in the ocean. Yet Hermetic philosophy shows that while we are part of the whole, we retain our unique spark, our soul, as an expression of cosmic order. Think of it like a symphony. Every note is part of the music, but each has its place, its purpose. You are a necessary note in the universe's song. Spiritual evolution is about finding your right place in that harmony, vibrating in tune with universal laws, and realizing your oneness with divine essence without losing your individuality. That's what real enlightenment is, unity without annihilation. This journey back to the whole is not a straight line. It's cyclical, marked by phases of manifestation, transformation, and return. The Kybalion explains how rhythm, polarity, and cause and effect guide us through these cycles, constantly giving us opportunities to rise higher in consciousness. Every time you choose truth over illusion, love over fear, wisdom over ignorance, you take a step closer to that return. And even when you fail, even when you fall, Hermeticism teaches that the path is still there, waiting for you to rise again, because the universal laws are patient, ever working toward restoring cosmic balance. Ultimately, realizing this goal means seeing life itself as a sacred journey, a path of initiation leading back to the whole. And once you grasp this, everything changes. Challenges become lessons, people become mirrors, and even suffering gains meaning. You begin to live with purpose, understanding that every choice either brings you closer to divine essence or takes you further from it. And now that we've walked together through these profound teachings of Hermeticism, the question remains, will you take this knowledge and let it transform you? Will you step fully onto the path of spiritual evolution toward the ultimate reunion with the whole? The principle of vibration. One thing that surprises many people when they first approach the Kybalion, or any Hermetic philosophy text, is how nothing is handed over on a silver platter. And there's a reason for that. This is initiation knowledge, my friend, not just a manual to skim through. You see, esotericism, by nature, is veiled, not because it wants to exclude people, but because understanding its metaphysical truths requires consciousness to reach a certain vibrational frequency. Imagine trying to explain quantum physics to a child who hasn't yet learned basic math. It wouldn't make sense, right? The same happens when we dive into Hermetic wisdom, where every line is a doorway, but only those ready to walk through it will actually see what's behind. People from modern Western cultures often expect straightforward, linear explanations, like a recipe book, step 1, step 2, voila. But Hermeticism doesn't play by those rules. It's deeply rooted in symbolic language, much like Plato's Republic or the mysteries of Eastern philosophy. You may read a passage today and think, okay, I get it. But when you return to it months or years later, suddenly like a flash of light, an entirely new layer of consciousness appears. That's the nature of wisdom transmitted through sacred traditions. It grows as you grow, matching your vibrational refinement, following the universal laws of rhythm and correspondence. Now, if you think this process is frustrating, you're not alone. Many give up on studying the Kybalion because they want all the answers now. But here's where Hermeticism teaches one of its most important lessons. True wisdom is earned, not given. This is why the ancients valued initiation so much, whether in the temples of Egypt, among the Greeks, or in Eastern philosophies. The journey itself, with all its riddles and mirrors, is what sharpens our consciousness, helping us elevate our vibrational frequency. It's like an alchemist refining raw matter into gold, spiritual gold. If you're impatient, maybe this is exactly what you need to learn: rhythm, patience, and alignment with cosmic order. One way to embrace this path is to engage with other works that operate on symbolic and esoteric levels. For example, reading Plato's Phaedrus or the Symposium can open your perception to layered meanings about love, soul, and cosmic truth. Or take the Tibetan Book of the Dead, which speaks of navigating the afterlife, a deep dive into consciousness, vibration, and transcendence. These books, like the Kybalion, are vibrational instruments designed to fine-tune your mind. You don't read them like a newspaper. You meditate with them, reflect, and let the principle of mentalism do its work on you. That's how wisdom starts to vibrate within. And as we prepare to explore the principle of vibration in our next step, it's essential to remember this. If Hermeticism teaches that everything is vibration, then even the knowledge itself has a vibrational frequency. You cannot access a higher truth unless your own energy resonates with it. That's why understanding the Kybalion is more about being than knowing. It's an exercise in spiritual evolution and self-mastery, challenging you to refine your perception and align with higher realities, because once we start understanding vibration itself, a whole new universe of possibilities opens up. Everything in existence moves. There is no such thing as absolute stillness. The ancient Hermetic masters understood this long before modern science came along with its discoveries in quantum physics. The Kybalion puts it simply: nothing rests, everything moves, everything vibrates. This universal law isn't just an abstract concept, it's the very foundation of reality. From the subatomic level to the grand cosmic dance of galaxies, everything oscillates, pulsates, and flows within a cosmic rhythm. Heraclitus captured this wisdom long ago with his famous phrase, "No one bathes in the same river twice," reminding us that movement is the essence of existence. The question is, if everything vibrates, where do you stand in this spectrum of motion and energy? To understand vibration is to understand power. The higher your vibrational frequency, the closer you align with the all, the ultimate force of creation and existence. This is why spiritual evolution is, in essence, vibrational refinement. Every act of self-improvement, every moment of deep contemplation, every experience of love, wisdom, and truth raises your energetic signature. Think about it. Have you ever entered a room where the energy just felt heavy, like an invisible weight pressing down on you? Or met someone whose mere presence radiated something uplifting, even if they didn't say a word? That's vibration in action, energy interacting with energy, determining what we attract, what we repel, and how we shape our own reality. At the core of Hermetic philosophy lies the understanding that consciousness itself is vibration. Your thoughts are not just mental whispers, they are energetic frequencies resonating with the universe. This is why mentalism, the first Hermetic principle, is so deeply connected to vibration. Every thought carries a charge, every emotion has a wavelength, and every belief system generates a unique energetic field. Those who master this law understand that they are not victims of fate, but active participants in shaping their destiny. Spiritual ascension, in this sense, is not about escaping the material world, but learning to tune oneself to higher vibrational states where wisdom, peace, and clarity become natural states of being. Now, if vibration determines everything, how do we raise ours? The ancients had a simple answer. Through mastery of sound, light, and gravitation, three fundamental forces that influence our frequency. Mantras, for instance, are not just words. They are vibrational keys, altering one's energetic structure. Sacred geometry, colors, and symbols work the same way, activating specific vibrational patterns in consciousness. Even your environment shapes your vibrational state. Surrounding yourself with beauty, noble ideas, and high-minded people can lift you up, while constant exposure to fear, anger, or low-energy environments can drag you down. The choice is always yours, whether to rise or to sink. The truth is, every single moment is an opportunity to refine your frequency. The way you think, speak, and act determines whether you move toward transcendence or remain stuck in cycles of stagnation. The Kybalion doesn't just teach this as theory, it challenges you to live it. And once you start paying attention to your vibrational state, you begin to see its impact on everything: your health, your relationships, your perception of reality itself. But here's where things get even more interesting. Vibration is not just an external force. It is deeply connected to identity. Who you truly are, your core essence, is nothing but a unique vibrational signature. And if you're ready, we're about to explore what that really means. Identity and the vibrational signature of beings. Imagine for a second that everything about you, your thoughts, emotions, choices, even your destiny, is encoded in a unique vibrational signature. Yes, like a cosmic fingerprint made of energy. This is not a poetic metaphor, it's one of the core teachings of Hermetic philosophy. The Kybalion and ancient esoteric traditions remind us that each soul carries a specific vibration, like a sound resonating through eternity. And here's the kicker. Whether we are conscious of this or not, this frequency shapes what we attract, what we repel, and what we create. So when people say, "I always end up in the same situations," or "Why do I attract the same kind of person?" what they're really describing is a vibrational pattern in action, one that can be transformed through awareness and self-mastery. Take, for instance, the ancient use of mantras and sacred names. These weren't just spiritual accessories. They were tools to awaken and tune into one's true vibration. In Eastern philosophy, the repetition of mantras like Om Mani Padme Hum isn't random. Each syllable carries a vibrational code that shifts consciousness closer to enlightenment. Similarly, in the Tibetan Book of the Dead, the soul is called to recognize its own divine name during the transition between lives, a moment where knowing your vibrational essence can literally free you from illusion. In Hermeticism, to know oneself is to know one's vibration, to align with the cosmic order that governs both mind and matter. And what is alignment, if not a return to one's divine essence? But let's bring this idea down to earth, because this is not just for monks meditating on mountaintops. You can observe your vibrational signature right now in the way you feel, in the thoughts you cultivate, and in the people who surround you. Are your relationships uplifting or draining? Do your thoughts bring you peace or turmoil? This is a practical way to start reading your own energy field. If you constantly attract conflict, maybe it's time to examine what frequency you're sending out. And if you want to shift this reality, the work begins inside, refining your vibration through intentional actions like cultivating gratitude, studying Hermetic wisdom, or spending time in nature, because nature itself vibrates at a pure, harmonious frequency. One powerful way to develop this self-awareness is to engage in daily practices that tune your vibration. For example, meditation focusing on breath and sound, like chanting sacred sounds such as Om, is an effective way to align with higher frequencies. You can also use visualization, imagining your body surrounded by light, recalibrating your energy to the rhythm of the universe. And of course, the study of the Kybalion itself is a vibrational exercise, because every principle, every line, is designed to resonate within you and awaken forgotten parts of your consciousness. The more you study, the more you align with the universal laws like correspondence, polarity, and rhythm, which help you recognize and refine your internal signature. Now, as we grasp that our identity is deeply vibrational, it becomes clear that everything we attract in life, whether opportunities or obstacles, is a mirror of that frequency. This is where the principle of correspondence, as above, so below, begins to show its immense power, linking the vibration within to the reality we live outside. And this, my friend, leads us to another profound realization. Different levels of vibration correspond to different stages of personal development. So if we want to evolve, if we want to transform, we must consciously raise our frequency, because up ahead, we'll explore how vibration and consciousness are intimately linked in the journey towards spiritual enlightenment. Correspondence between vibrational levels and personal development. Here's something most people don't realize. Your level of consciousness and your vibrational frequency are two sides of the same coin. As the Kybalion subtly teaches, there's a direct correspondence between the way we think, feel, and act, and the vibration we emit to the world. Every choice you make, from the music you listen to the conversations you have, to the thoughts you entertain before sleeping, all contribute to either raising or lowering your frequency. And guess what? Each vibrational level opens or closes the door to specific experiences, relationships, and opportunities. That's why ancient traditions always spoke of the path of initiation as a ladder of ascent, moving from dense, chaotic vibrations toward refined, luminous states of being. When we look at spiritual masters and noble individuals who have walked this path before us, like Hermes Trismegistus, Plato, or the sages of Eastern philosophy, we see that their lives were dedicated to vibrational refinement. And how did they do that? Through constant immersion in beauty, truth, wisdom, and acts of justice. These are not abstract ideas, but living energies that recalibrate the soul. So when you spend time reading profound works like the Kybalion or Plato's Phaedo, or studying Hermetic philosophy, you are not just gaining knowledge. You are bathing your mind in high vibrational fields. You're literally transforming the subtle layers of your consciousness. This is why reading sacred texts, meditating, and cultivating moral development are so crucial in the path of self-mastery. But let's not fool ourselves. This path requires intention and discipline. Just as a musician has to practice every day to master an instrument, we must practice daily if we want to refine our energetic field. Think about it. How often do you consciously choose to align your mind with higher ideals? When faced with anger or fear, do you let them control you, or do you stop and shift to a state of compassion and wisdom? This is vibrational work. It's easy to talk about energy when things are calm. The real test is when life shakes us. In those moments, your frequency becomes your compass, and the only way to ensure that compass points true north is by training it every day through thought, feeling, and action aligned with the universal laws. Practical example. One way to raise your vibration immediately is to practice gratitude and acts of service. The simple act of writing down 3 things you're grateful for each day shifts your vibration upwards. Or better yet, help someone without expecting anything in return. You'll notice how your inner state changes. The principle of vibration works like a tuning fork. When you engage in acts of kindness, justice, and wisdom, you start vibrating on the same level as those actions. This is why even ancient alchemists believed that by acting as if they were already enlightened, they would attract enlightenment itself, because like attracts like, according to the universal laws of attraction, resonance, and correspondence. And as we realize that vibrational refinement is the path to spiritual evolution, we start to see our personal development journey as a series of conscious shifts in frequency. No longer victims of fate, but active participants in the cosmic order, adjusting ourselves like musicians fine-tuning their instruments. And if every step we take raises us closer to our highest potential, imagine how much deeper this becomes when we understand that our vibration doesn't only affect us, but also everyone around us. And this is where our next step takes us, to the influence of vibration on reality and others. The influence of vibrational frequency on reality and others. One of the most overlooked truths of Hermetic philosophy, and something the Kybalion reminds us subtly but firmly, is that your vibration doesn't belong only to you. Every thought, emotion, and action you emit enters the collective energetic field, influencing people, animals, and even nature around you. Think about it. Have you ever walked into a room and instantly felt the tension in the air, even before anyone spoke? Or maybe you felt calm and joyful just by being near someone wise, like a mentor or a spiritual teacher. That's vibration working in real time. You're constantly radiating a frequency, and others are tuning into it, consciously or unconsciously. This is why mastering vibration is not just a personal journey. It's a moral responsibility toward the world we co-create. Hermeticism teaches us that, as part of the cosmic order, we are bound by resonance and correspondence. What we send out, we receive back. In Eastern philosophy, this idea echoes through the principle of karma. Every thought and action plants a seed that will eventually grow and return to us. So when the Kybalion speaks of universal laws like rhythm and polarity, it's also reminding us that the way we handle our inner vibration sets in motion the rhythm of our life's events. If we live in anger, fear, or jealousy, we will inevitably attract more of the same, because that's the level we're vibrating on. On the other hand, cultivating peace, love, and wisdom means resonating with higher possibilities, aligning with the law of attraction and spiritual evolution. Now, let's make this practical. Have you ever noticed how being around negative people can drain your energy? Or how spending time with someone who is inspiring and calm can lift you up? This is why choosing your environment and your relationships is vibrational self-care. If you want to maintain a high frequency, you need to surround yourself with people, places, and experiences that resonate with that same energy. And guess what? The opposite is also true. You can be the uplifting force in a room full of darkness. Like ancient sages, who by their mere presence could bring harmony and insight to those around them, you can become a beacon of higher vibration, simply by mastering your own internal frequency. Furthermore, Hermetic teachings emphasize that your vibration affects not only people, but also animals and nature itself. Ever noticed how animals are drawn to calm, loving people? Or how plants thrive in homes filled with peaceful, kind energy? This is no coincidence. It's part of the universal laws that govern vibrational correspondence. And on a larger scale, this explains why communities and even entire cultures are shaped by the collective energy of their people. When a society values wisdom, compassion, and truth, it vibrates higher, and the opposite is true when fear and selfishness dominate. The Kybalion challenges us to see ourselves as part of a greater whole, where our personal vibration feeds into the cosmic order and spiritual hierarchy that keeps everything in balance. But here's something even deeper to think about. As you refine your vibration, you begin to reshape reality itself. What if your next breakthrough, your next relationship, your next opportunity is already waiting, but on a higher vibrational plane you haven't reached yet? This is where Hermeticism meets metaphysics and even modern quantum physics, showing us that reality is not fixed. It responds to vibration. And if that sounds powerful, wait until we explore how science has begun to catch up with this ancient wisdom, recognizing that everything in the universe is vibration, including matter, light, and even gravity. The scientific and metaphysical perspective on vibration. Isn't it fascinating how modern science is finally catching up with what Hermetic philosophy has taught for millennia? The Kybalion declared long ago that everything is vibration, and now quantum physics stands at the same threshold, confirming that even what we call solid matter is, in truth, energy in motion. Think about it. Atoms, particles, and even light itself are not static entities but frequencies, vibrating at specific rates. What ancient sages called the principle of vibration, modern scientists are now trying to explain through concepts like wave-particle duality, energetic fields, and quantum resonance. Hermes Trismegistus must be having a good laugh watching humanity discover what has always been part of the esoteric tradition. But here's where Hermeticism takes us deeper. Vibration isn't just about particles bouncing around. It's the key to understanding the entire cosmic order. The light that travels from distant stars, the gravity that holds planets in orbit, even the sound that moves through the air, all are expressions of vibrational energy. Yet, while science studies how these forces work, Hermetic wisdom asks, why do they exist? What's the intelligence, the divine essence, behind all this? Ancient traditions taught that gravity itself is a form of cosmic love, a magnetic pull that holds creation together, mirroring the spiritual law of unity and attraction. So, when we think of vibration, we are not only thinking about physics, but about the deep, hidden laws that govern both the material and the spiritual realms. Now, let's bring this idea into something practical. If light and sound are vibrations, and we are vibrational beings, then what happens when we consciously use sound and light to elevate ourselves? This is why mantras, music, and sacred sounds are such powerful tools in Eastern and Hermetic practices. If you start your day by chanting a mantra or listening to high-frequency music, like 432 Hz or 528 Hz tones, you are literally adjusting your energetic field to higher vibrations. Even sunlight, when consciously absorbed, can act as a source of vibrational nourishment. Notice how your mood lifts on a sunny day. You're not just imagining that, it's vibration at work. And this principle of resonance is what allows us to fine-tune our consciousness like a musical instrument, aligning with higher spiritual frequencies. What science has yet to fully understand, but Hermeticism has always taught, is that vibration shapes consciousness itself. Our thoughts, emotions, and perceptions are all modulated by the frequencies we align with. This is why people practicing deep meditation often report seeing visions of light or hearing subtle cosmic sounds. They're tapping into higher layers of vibration beyond ordinary sensory perception. And when we understand this, we start seeing that even mental refinement, training our thoughts to align with truth, justice, and wisdom, is an act of spiritual alchemy, turning the lead of low vibrations into the gold of higher consciousness. This is where science and metaphysics meet, and where Hermeticism stands as a bridge between worlds. And if all of this sounds like theory, remember that these vibrations are not passive, they are alive, intelligent forces. The same energy that vibrates as heat or electricity is also present in consciousness, destiny, and spiritual hierarchy. This is why understanding vibration means understanding your role in the cosmos, because you are not separate from these forces, you are woven into them. And as we grasp this, we realize that mastering vibration leads directly to the expansion of consciousness, the next great mystery waiting for us just beyond this door. The expansion of consciousness through vibrational mastery. Imagine for a moment that consciousness is like the electromagnetic spectrum, ranging from dense, heavy frequencies at one end to luminous, transcendent states at the other. Just as visible light is only a fraction of the full spectrum, our ordinary perception is only a fraction of what reality truly is. The Kybalion teaches that by mastering vibration, we expand our consciousness beyond material illusions and begin to perceive higher metaphysical truths. This is why spiritual evolution isn't about believing in something abstract. It's about experiencing the shift in awareness that comes from refining one's vibrational state. The higher we vibrate, the more we see beyond surface reality, tapping into the deeper patterns of existence. Think about those moments of absolute clarity, when an idea suddenly clicks, when intuition speaks so loudly it can't be ignored, or when time seems to dissolve in deep meditation or creative flow. These aren't random events. They are shifts in vibrational frequency, moments where consciousness transcends ordinary perception. The Hermetic tradition has always emphasized that enlightenment is not a one-time event, but a continuous refinement, a gradual movement toward unity with the All. This is why initiation mysteries, alchemical transformation, and self-knowledge have always been at the core of esoteric tradition, because they provide the map for this vibrational ascent. Now, how do we consciously raise our frequency? Simple, by changing what we engage with daily. Just as junk food weighs down the body, low-quality information and toxic environments drag consciousness into lower vibrational states. This is why those on a path of initiation are careful about what they read, watch, listen to, and discuss. Engaging with philosophy, sacred texts, uplifting music, and deep conversations literally tunes the mind to higher frequencies. Similarly, practices like breath work, fasting, and deep contemplation help shift the body's vibrational state, making it a clearer vessel for higher awareness. The principle of vibration isn't just theory. It's an active force shaping our mental, emotional, and spiritual reality. But let's go further. If vibration expands consciousness, then those who master vibration gain access to perceptions and insights hidden to others. This is why sages, mystics, and enlightened beings throughout history have demonstrated abilities beyond ordinary human capacity, because their vibrational refinement allowed them to see deeper into reality. They understood the law of attraction not just as a way to manifest desires, but as a profound mechanism through which the universe aligns with one's vibrational state. And this is where modern science, quantum physics, and metaphysics begin to merge, showing us that reality is fluid, shaped by consciousness, and that those who command vibration command their own destiny. So if consciousness is vibration, and vibration is frequency, then the ultimate goal is to align with the highest frequency possible, the divine essence itself. This is the path of the spiritual adept, to refine perception until there is no separation between self and the whole. And as we prepare to explore how intuition and perception play a key role in this vibrational mastery, we begin to see that our ability to sense energy is not a mystical gift, but a fundamental aspect of being human, one that, when trained, becomes a powerful guide on the path of enlightenment. The role of human intuition and perception. Here's a secret most people don't realize. You're already perceiving vibration all the time. You just haven't been trained to notice it. Hermetic philosophy, as presented in the Kybalion, teaches us that intuition is our natural ability to read the vibrational frequencies of people, places, and situations. Ever got that gut feeling when meeting someone new, like you've known them forever, or that strange sense that something is off? That's not magic or paranoia. That's your energetic field reading another field. We are constantly exchanging energy with everything around us. And guess what? The more you refine your consciousness and elevate your vibration, the sharper this intuitive perception becomes. It's like adjusting the dial of a radio. When you're tuned right, suddenly the static clears, and you hear the message perfectly. Think about how much information we gather without a single word being spoken. Body language, facial expressions, even the subtle way someone holds themselves. All these are clues to their vibrational frequency. But Hermetic philosophy goes deeper, teaching us to feel beyond the physical cues, sensing the deeper layers of someone's being, like the energy they carry based on their thoughts, emotions, and moral development. This is why ancient sages, masters of Hermeticism, could look into someone's eyes and see their soul. And let's be real, haven't you met people who give off a heavy vibe even when they smile? Or those rare few whose calm presence alone seems to heal and uplift you? That's what the Kybalion is talking about when it teaches us to see beyond the illusion, Maya, and into the vibrational truth of things. But here's where it gets practical. If you want to sharpen this intuitive ability, start by paying close attention to your first impressions. Your body is a finely tuned instrument, always picking up on energetic cues. The trick is to stop ignoring them. Start observing how you feel around different people. Do they make you feel energized or drained? Do your thoughts become clearer or more confused? These are simple, daily exercises in developing vibrational perception. And if you want to go even deeper, engage in practices that silence the noise, like meditation, spending time in nature, or even reflective reading of Hermetic texts. These help calm your internal vibrational chaos, so you can hear the subtle voice of intuition guiding you. Now, one of the most effective ways to refine your intuition is to elevate your taste and affinities. Yes, what you enjoy reveals a lot about your vibrational state. If you constantly consume violent, chaotic, or low-consciousness media, don't be surprised if your intuition gets cloudy. But if you invest time in reading wisdom texts, appreciating art that uplifts the soul, and surrounding yourself with noble people, you're naturally tuning into higher vibrational frequencies, and your intuitive perception sharpens automatically. Plato used to say that to become virtuous, one should study virtuous people. The same applies to vibration. Be near those who vibrate higher, and you will rise with them. And as you develop this sensitivity, something beautiful happens. You begin to attract better experiences, more meaningful connections, and higher insights, because your frequency starts matching those realities. This is the law of attraction and resonance at play. And here's the best part. Once you realize that you can choose your vibration, you gain the power to consciously align with the life you want. But to master this choice, we need to understand how intentional vibrational alignment works. And that's exactly where we're headed next, unlocking even more of the Kybalion's wisdom on mastering vibration through will and intention. The power of intentional vibrational alignment. Here's where things get really interesting. The Kybalion teaches that you have the power to choose your vibration. Yes, you read that right. Your vibrational frequency isn't something random or dictated by fate. It's something you can consciously align, like tuning an instrument to play in perfect harmony with the universe. This is what Hermetic masters meant when they spoke of self-mastery. The ability to rise above external chaos and intentionally choose peace, wisdom, and strength, no matter what's happening around you. And here's the kicker. The principle of polarity and vibration are deeply connected, which means that even if you're in a low state, like sadness or anger, you have the power to shift, to move from one pole to another through mental discipline. Think about how a musician picks a specific note from a whole range of possibilities. That's exactly how your mind works with vibration. If you wake up feeling low, you can intentionally choose actions that raise your frequency, like listening to uplifting music, practicing gratitude, or even reading a passage from the Kybalion to remind yourself of the bigger picture. The Hermetic principle of mentalism reminds us that the universe is mental, meaning everything starts in the mind. So if your mind holds on to higher vibrations, love, compassion, courage, your entire reality begins to shift to match that frequency. This is where manifestation and the law of attraction really start to make sense, not as magic tricks, but as natural outcomes of vibrational alignment. And yes, it takes practice. Just like training a muscle, choosing your vibration is a daily exercise. But what if I told you that this one skill could change everything? Imagine being able to walk into a stressful environment and remain untouched because you've chosen a higher frequency. Or facing personal challenges with resilience because you've trained your mind to hold on to strength and clarity. That's true power, the power over oneself. Hermetic wisdom is very clear. Those who master their vibration are no longer pushed around by the external world. They become like still water that reflects everything but is disturbed by nothing. And isn't that what we all want? To stop reacting to life and start creating it with intention? Here's a practical way to begin. Pay attention to your first thoughts in the morning. Those thoughts set your vibrational tone for the entire day. If you wake up already worrying, stressed, or angry, that's the station you'll be tuned to until you consciously switch it. So make it a practice to start with something high vibe, a mantra, a prayer, a passage from the Kybalion, or even a simple affirmation like, "Today, I choose to vibrate in harmony with the highest good." Over time, this habit rewires your mind and adjusts your entire frequency. And yes, you will feel the difference in your mood, your energy, and even in how others respond to you. And when you start living this way, choosing your vibration moment to moment, you'll begin to notice something profound. Spiritual masters and sages all operate this way. They don't just know about vibration, they live it, breathe it, master it. That's what gives them that powerful presence we all feel but can't explain. So if you want to walk that path, to live as an initiated being aligned with Hermetic laws, learning how to intentionally align your vibration is the door. And speaking of sages, in our next step, we're going to explore how noble beings influence and uplift the world around them, and why choosing the right role models can elevate your entire life. The influence of noble beings and the importance of role models. You've probably felt it before, being in the presence of someone who simply radiates something different. Maybe it was a mentor, a teacher, or even a stranger, but somehow, without saying much, that person left you feeling uplifted, inspired, even more yourself than before. The Kybalion and Hermetic philosophy remind us that highly evolved beings naturally emit a powerful vibration, one that affects everyone around them. This isn't about charisma or social skills. It's about energetic presence, the invisible field that surrounds someone who has mastered themselves. These individuals live aligned with the universal laws, and because of that, they embody a frequency that pulls others upward, like tuning forks that bring chaotic energies into harmony. Throughout history, every culture has recognized this phenomenon. Look at figures like Socrates, Hermes Trismegistus, or Buddha, men whose mere presence changed lives. Ancient traditions believed that a single enlightened being could balance the energy of entire communities. And if you think about it, this makes sense in light of the principle of vibration. When someone is vibrating at a high level, rooted in wisdom, love, and cosmic order, their energy entrains the frequencies around them, raising the vibration of others without a word being spoken. This is why Hermetic philosophy emphasizes the responsibility of personal mastery, because your vibration doesn't stop at your skin. It ripples outward, touching everyone you meet. But here's a question most people forget to ask. Who are your role models? Who do you allow to influence your vibration? In a world flooded with information and misinformation, it's crucial to consciously choose who you look up to. If you're constantly following people who spread fear, anger, or shallow materialism, guess what? That's the frequency you'll tune into. On the other hand, if you study the lives and teachings of noble beings, people aligned with spiritual truths and wisdom, you begin to mirror their energy. That's why reading the Kybalion, diving into Plato's dialogues, or studying Eastern philosophy is more than just reading. It's energetic alignment with minds that have already walked the path of transformation and self-mastery. And let's bring this into real life. If you want to raise your vibration, seek out people who are already living in higher states of being. This doesn't mean they're perfect, no one is, but they are consciously working toward truth, compassion, and wisdom. Whether it's a local mentor, a community of like-minded seekers, or even online groups dedicated to Hermetic studies, surrounding yourself with noble influences makes all the difference. It's like trying to get fit. You can struggle alone, or you can join others who are already on the path, making your journey smoother and more inspired. This is why the initiation path has always emphasized studying with the wise, because vibrational learning often happens by resonance, not just by words. And once you start experiencing the power of noble vibrations in your life, you'll naturally want to become that influence for others. Imagine a world where more people take responsibility for their energy, becoming pillars of calm, strength, and wisdom in chaotic times. And as we prepare to dive into the path of self-realization and spiritual mastery, keep this in mind. You are meant to be one of these noble beings. The next step is learning how to fully embrace that role by refining your own vibration to its highest potential. The path to self-realization and spiritual mastery. If there's one thing the Kybalion makes clear, it's this. Every human being has the potential to reach the highest levels of spiritual mastery. Yes, even you, no matter where you are starting from. Hermetic philosophy isn't about belonging to a secret club or waiting for some cosmic event to awaken you. It's about taking conscious, daily steps to refine your vibration and align with the universal laws. The path of self-realization is open to all, but few dare to walk it fully. Why? Because it requires real effort, a commitment to transforming not only what you do, but who you are inside. And yet, for those who walk this path, the rewards are beyond anything material. They gain clarity, strength, and a deep connection to the all, the cosmic unity behind everything. You see, real power is not about controlling others. It's about controlling oneself, mastering your own thoughts, emotions, and actions so that they align with the higher vibrational frequencies of love, wisdom, and truth. Hermetic wisdom teaches that self-mastery is the key to influencing reality. Instead of being pushed around by external circumstances, you become the creator of your own destiny, working in harmony with the cosmic order. This is why sages and spiritual masters never seek power over others. Their strength comes from knowing and applying the laws of vibration, rhythm, correspondence, and polarity. They don't need to force anything because they understand how reality responds to inner mastery. And if they can do it, so can you. But let's be honest, walking this path means letting go of illusions. You can't vibrate higher while holding on to anger, fear, and victimhood. Spiritual alchemy means transforming those heavy emotions into light through constant self-observation and discipline. When the Kybalion says, "as above, so below," it's not just a cool phrase, it's a map. If you want to change your life, the below, you must first change your inner world, the above. This is where the principle of mentalism and the principle of vibration work hand in hand. And this process of inner transformation is what makes you an initiated being, someone who doesn't just know about Hermetic laws, but lives them, breathes them, becomes one with them. So how do you begin this work of refinement? Start by observing your daily thoughts and emotions, as if you were watching a movie. Notice when you fall into fear, anger, or doubt. Instead of judging yourself, see these moments as opportunities to practice shifting your vibration. Use tools like breath work, meditation, or reading a passage from the Kybalion to realign. Set small, daily goals, like responding with kindness when you're frustrated, or choosing silence when gossip tempts you. Each small victory raises your vibrational frequency and strengthens your inner mastery. Remember, the work is done in the small moments, not only in grand rituals or deep meditations. And here's the ultimate truth the Kybalion teaches. This path is not about miracles, it's about understanding the universal laws that govern everything. When you align with these laws, life itself starts to flow differently. You stop swimming against the current and start moving with the rhythm of the cosmos. And as you do, you realize that the greatest transformation doesn't happen outside, it happens within. And now, as we close this journey through the principle of vibration, I have to ask, are you ready to apply all this in your life and walk as a conscious creator of your destiny? Because what comes next is not just study, it's action, application, and living this wisdom daily. The Principle of Polarity. One of the most powerful yet overlooked teachings within Hermeticism and the Kybalion is the idea that one individual, fully aligned with universal laws, can change the world around them. You don't need to be a famous guru or a public figure to radiate the sacred flame of wisdom. In fact, the Kybalion itself, authored anonymously, reminds us that true influence isn't measured by how many people know your name, but by the quality of the vibration you carry. Like Hermes Trismegistus said, "as above, so below," which means that even the smallest force, if aligned with the whole, can impact the greater cosmic order. And isn't that freeing? You don't need permission to become a beacon of consciousness in this world. If you think one person's influence is too small, remember the Buddhist parable of the Benares sermon, where a single flame, lit in darkness, becomes a guide for many. The same way a sacred flame doesn't lose its fire by lighting another candle, your wisdom and spiritual light multiply when shared. This is the real alchemy of knowledge. It grows stronger the more it's transmitted. Imagine walking into a room full of chaos, but because you hold yourself in mental elevation, you calm the space without a word. That's vibration and resonance in action. And yet, most people doubt their own capacity to influence the energetic balance of their surroundings, when in truth, you are always influencing, whether consciously or unconsciously. Fire as a metaphor is at the core of esoteric wisdom, a symbol of energy balance, enlightenment, and transmission of sacred knowledge. It burns without depletion, reminding us that sharing wisdom doesn't empty you, it expands your inner light. Think about when you explain something profound to a friend. Don't you often understand it even better after speaking it out loud? That's because the principle of correspondence is working. What you give outwardly also grows inwardly. So when the Kybalion speaks of vibration, polarity, and mental transmutation, it's also teaching us that transmitting wisdom is part of personal transformation. The more you share, the more you refine yourself in return. In today's world, people strive so hard to stand out, chasing recognition, fame, likes, and followers. But Hermeticism teaches a deeper truth. There are only two ways to truly stand out, either as another member of a distracted crowd, or as a singular beacon of inner mastery. And while the crowd fades with time, those who hold the sacred flame of wisdom leave an eternal imprint in the spiritual hierarchy of humanity. Look at history. Who do we remember? The wisdom keepers, the initiates, the thinkers who embodied archetypal wisdom and transmitted it for the sake of spiritual evolution, not personal gain. Those are the ones who shaped civilizations and elevated consciousness through the ages. And that leads us to a powerful realization. History itself is shaped by those few who dare to preserve and share higher knowledge. Without them, Hermeticism, Pythagorean teachings, and Platonic ideals would have been lost to time. But they weren't, because a lineage of individuals chose to carry the sacred flame forward. And as we prepare to explore the historical continuity of Hermetic philosophy, we'll see how this wisdom has survived through the hands of those silent guardians, and why you too are now part of that same unbroken chain. When we talk about Hermeticism, we're not just speaking of a set of ideas locked in time. We're tapping into a living tradition that has been transmitted across civilizations, carried by generations of wisdom keepers. From the temples of ancient Egypt to the academies of Greece, and later into the secret gatherings of the Renaissance, the sacred knowledge of Hermes Trismegistus has quietly shaped the very foundations of philosophy, science, and spiritual thought. And if you think about it, isn't that amazing? Something so ancient, so profound, still reaching us today, whispering through the Kybalion, through symbolic language, and through the universal laws that govern the whole of existence. Consider for a moment figures like Marsilio Ficino, the Renaissance philosopher who dared to bring Hermetic texts back to life when Europe was sinking into dogma and rigid thinking. Ficino wasn't just reading these works for entertainment. He was part of a spiritual movement that understood the responsibility of wisdom transmission. He knew that in order to align with the cosmic order, humanity had to remember its connection to the divine essence, and Hermetic philosophy was the bridge. And so, he and others like him preserved and passed on these teachings, knowing they weren't just preserving history, they were preserving a path to enlightenment and spiritual evolution. And isn't it fascinating that the Kybalion itself continues this same legacy? We don't even know the names of its authors, the three initiates, and that anonymity speaks volumes. Instead of seeking personal recognition, they chose to let the wisdom stand on its own merit. This is archetypal wisdom in action, truth that doesn't depend on who speaks it, but on the resonance it awakens in those ready to hear. And this is a powerful reminder for anyone studying Hermeticism today. It's not about fame or ego. It's about aligning with the vibrational plane of higher knowledge, contributing to the spiritual hierarchy that has always preserved truth for those ready to receive it. But here's something crucial. In a world obsessed with proof and credentials, Hermetic philosophy teaches us discernment, the ability to evaluate truth not by external validation, but by the correspondence and resonance it creates within. You don't need someone's title or academic background to decide if what they say is true. You need to feel if their words vibrate in alignment with cosmic principles, if they awaken self-knowledge, moral refinement, and the recognition of unity beyond duality. That's why the Kybalion never wastes time convincing anyone. It simply presents the laws and leaves the rest to the consciousness of the seeker. And as we look ahead, it becomes clear why the principle of polarity, the focus of Chapter 10, is such a central pillar in this tradition. Because polarity is everywhere, in light and shadow, in joy and pain, in the tension between spirit and matter. And understanding this duality within unity is what allowed Hermetic philosophy to survive through the ages, adapting but never breaking. So as we prepare to explore this principle, we step right into the heart of mental transmutation and alchemy, the art of reconciling opposites, of finding peace in paradox, and of transforming ourselves through the wisdom that has been carried like a sacred flame for millennia. If there's one concept that completely shifts the way we see reality, it's the principle of polarity, one of the most profound keys to Hermeticism and the Kybalion. The phrase itself is simple. Everything is dual, everything has two poles. But behind these words lies a powerful revelation. All things in existence contain their opposite within them. What we usually see as opposites, light and darkness, love and hate, life and death, are simply the same thing, expressed in different degrees. Imagine a thermometer. Is there really a sharp line where cold becomes hot? Or are both just vibrations of temperature along the same scale? And what if the same applies to every part of life? This is where Western minds often struggle, because we're trained to think in black and white, right and wrong, good and bad, as if they were isolated, fixed things. But Hermetic wisdom, much like Eastern philosophy and Taoism, shows us that reality is not that rigid. Instead, duality and unity are part of a great cosmic dance, a vibrational plane that allows everything to exist in relation to its opposite. Think of love and hate. They are not different forces, but two extremes of the same emotional energy, like two sides of one coin. And once you realize that, you start seeing that nothing is fixed, and everything can be transmuted from one pole to another. Now that's real power, right? Another beautiful insight from the Kybalion is that paradoxes exist because of our limited perspective. From a higher level of consciousness, all contradictions dissolve, because you start seeing the unifying principle beneath apparent opposites. Take, for example, life and death. While we fear death as the opposite of life, Hermeticism teaches that both are part of the same cosmic cycle. Just like night and day are simply movements of the earth, life and death are movements of energy and spirit. And when we embrace this archetypal wisdom, we stop fighting against reality and start learning how to flow with the cosmic order, recognizing that duality is part of unity. But here's a mind-blowing truth. Everything you want to change about yourself already exists within you, at the opposite pole. If you think you're weak, the Kybalion would say that strength is already within you, waiting to be cultivated. If you feel trapped in fear, courage is right there, just on the other side of the same emotional energy. It's not about becoming someone else, but about mentally transmuting from one degree to another along the same scale. And this is where alchemy, as taught in Hermeticism, becomes a practical tool, not about turning lead into gold physically, but about turning inner darkness into light through conscious transformation. And of course, understanding polarity is not just a theory, it's a key for real-life action. Think about how many times we react to situations as if they're all or nothing. But once you grasp that opposites are identical in nature, you realize that by shifting a few degrees, you can move from sadness to peace, from anger to compassion. And this prepares us to explore even deeper how this duality manifests in the universe itself, and how unity gives rise to duality, the next great secret waiting for us to uncover as we move forward. Manifestation of duality in the universe. If everything has two poles, as the Kybalion teaches, then it makes sense that the entire universe itself is born from this principle of polarity. But here's where it gets truly mystical, because before duality, there is unity. Hermeticism, aligned with Eastern philosophy and Pythagorean teachings, shows us that from the one, the all, emerges the two, spirit and matter, light and shadow, mind and body. This is why ancient wisdom traditions speak of Brahman, or Ein Sof in Kabbalah, as that infinite unity from which all opposites flow. So even when we see conflict, tension, or division in the world, it's all born from a deeper cosmic unity, still present beneath the surface. Think about it. Everything that exists contains its opposite in potential. Where there's strength, there's also hidden fragility. Where there's joy, there's the possibility of sorrow. This is the mystical dance of duality, where life constantly oscillates between poles, just like a pendulum that swings back and forth. And here's the catch: nothing stays in one extreme forever. If you reach the peak of joy, sooner or later, you'll experience its opposite. If you fall into deep sadness, eventually, there's a swing toward hope. This is the law of rhythm and polarity working together, a dynamic flow that governs all existence, whether we're aware of it or not. And if you've ever studied Taoism, you'll see how this mirrors the concept of yin and yang, the intertwining of opposites, where each contains a seed of the other. Even in the darkest night, there's a glimmer of light. Even in the brightest day, the shadow is present. This is the cosmic order, the balance of energy and vibration that maintains life itself. The symbol of yin-yang isn't just a pretty design. It's a map of how the universe functions through polarity and correspondence. And the key to wisdom, as Hermeticism teaches, is not to fight against one pole or chase only the other, but to understand the unity behind both and learn how to navigate between them. Now, when we see life this way, we realize that everything is constantly transforming, and that understanding duality allows us to flow with the universe rather than fight against it. Think about how much suffering comes from resisting this natural flow, wanting only pleasure, never pain, seeking only gain, never loss. But when you embrace that both are part of the same vibrational plane, you stop being controlled by them. Instead, you gain the power to move between them with awareness, as a master of mental transmutation and alchemy, turning any experience into fuel for growth and spiritual evolution. And here's where the Kybalion leads us deeper. Once you understand that the one gives rise to two, and that all opposites are connected, you begin to see that polarity itself is a tool for transformation. You realize that within your darkest moments lies the seed of your greatest awakening, and that's the key to what comes next. How to consciously use polarity to shift from negative to positive, from fear to wisdom, and how this principle of opposites becomes the foundation for true self-mastery. Polarity as a tool for transformation. Here's where Hermeticism becomes more than just knowledge. It becomes a practical tool for real transformation. The Kybalion doesn't just explain polarity to impress us with cosmic truths. It gives us a method to change ourselves from within. Think about it. If everything is a matter of degree, if love and hate, fear and courage, weakness and strength are all points on the same scale, then you have the power to shift where you are on that scale. That's what mental transmutation is all about. Learning how to move your mind and energy from one pole to the other, like an alchemist turning lead into gold. And believe me, once you understand this, nothing about your inner struggles stays the same. A classic metaphor from the Kybalion is the thermometer. Hot and cold aren't separate things, but degrees of temperature. You don't create heat from nothing. You increase or decrease what's already there. The same goes for your inner world. If you're stuck in fear, courage is not something you invent. It's already within you, waiting to be activated by raising your vibrational frequency. Just like turning up the heat, you can turn up the courage. If you feel envy, you can shift toward admiration, because they are two sides of the same emotional energy. And that's the alchemy of polarity, knowing you have both extremes inside you, and choosing which one to cultivate. But let's get real. How do you do that in daily life? One powerful way is conscious awareness, catching yourself when you're leaning toward a lower vibration and asking, what's the opposite pole here, and how can I move toward it? For example, when anger rises, instead of exploding, pause and ask, Can I choose compassion now? And you don't need to fake it, just shift 1 degree. Maybe from rage to irritation. Maybe from irritation to calm reflection. Over time, you'll move along the scale. The Kybalion teaches that small, consistent shifts in vibration are the path to real mastery. Just like lifting weights builds muscle over time, shifting poles builds mental and spiritual strength. And here's where vibration and polarity meet, because by raising your vibration, you naturally shift to the higher pole of every duality. A person vibrating in love cannot easily slip into hate. A mind vibrating in clarity cannot easily be taken over by confusion. So working on your vibrational state daily, through meditation, noble reading, meaningful conversations, or even spending time in nature, is a practical way to keep yourself on the higher pole of life. And when you slip, because we all do, you'll know how to shift back. This is self-mastery in action, rooted in the universal laws that govern not only matter, but also consciousness. And as we start applying polarity to our inner life, we realize this. Our vibration doesn't just affect us, it shapes the reality we live in. Because if you can shift from fear to courage, from anger to wisdom, from hate to love, imagine what that energy does to the world around you. And that's where we're going next, understanding how our vibrational frequency influences everything we attract, repel, and manifest in life. The impact of vibrational frequency on reality. Here's a truth that the Kybalion makes crystal clear, but that most people overlook. Your vibration shapes your reality, period. We like to think that life happens to us, but Hermeticism teaches otherwise. Everything you experience is connected to the vibrational frequency you're holding right now. Like attracts like, this is not just a pretty saying, it's the principle of resonance in action. And if that sounds like a lot of responsibility, it is. But it's also your greatest power, because when you master your vibration, you start mastering what you attract and manifest. The question is, what are you vibrating right now? And is it aligned with what you actually want to live? Now, the tricky part is that most people let their vibration be controlled by external influences without even realizing it. Music, conversations, environments, even the news, they all feed your vibration. Spend a day listening to angry debates or violent movies and see how your energy sinks. Spend a day reading the Kybalion, reflecting on Hermetic wisdom, or being in nature, and feel the difference. Your vibrational plane shifts constantly, and if you're not actively managing it, someone or something else will. That's why mental elevation and conscious energy balance are not luxuries. They are essential if you want to live aligned with spiritual evolution and not be dragged down by collective negativity. And think about how words, thoughts, and emotions influence not just your internal state, but also what you send out to the world. When you speak kindly, when you think in noble ways, you're adjusting your vibrational frequency upward. But when you speak badly about yourself, when you fall into fear-based thinking, you are literally lowering your vibration, making it harder to attract the life you want. And the Kybalion warns us, without conscious effort, we fall to the lower pole because the universe is always moving. So if you don't choose your direction, the world will choose it for you, and probably not in your favor. Here's something practical to reflect on. Who are the people around you? Are they uplifting your vibration or draining it? Hermetic philosophy is very clear. Vibration is contagious. If you're surrounded by negativity, it takes twice as much effort to hold a high vibration. But if you're around people who seek truth, who live with integrity, who practice self-mastery, you'll naturally be elevated. That's why building your environment consciously, choosing friends, mentors, books, even music that resonates with higher truths, is a crucial part of spiritual initiation. You are responsible for your vibrational field, and everything you let in becomes part of you. And as you become more aware of how vibration shapes reality, something incredible happens. You start seeing that this isn't just about your personal life. Your vibration contributes to the collective energy of humanity. Every thought of love, every act of kindness, amplifies light in the world, while every indulgence in hate or fear feeds collective darkness. And this realization leads us to a deeper understanding of how spiritual evolution is hierarchical, because as we'll see next, there are levels of vibration, and ascending through them means moving toward unity with the divine essence and the whole cosmic order. The hierarchical nature of spiritual evolution. Here's something the Kybalion makes clear, though most people miss it on the first read. Not all vibrations are equal, and not all polarities operate on the same level. On the material plane, dualities like hot and cold or light and dark are neutral. They exist to create contrast, to give shape to experience. But as we rise into higher planes of consciousness, those polarities become hierarchical, meaning that love is superior to hate, wisdom is higher than ignorance, and justice stands above injustice. This isn't just poetic language, this is the cosmic order at work. And understanding this is key to walking the path of spiritual evolution and moral refinement. Imagine the universe like a great symbolic triangle. At the base, you find the material world, neutral dualities that govern physical existence, high and low, hot and cold. These are not better or worse, they simply are. But as you climb upward into the mental plane, you encounter dualities that do involve choice and value, like truth versus falsehood, or courage versus fear. And at the apex of the triangle, there is unity, the realm of the all, where dualities dissolve into pure being. This model is a mental map of spiritual initiation, showing how moving up in consciousness means moving from neutrality to moral polarity, and ultimately to cosmic unity. And think about how this applies to your daily life. When you choose kindness over cruelty, or truth over convenience, you're not just being nice, you're aligning with higher vibrational laws. You're climbing that triangle, elevating your consciousness closer to the divine essence. This is why Hermeticism, like Eastern philosophy, emphasizes virtue as a spiritual technology, because virtues like compassion, justice, and courage are not just moral ideals. They are higher frequencies that align us with cosmic unity. So when the Kybalion speaks of polarity and vibration, it's not only about understanding how the world works. It's a call to choose your place in the universal hierarchy. But here's something deeper. Vibration is also a path of return. From unity comes duality, but through spiritual evolution, we climb back toward unity. That's the great cycle of existence. We descend into matter to gain experience, to engage with dualities, but the ultimate journey is to rise again, this time with conscious awareness, toward transcendence. And that's why everything we do, think, and feel has weight. It's either helping us ascend or holding us down. So when people say, it doesn't matter what you think or do, the Kybalion would strongly disagree. Everything matters, because everything affects your place on the vibrational plane and your alignment with the cosmic order. And as we recognize this hierarchical nature of evolution, we begin to understand why noble beings and spiritual masters hold such power, not because of status, but because their vibration is higher and naturally pulls others upward. And this is where we're headed next, into the mystery of how elevated souls act as gravitational centers of spiritual wisdom, guiding others on the path without ever needing to force or convince. The influence of noble beings and spiritual masters. One of the most beautiful and often forgotten truths in Hermeticism is that vibration is contagious. The Kybalion reminds us that noble beings, spiritual masters, and those who have walked the path of self-mastery radiate a frequency so high, so aligned with the divine essence, that simply being near them elevates everyone around. You've probably felt this before, being around someone whose calm presence, wisdom, or even silence makes you feel more centered, more alive. This isn't magic or charisma, it's vibrational resonance, a direct effect of someone who lives in harmony with the universal laws, embodying archetypal wisdom and cosmic unity. Ancient traditions knew this well. From the sages of Egypt to the monks of the East, spiritual hierarchies were built around those who had refined their energy to such a degree that they became pillars of wisdom transmission. And this wasn't about fame or power. It was about being a living bridge between the material and spiritual planes. Think about the concept of ancestor veneration in many cultures, not just as a ritual, but as a way of staying connected to the vibrational plane of those who mastered life's trials and ascended to higher understanding. These wisdom keepers became reference points for what humanity could become when aligned with the whole. But what's even more inspiring is that you can become one of these noble beings. You don't need to live in a monastery or write a sacred text to raise your vibration to a level that naturally uplifts others. Every act of compassion, every effort to maintain integrity, every time you choose wisdom over reaction, you are shifting not only yourself but the energy field around you. Hermetic philosophy teaches that the transformation of the world starts with inner transmutation. By refining your polarity, you naturally influence the polarity of those you meet. Like a tuning fork that makes other instruments vibrate in harmony, you set the tone for the environment you enter. And let's not forget, history itself is filled with examples of individuals who shaped entire civilizations simply by embodying high vibration. Figures like Socrates, Plato, Pythagoras, and yes, Hermes Trismegistus didn't just teach, they lived the truth. Their presence, their alignment with the sacred flame, became a gravitational force that attracted seekers, inspired transformations, and planted seeds of wisdom that still grow today. And isn't that what real leadership looks like? Not telling people what to do, but becoming such a refined vessel of cosmic order and virtue that people can't help but be drawn to the light you carry. And this brings us to a crucial realization. The influence you have on the world is directly tied to the level of self-mastery you achieve. The more you refine your vibration, the more you naturally guide others without even trying. And as we'll see next, true power lies not in controlling others, but in mastering your own inner polarity, becoming someone who is unshakable in the face of life's chaos, who holds to truth and unity even when the world wavers. The importance of self-mastery and inner authority. If there's one lesson that stands above all in Hermetic philosophy, it's this: true power comes from mastering yourself, not from controlling others. The Kybalion teaches that polarity lives within us, and while most people are pushed back and forth by emotions, circumstances, and the chaos of life, the wise person, the one who follows the path of initiation, chooses to stand firm. Imagine a mountain, unmoved by the winds and storms around it. That's what self-mastery looks like. And let's be real. In a world that's always trying to pull you in 1,000 directions, being able to command your inner state is one of the rarest and most powerful abilities anyone can have. Think about how much of life is spent reacting to people, to problems, to fear. But Hermetic wisdom flips this upside down. Instead of reacting, you become the cause, not the effect. You become someone who, no matter what happens outside, holds to virtue, wisdom, and spiritual alignment. And this isn't just about looking calm on the surface. It's about having energy balance so strong that nothing shakes your vibration. This is what Hermes Trismegistus and the great wisdom keepers of old knew. If you don't master yourself, life will master you. And when you realize that, you see why the Kybalion insists on mental transmutation as the path to freedom. And here's a beautiful image from Plato in his idea of the golden man, the person who remains unchanged, no matter the external conditions. Whether praised or insulted, rich or poor, this person holds to inner integrity and cosmic unity. What if you lived like that? What if, instead of being tossed around by life, you became the stable center of your world? That's what mental elevation and moral refinement look like in practice. You decide, will you vibrate in fear, anger, and doubt, or will you align with wisdom, strength, and love, knowing that these are higher frequencies connected to the whole and divine essence. But let's be clear, self-mastery isn't easy, and the Kybalion never promises that it is. You'll be tested again and again. Life will bring situations meant to shake you, to see if you'll fall back into lower vibrations. But every test is also an opportunity for initiation, to prove to yourself that you can hold the higher pole, even when things get hard. And when you do, something amazing happens. You don't just transform yourself, you shift the energy of everyone around you. Because when someone holds to truth and higher vibration, that frequency ripples outward, creating a new reality in its wake. And as we embrace this path of inner authority, we start to see life itself as a sharpening stone, a tool that refines us. The same world that wears down the weak becomes the tool that strengthens the wise. Every challenge becomes a training ground for mental alchemy and spiritual evolution. And that leads us right into a deeper question. If self-mastery is the key, why is personal transformation so difficult? And how do we face that inner battle when it feels like we're fighting ourselves? Well, that's exactly what we're about to explore as we dive into the challenge of personal transformation. The challenge of personal transformation. If mastering yourself is the highest goal in Hermeticism, then it's no surprise that personal transformation is also the greatest challenge you'll ever face. The Kybalion doesn't sugarcoat this journey. The path of initiation is a battle, and sometimes the battlefield is inside your own mind. Think about the metaphor from the Bhagavad Gita, where Arjuna stands frozen in the middle of a war, torn between fear and duty. That battlefield? It's inside us all. It's the struggle between who we are and who we know we're called to become. And until we face that inner war, true spiritual evolution remains just an idea, not a lived reality. And here's a hard truth. No one can fight that battle for you. Not a guru, not a book, not even a master like Hermes Trismegistus himself. Teachers can point the way, but they can't walk it for you. Self-mastery, mental transmutation, and the climb toward higher vibration, those are choices you make every day, in every thought and every action. And yes, sometimes it feels impossible. But the Kybalion reminds us, when the ears of the student are ready to hear, then cometh the lips to fill them with wisdom. Meaning, the answers come after you commit to walking the path, not before. Initiation is earned, and only through real effort. But let me say this, every obstacle is a disguised opportunity for transformation. Every challenge you face, every temptation, every fear is life saying, are you ready to rise to a higher plane? It's like the universe is constantly testing if you'll choose the higher pole of polarity, or if you'll fall back to the lower one. And that's why awareness is everything. Because when you can look at a challenge and say, this is my training ground for alchemy and self-mastery, suddenly you stop seeing life as something that happens to you, and start seeing it as something that's shaping you into who you are meant to be, a wisdom keeper, a vessel of sacred knowledge. And let's be honest, comfort is often the enemy of transformation. You grow stronger by facing discomfort, not by avoiding it. The Kybalion aligns perfectly with Eastern teachings like the Bhagavad Gita on this. If life gives you everything easily, without struggle, how would you ever refine yourself? Polarity and vibration exist, so that you have the friction needed for growth. And here's where mental elevation becomes crucial. When you choose to see every hardship as a tool for building strength and virtue, you move up the vibrational plane, transforming even pain into power. And as we reflect on that, it naturally leads to one final step. How do we apply all of this consciously and practically in our daily lives? Because knowing about polarity, vibration, and Hermetic wisdom is only half the journey. The real test is what you do when the moment comes to choose between reacting or transforming. So let's move now into exactly that, the practical application of polarity, and how you can use it every day to shape yourself and your reality in alignment with the universal laws. The practical application of polarity in daily life. Now let's get real, because knowing about polarity and vibration is one thing, but applying these principles every day is where real alchemy happens. The Kybalion makes it clear. You are constantly moving along the scale of polarity, whether you realize it or not. So the real question is, are you moving by conscious choice or just reacting to life? One of the simplest yet most powerful things you can do is curate your environment. Yes, it's that practical. Surround yourself with noble vibrations, books like the Kybalion, music that lifts you, conversations that bring insight, not gossip or negativity. Because everything you expose yourself to is shaping your vibrational plane, pushing you toward higher or lower poles. Another key practice is to become radically aware of what you consume emotionally and mentally. Think about it. Every piece of music, every movie, every conversation has a vibration. When you constantly watch violent, dark, or shallow content, you are tuning your mind to that frequency. And don't be surprised if your thoughts and emotions start vibrating on that level. Hermetic wisdom teaches that you are responsible for what you allow into your mind and heart, because what you invite in becomes what you give out. So if you want to live in higher frequencies, peace, strength, wisdom, you have to actively choose what feeds those vibrations. And here's something practical you can do today. Catch yourself in a lower emotion like anger, fear, or jealousy, and consciously name its opposite. Then ask, how can I shift 1 degree closer to that opposite? For example, if you're feeling anger, what would 1 degree toward patience look like? Not perfection, just one step. This is how mental transmutation works in real life, not by pretending negative emotions don't exist, but by recognizing that within every emotion lies its opposite, waiting to be activated. And every time you choose to shift, you exercise the muscle of self-mastery and refine your moral vibration. Also, remember that vibration is social, it's shared. So who you spend time with matters deeply. If you're constantly surrounded by people who vibrate in fear, anger, or mediocrity, it takes massive effort to hold a higher state. But when you seek out conversations with people who are committed to spiritual evolution, consciousness, and wisdom, something amazing happens. Your own vibration rises naturally. This is why Hermetic circles and wisdom communities are so powerful. Together, aligned with universal laws, people help lift each other in ways that are impossible alone. So if you haven't found your circle yet, maybe it's time to start creating one. And here's the final piece. With knowledge comes responsibility. Once you understand the principle of polarity and how vibration shapes your life, you can't unlearn it. You're now accountable for choosing your pole, for deliberately aligning with higher truths. And that responsibility is sacred. Because when you master this, you don't just transform yourself, you become a guide, an example, a living transmission of sacred knowledge. And as we approach the closing reflections on this entire path, we'll see why this lifelong process of transformation and fidelity to higher principles is the very essence of walking as an initiate in this world. The principle of rhythm. In the Kybalion, Hermeticism presents us with 7 universal laws, each governing a different aspect of reality. These laws aren't just philosophical ideas, they are fundamental truths that shape every level of existence, from the material world to the spiritual planes. The first of these laws is the principle of mentalism, which states that the universe is mental, and everything that happens in it is a product of thought and consciousness. Understanding this principle means recognizing that our thoughts shape our reality, that what we believe has a profound impact on what we experience. It's the foundation for self-improvement, because once you realize the power of your mind, you start seeing how thoughts and intentions manifest in the material world. Next, we encounter the principle of correspondence, which is encapsulated in the phrase, as above, so below, as below, so above. This principle shows us that everything is connected, that the same laws that govern the cosmos also apply to our personal lives. This law invites us to look at patterns in the universe, how everything from the movements of the stars to the oscillations of our emotions reflect a universal order. By understanding these correspondences, we gain insight into how our inner world mirrors the outer world, and how mental transmutation can bring about real change in our lives. It's about seeing connections where others see only random events. The principle of vibration is a powerful one. It reminds us that everything in existence is in constant motion, from the smallest atom to the farthest star. Nothing is still, and everything has a frequency. This law teaches us that to manifest what we want in life, we must match our vibration to what we seek. Whether it's love, success, or peace, we must raise our vibrational frequency to align with the energy we want to attract. By understanding and working with vibration, we gain control over the forces that shape our reality. This principle offers practical tools for self-transmutation. To change your life, you must first change your frequency. Then comes the principle of polarity, which highlights the duality that exists in everything, hot and cold, light and dark, good and evil. It shows us that opposites are really the same thing, differing only in degree. This principle teaches us that everything has its opposite, but these opposites aren't enemies, they are complementary. This understanding helps us realize that we can transform negative experiences by shifting our perception of them. Instead of resisting life's challenges, we learn to embrace the rhythm of polarity, understanding that every hardship has a hidden lesson, and that transcending duality leads to unity and balance in our lives. Lastly, the principle of rhythm tells us that everything in the universe follows a rhythm, like the ebb and flow of tides, the rise and fall of nations, and the emotional oscillations within each of us. This principle teaches us that life is a cycle of expansion and contraction, and that the flow of life moves between polarities in a constant rhythm. Embracing this rhythm allows us to ride the waves of life rather than struggle against them. By learning to flow with the natural cycles, we gain greater control over our lives and can avoid being overwhelmed by external forces. Recognizing this rhythm also helps us understand the cause and effect of every action, allowing us to act with perseverance and willpower, steering our lives in the direction we desire. Symbolism and the role of knowledge. When we dive into Hermeticism, one of the first things we encounter is the importance of symbolism. In the Kybalion, we're not just presented with abstract ideas, we're given symbols that serve as keys to unlock the deeper meaning of existence. These symbols are not mere pictures or representations, they are living expressions of universal truths. The symbolic language is a way of communicating with the unconscious, allowing us to tap into knowledge that is beyond the capacity of the rational mind alone. It's no wonder that great philosophers, mystics, and even artists have relied on symbols to express ideas that words simply cannot capture. One of the most powerful symbols in Hermeticism is the image of the divine flame. This flame represents the spark of life, the light of consciousness, and the essence of creation itself. But here's the key. The divine flame is not static, it requires constant maintenance. Just like a fire needs fuel, attention, and nurturing to survive, so does our own inner flame of wisdom and insight. The Kybalion teaches us that we must keep the flame alive through learning, perseverance, and constant engagement with knowledge. This isn't just a one-time effort, it's an ongoing process of self-construction, where every bit of knowledge we gain adds to the strength of our inner light. In the Hermetic tradition, knowledge is sacred. It's not about accumulating facts for the sake of it, but about transmitting wisdom, passing on the truths that can help others navigate life with balance, awareness, and virtue. Knowledge is a tool for spiritual evolution, helping us transcend the mundane and connect with the spiritual planes. But there's a catch. To understand the knowledge, we must embody it first. It's not enough to read about virtue, we must live it. The Kybalion urges us to apply the teachings and become the embodiment of wisdom. Only then can we truly understand the deeper meaning of life and help others walk the same path. And it's not just about knowledge for knowledge's sake. Hermeticism teaches us that the role of the human being is to not only seek knowledge but to pass it on. This is a collective responsibility. By transmitting wisdom, we contribute to the spiritual development of humanity. When you live by the Hermetic principles, you are not just improving yourself, you are becoming a conduit for universal laws to flow through you, helping others in their self-discovery and spiritual journeys. In a way, you become a guide, someone who illuminates the path for others to follow, just as the divine flame illuminates the darkness. Ultimately, symbolism and knowledge are about alignment, aligning yourself with the greater forces of the universe and understanding how your actions, thoughts, and feelings manifest reality. Every symbolic vision and every piece of knowledge you encounter is a reflection of the universal laws in motion. The more you understand these symbols and integrate them into your life, the more you tap into the flow of cosmic wisdom. And when you align your life with these laws, synchronicity becomes a natural part of your existence. Events, people, and opportunities line up with your highest purpose, guiding you towards spiritual ascension. The principle of rhythm teaches us that everything in the universe moves in cycles. Life itself is an endless dance, expansion and contraction, rise and fall, tides coming in and going out. The Kybalion describes how this rhythm flows through all aspects of existence, from the cosmic scale down to our personal lives. This principle reveals that everything has its periods of increase and decrease, and nothing is ever completely still. Whether it's the changing of seasons, the rhythm of the economy, or the oscillations of our emotions, understanding this principle allows us to recognize the natural flow of life. By aligning ourselves with that flow, we can move through the challenges of life more easily, just as a sailor adjusts their sails to the wind. In Hermeticism, the pendulum is a key symbol representing this rhythm. The pendulum swings between two extremes, joy and sorrow, success and failure, peace and turmoil, but it's never stagnant. The key to mastering this principle is learning to ride the pendulum. Instead of fighting the inevitable swings, we can learn to flow with them. For example, think about times when you felt overwhelmed by extreme emotions, either soaring in happiness or sinking in despair. These swings are part of the rhythm of life, but by mastering our thoughts and emotions, we can soften the impact of these swings and find balance within the oscillations. The universe doesn't ask us to control the rhythm, but to master how we respond to it. The principle of rhythm also helps us understand the cycles of history and personal development. Jung himself was deeply interested in the cyclical nature of human existence, where societies rise and fall in rhythmic patterns. Think of revolutions, the birth of empires, and even the rise of new technologies. These patterns repeat in cycles, just as personal growth follows the rhythms of expansion and contraction. For example, when you embark on self-improvement, you may experience periods of rapid growth followed by moments of setbacks or stagnation. Rather than seeing these periods as failures, the principle of rhythm invites us to see them as natural cycles, part of the ongoing flow of life. With awareness and patience, we can move through these cycles with greater resilience. But how do we use this knowledge to manifest what we desire? Understanding the principle of rhythm shows us that everything in life, including our desires, is subject to cycles. When you align your actions with the rhythm of life, you are more likely to be in sync with opportunities as they arise. For instance, in business, the rhythm of the market can sometimes feel unpredictable, but by understanding patterns and cycles, you can anticipate changes and position yourself for success. The key is to stay aware of the flow, trust the process, and make decisions with patience, knowing that this too shall pass, whether you're experiencing growth or facing challenges. In essence, the principle of rhythm teaches us to flow with life instead of fighting against it. Acceptance doesn't mean passivity. It means working in harmony with the natural cycles of the universe. When you find that balance, the rhythm of life becomes less of a force that controls you and more of a tool you can use for personal evolution and success. Just as the pendulum swings, so too do the seasons of your life, with moments of expansion and contraction, and it is in the ability to move with the rhythm, rather than resisting it, that true freedom and mastery are found. The law of duality and oscillation. The law of duality is one of the most profound universal principles in Hermeticism. It teaches us that the entire manifested world operates through dual forces, hot and cold, light and dark, good and evil. But here's the catch. These opposites aren't actually opposites. They are complementary and interconnected. The Kybalion explains that opposites are really the same thing, differing only in degree. For instance, heat and cold are both manifestations of the same energy, just in different levels. Understanding this allows us to see beyond duality, to recognize the unity that underlies all of existence. Everything we perceive as an opposite is really part of a larger spectrum of experience. This law of duality is reflected in all areas of life, emotions, relationships, even our thoughts. Have you ever noticed how, in the highest moments of joy, there's often the potential for sorrow, or how in moments of great success, there may come the fear of failure? This is the oscillation of dual forces at work. The key is not to get stuck in one side, to recognize that each extreme is part of a natural rhythm. The pendulum of life will swing from light to dark, from joy to sorrow, but the goal is to find balance in the middle. When we understand this rhythmic law of duality, we no longer need to fear one extreme or the other. We can embrace the whole experience as part of the flow of life. Duality also exists at a deeper level, the difference between the material and spiritual planes. The material world operates on physical dualities, hot and cold, light and dark, but the spiritual planes operate on different principles. The principles of Hermeticism show that the material world is but a reflection of the spiritual world. Everything that happens in the physical world is rooted in spiritual law. Just like cycles of day and night, the law of duality teaches us that we must pass through dual experiences to achieve balance and growth. In spiritual terms, we must integrate both the light and dark aspects of our nature to reach wholeness. This is individuation, the process of becoming the fullest expression of our higher self. But how does this play out in our daily lives? Think about the constant oscillation of experiences you go through. Every season of growth has its season of rest. Every victory has its lesson of humility, and every success is balanced by the potential for failure. Embracing duality means accepting that you cannot have light without dark. The two are inseparable. Rather than running away from discomfort or the darker side of life, you start seeing it as a chance for growth. When you can learn to flow with the changes, to ride the pendulum of duality, you not only grow in strength, but also develop a deeper understanding of your place in the cosmic order. Understanding the law of duality and oscillation also gives us insight into the nature of cycles, the eternal return. Every action has a consequence, and the law of cause and effect ensures that everything returns to us in due time. This is why self-reflection, self-awareness, and self-transmutation are so important. By transmuting negative thoughts into positive action, we create new rhythms in our lives, ones that are aligned with higher principles and virtues. The more we align with the law of duality, the more we can manifest balance, peace, and stability in our lives, instead of being tossed back and forth by the chaotic swings of life's pendulum. The impact of rhythm on human life. When we understand the principle of rhythm, it becomes clear that life is a constant flow of cycles, expansion and contraction, ups and downs, moments of joy and moments of sorrow. The Kybalion teaches us that nothing in the universe stays the same, and this natural rhythm affects every aspect of our existence, including our emotions, thoughts, and physical health. We all experience emotional oscillations, times when we feel on top of the world, followed by moments when we feel completely drained or overwhelmed. Recognizing that these rhythmic cycles are a natural part of life can help us stop fighting against them and instead learn to ride the waves. In human life, the oscillation of emotions is perhaps one of the most noticeable effects of rhythm. One day you may feel euphoric, filled with energy, inspiration, and a sense of accomplishment, while the next, you may fall into a state of despair, anxiety, or fatigue. These emotional swings are perfectly normal, and they are often the result of the inner pull between opposing forces, our desires, our fears, and the need for balance. Understanding rhythm means learning to navigate these emotional cycles, rather than being dragged down by them. For instance, during periods of emotional high, you might focus on building momentum, while during low periods you can reflect, recharge, and prepare for the next phase of growth. This emotional oscillation is connected to the principle of cause and effect. For every action, there is a corresponding reaction. The rhythms of life, such as the cycles of work, rest, and play, influence our mental state, and those rhythms can also lead to extremes. In a world obsessed with success, productivity, and achievement, many people feel constant pressure to maintain high energy levels. This societal rhythm encourages vices, such as excessive work, consumption, and external validation. The Kybalion teaches us that true balance comes when we acknowledge the rhythms of our body and mind, and not when we push ourselves beyond our natural limits. The law of rhythm also gives us insight into the cycles of our health and well-being. Just like the seasons, our physical and mental states follow cycles of growth, rest, recovery, and renewal. By understanding this rhythm, we learn to flow with life instead of fighting against it. For example, if you're feeling mentally drained or emotionally exhausted, it's important to honor the rhythm of rest and recovery. In contrast, when you feel energized and inspired, you can capitalize on that rhythm of growth to make significant strides toward your goals. Life is about knowing when to push forward and when to retreat for renewal, a skill that comes from self-awareness and attunement to the natural flow. Ultimately, the impact of rhythm on human life is profound. The rhythmic oscillations between joy and sorrow, light and dark, create the conditions for personal evolution. Instead of fearing the inevitable lows or trying to avoid the natural rhythms, we can embrace them as the vehicle of transformation. By consciously choosing how to engage with these rhythms, we can create harmony in our lives, allowing us to manifest balance, resilience, and peace of mind, no matter what the cycles of life bring our way. This understanding brings us closer to self-mastery and allows us to remain grounded and centered, no matter the fluctuations around us. Transcending the pendulum effect. When we understand the principle of rhythm, we begin to realize that life is like a pendulum, swinging back and forth between extremes. Whether it's emotional highs and lows, success and failure, or periods of peace and chaos, the pendulum effect is an inherent part of the universe. However, the challenge lies in how we respond to this oscillation. The Kybalion teaches us that while we cannot control the natural rhythm of the universe, we can control our response. In essence, we can transcend the pendulum by choosing to maintain balance, no matter the external circumstances. This doesn't mean avoiding the natural swings. It means mastering the art of centeredness amidst them. To transcend the pendulum, we must first recognize its pull. It's easy to get caught in the rush of life, whether we're caught up in emotional turbulence or we're swept away by the external pressures of society. But the first step is always awareness. When we're aware of the pendulum's effect, we can make a conscious choice to hold our ground. For instance, if you're experiencing a moment of emotional euphoria, it's important to recognize that this too shall pass, and to ground yourself in the present rather than being carried away. On the flip side, when you're facing suffering or sadness, understanding the pendulum's rhythm allows you to stay calm, knowing that the low will eventually give way to a high. One of the most powerful ways to transcend the pendulum is through self-transmutation. This concept, deeply embedded in Hermetic philosophy, teaches us that we have the power to transform our responses to life's rhythms. For example, when facing adversity, instead of succumbing to frustration or despair, we can transform those feelings into motivation and action. The key is to shift your vibration, to raise your energy to a higher state, and to respond to challenges with clarity and intention. By doing this, we don't just passively ride the pendulum. We take an active role in guiding its swing in a direction that serves our growth and spiritual evolution. But how do we build this inner strength to transcend the pendulum? It starts with defining ourselves through virtues. Self-mastery isn't about controlling the world around us. It's about controlling our inner world. By cultivating virtues such as patience, discipline, and resilience, we create a solid foundation within ourselves that remains undisturbed by external fluctuations. In practice, this means making daily decisions that align with your highest ideals, even when it feels tempting to fall into the natural rhythms of chaos or indulgence. For instance, if you're feeling stressed, instead of giving in to the urge to overeat or procrastinate, you could choose to meditate, exercise, or engage in an activity that grounds you in your highest self. The most crucial element in transcending the pendulum is decision-making. Every choice we make is an opportunity to define who we are and what we stand for. Instead of being tossed around by life's rhythm, we can make conscious decisions that reflect our true values and align us with the flow of the universe. This is not a passive journey. It's an active process of creating balance, using our willpower, and choosing the high road even when the low road seems easier. The more we practice this art of self-reflection, awareness, and discipline, the more we master the pendulum's swing, and the more we create lasting inner peace and stability. Learning from experience. One of the most powerful tools in self-improvement and spiritual evolution is our ability to learn from experience. The idea that we learn from our mistakes is not just a cliché. It's an essential part of Hermetic philosophy. The Kybalion reminds us that every experience, whether positive or negative, has a lesson to offer. But here's the catch: you have to be willing to learn. Too often we go through life blaming external circumstances, or even ourselves, instead of stopping to ask, what is this situation teaching me? The ability to reflect on experiences, to see each mistake as an opportunity for growth, is what separates those who stagnate from those who evolve. Perseverance is key here. Learning from experience requires more than just passing through challenges. It requires the will to keep moving forward, no matter how hard things get. Every person who has ever achieved anything significant has encountered obstacles and setbacks. But what makes them stand out is their ability to keep going. The Kybalion teaches us that by working in alignment with the universal laws, we can transform these obstacles into stepping stones for success. For example, when faced with a challenge, instead of feeling defeated, think of it as an opportunity to apply your virtues, patience, discipline, and resilience. By responding to setbacks with grace and persistence, we align ourselves with the rhythm of the universe, ensuring our personal growth. But learning from experience also involves a shift in perspective. It's not just about looking back at a failure and asking, what went wrong? It's about asking, what did I learn from this? Every person you meet, every mistake you make, and even every success can offer valuable lessons. This mindset is at the core of self-mastery. Take a moment to reflect on your past challenges. Did you grow from them? Did you learn something about yourself, your strengths, or your weaknesses? If you can transform your experiences into lessons, you'll find that every situation, no matter how difficult, becomes an opportunity for self-transmutation. The greatest minds in history, from Plato to Nietzsche, embraced the concept of learning from experience. They didn't see mistakes as failures, but as necessary steps in the process of self-actualization. This process involves choosing to reflect on life's lessons with intention and awareness, instead of simply allowing life to pass us by. The more we embrace this mindset, the more we realize that growth is not linear. Some of our greatest insights come from unexpected sources, and often, the most profound wisdom comes after we've made mistakes and reflected on them. By learning from our experiences, we deepen our understanding of who we are and what we're truly capable of. Finally, learning from experience is about developing a personal philosophy, one that is based on reflection, self-awareness, and a deep understanding of life's rhythms. Instead of passively following the paths of others, you create your own path, shaped by the wisdom you've gained through your experiences. The Kybalion emphasizes the importance of self-reflection and the constant pursuit of knowledge. By developing your personal philosophy, you transform yourself from someone who merely reacts to life into someone who actively shapes their own destiny. The concept of neutralization. One of the most empowering ideas in Hermeticism is the concept of neutralization. In the Kybalion, we learn that to transcend life's rhythms and oscillations, we must learn to neutralize their effects. This is not about denying life's natural cycles, but about mastering our response to them. The pendulum of life swings between opposites, between highs and lows, but neutralization allows us to choose a higher state of consciousness, where we are no longer controlled by the extremes of joy and sorrow, success and failure. Instead, we anchor ourselves in a balanced center, where we can remain unaffected by the oscillations that normally cause turbulence in our emotional, mental, and spiritual states. Neutralization requires discipline and awareness. It's a conscious effort to transcend the reactive patterns that keep us stuck in the pendulum's swing. The key is to hold ourselves steady, regardless of what is happening around us. Think of a stormy sea. The waves rise and fall, but if we are anchored deep within, we don't get tossed by every wave. This is how we must approach life's fluctuations. When we master the art of neutralization, we begin to find peace in chaos, clarity in confusion, and stability in uncertainty. It's not about avoiding the challenges that life throws at us, but about responding with intention, rather than being swept away by external forces. To neutralize, we must also recognize the power of virtue. Virtue acts as a stabilizer in the face of life's chaotic rhythms. By embodying virtues like patience, humility, and discipline, we strengthen our ability to stay centered when life pulls us in opposite directions. For example, when we're faced with anger or frustration, we can neutralize these emotions by consciously choosing patience. When faced with fear or doubt, we can neutralize them by choosing confidence and trust. The Kybalion teaches that the more we align with virtues, the more we cultivate an inner strength that shields us from the extremes of the pendulum. Another important aspect of neutralization is self-definition. In a world that often pushes us to conform to external expectations, neutralization allows us to define who we are without being swept up by external pressures. When you have a clear understanding of your own values and purpose, you remain unwavering in your commitment to those values, regardless of the shifting tides of external opinions. This self-mastery becomes the foundation of true freedom, because we no longer need to react to life. Instead, we proactively shape our responses based on our highest ideals. The ultimate goal of neutralization is to reach a state of spiritual stability, where external circumstances no longer dictate our internal state. The Kybalion tells us that this doesn't mean suppressing emotions or denying the natural rhythm of life, but rather understanding and controlling how we engage with life's changes. By mastering neutralization, we can live with greater peace, balance, and clarity, even in the face of challenges. This is not an easy task, but it is the path to true self-mastery, allowing us to transcend the pendulum effect and live in harmony with the natural flow of the universe. The consequences of pleasure and suffering. The Kybalion teaches us a profound truth. Pleasure and suffering are two sides of the same coin. While society often encourages us to pursue pleasure and avoid suffering, Hermeticism offers a different perspective. According to the law of polarity, every pleasure contains the seed of suffering, and every suffering holds the potential for future pleasure. This cyclical nature of pleasure and suffering is a universal law that governs our experience in the material world. When we chase after pleasure without understanding this law, we set ourselves up for future dissatisfaction. The pursuit of unmoderated pleasure often leads to overindulgence, which inevitably results in suffering, whether physical, emotional, or spiritual. Take, for example, the constant pursuit of material success or sensory pleasures. We live in a world where instant gratification is the norm, and people often chase after pleasure, thinking it will bring them happiness. But the Kybalion reminds us that pleasure's fleeting nature is what makes it so dangerous. When we seek pleasure without balance, we set ourselves on a cycle of endless cravings that never truly satisfy. This is the pendulum effect at work. Pleasure leads to excess, and excess leads to suffering. True wisdom lies not in the avoidance of pleasure, but in finding balance, enjoying life's pleasures without becoming enslaved by them. Suffering, too, plays a crucial role in this process. While suffering is often seen as something to avoid, it's important to recognize that suffering can lead to growth. Just as pleasure can be fleeting, suffering often has a deeper purpose. It teaches us valuable lessons. Every hardship you experience has the potential to teach you more about yourself and the world around you. The Kybalion shows us that by embracing suffering as a teacher, we can transform it into an opportunity for self-reflection and personal growth. For example, a setback in your career may feel like suffering, but it could be a catalyst for reevaluating your goals and ultimately leading you to a more fulfilling path. What's crucial to understand is that neither pleasure nor suffering should define us. In Hermeticism, the goal is transcendence, to rise above the dualities of pleasure and suffering and see them for what they truly are, temporary states that come and go. The key is to maintain equanimity, a balanced state of mind that is not disturbed by the external world's ups and downs. Through this balance, we can experience pleasure without addiction and suffering without despair. True spiritual growth comes from learning to detach from both extremes and seeing them as part of the natural rhythm of life. Ultimately, the Hermetic view teaches us that both pleasure and suffering are inherent parts of the human experience. Rather than resisting them, we must learn from them and find a way to transcend their effects. By cultivating self-awareness and spiritual discipline, we can navigate these polarities with wisdom and grace, and not let either one define us. Pleasure and suffering are like waves on the ocean. They rise and fall, but if we remain anchored in our higher self, we can ride the waves without being swept away. In this way, we transcend the pendulum effect and find peace in the natural cycles of life. The influence of thought and decision-making. The Kybalion emphasizes the immense power of thought in shaping our reality. Our thoughts are not mere fleeting moments in the mind. They are the blueprints of our lives. Every thought carries with it the potential to manifest change. This is the power of the conscious mind, and it's one of the most important principles in Hermetic philosophy. What you think, you become. This simple but profound truth is the foundation of personal development. The mind is a creative force, and the more conscious we are of our thoughts, the more we can direct them toward our highest aspirations. It's not just about thinking positively. It's about aligning your thoughts with your purpose and taking deliberate action. Decision-making is intrinsically tied to the thoughts we entertain. Every decision you make is a result of your mental state, your beliefs, and your thought patterns. The Kybalion teaches us that to make better decisions, we must first cultivate awareness of our mental habits. How often do we make decisions out of impulse or emotional reactivity instead of thoughtful consideration? The Kybalion advises us to train our minds to make decisions based on rationality and clarity, not on the whim of external influences or fleeting emotions. The more you align your thoughts with universal principles, the more you'll be able to make conscious decisions that align with your true purpose and spiritual evolution. What's even more powerful is the recognition that our thoughts influence the collective consciousness. Just as our personal vibrational frequency affects our reality, our thoughts contribute to the shared energy of the world around us. Think about how we are all impacted by societal trends, media narratives, and social pressures. When we fail to critically assess these influences, we unconsciously conform to the thoughts and behaviors of the collective. But by cultivating independent thought, we can choose not to follow the herd and instead make decisions based on our personal truth. This isn't just about making better choices for ourselves. It's about contributing to the collective well-being by consciously shaping the energy around us. In decision-making, there's also a powerful reminder that thoughts and actions are deeply intertwined. The Kybalion teaches us that the mental realm and the material realm are deeply connected. When we think with clarity, our actions naturally follow suit. It's not enough to simply think positive thoughts. We must also align our actions with those thoughts. For instance, if you're thinking about financial success, your thoughts must also lead you to take practical steps, learning new skills, networking, and setting achievable goals. Your thoughts act as the compass, but your actions are the vehicle that takes you to your destination. Ultimately, mastering your thoughts and decisions means mastering your destiny. Every choice you make, every thought you entertain, shapes the reality you experience. The Kybalion teaches us that by understanding and aligning with the universal laws, we gain greater control over our lives. The power of decision-making is not about avoiding mistakes. It's about making conscious, informed decisions that move us closer to our higher purpose. The more we train our minds to think clearly and decisively, the more we can manifest our desires and live in harmony with the universe's flow. Overcoming the fear of change. One of the most profound challenges we face in life is the fear of change. This fear often stems from uncertainty, a resistance to stepping into the unknown. The Kybalion teaches us that change is the only constant in the universe. Just as the rhythm of life moves between poles, our personal lives are subject to the cycles of growth and transformation. But it's easy to become attached to the familiar, even when we know that change is necessary for our growth. We may resist leaving a comfortable job, ending a relationship, or starting something new, because we fear what lies ahead. However, true spiritual growth and personal evolution are only possible when we embrace the inevitable changes that come with life's rhythms. Fear of change often arises from our ego's desire for stability and control. The ego, which represents our conscious identity, seeks to maintain a sense of order and certainty in life. When change disrupts this order, it can trigger feelings of insecurity and vulnerability. However, the Kybalion teaches us that to truly evolve, we must learn to transcend the ego's need for control and trust in the natural flow of the universe. Surrendering to change doesn't mean giving up control. It means recognizing that change is a tool for transformation, a tool that allows us to expand and grow into our fullest potential. The power of decision-making also plays a critical role in overcoming the fear of change. The Kybalion emphasizes that thoughts create reality, and our decisions shape our future. When faced with a change, we can choose to see it as an opportunity for growth and self-improvement. Instead of seeing change as a threat, we can choose to see it as a chance to align with a higher purpose. Whether it's a career shift, a lifestyle change, or even a change in mindset, the choice to embrace change is one that ultimately shapes our success. By making the conscious decision to embrace change, We not only overcome the fear, but empower ourselves to evolve into the person we are meant to become. However, embracing change is not without its challenges. It requires resilience and the willingness to step outside of our comfort zones. The Kybalion reminds us that the law of rhythm means life will oscillate, and at times, the natural cycles of growth may feel uncomfortable. But it's precisely during these times that we must push through resistance and stay committed to our higher vision. For example, if you want to build a business, you will face uncertainty, failure, and self-doubt. But by trusting the process and embracing the changes along the way, you will find that the fear diminishes as you take each step with faith and perseverance. In the end, overcoming the fear of change comes down to understanding that change is the vehicle of evolution. Change allows us to break free from outdated patterns, habits, and beliefs that no longer serve us. The Kybalion teaches that our ability to adapt to change is directly tied to our spiritual evolution. The more we learn to embrace change rather than resist it, the more we align with the flow of the universe. And in this flow, we find peace, purpose, and the freedom to create the life we truly desire. The Principle of Causality. In the Kybalion, knowledge isn't just about acquiring facts or information. It's about understanding universal truths that govern the universe and applying them to our lives. The text invites us to embrace not only the power of knowledge, but also the responsibility that comes with transmitting that knowledge. As we read the words of Hermes Trismegistus, we are reminded that wisdom is something to be passed forward, a legacy of teachings meant to illuminate not just the individual, but the collective consciousness of humanity. The Kybalion itself was written in the early 1900s, yet it draws deeply from ancient wisdom, particularly from the Hermetic tradition, which spans back to the Egyptians. This blend of modern insight and ancient teachings reinforces a key point. Knowledge is timeless, and its value is not diminished by the passage of time. While modern tools and technologies may advance, the universal laws that govern us remain constant. The Kybalion teaches us that true wisdom transcends the era it was written in. It is applicable across all ages, cultures, and civilizations. In our modern world, however, it's easy to fall into the trap of disregarding older forms of wisdom simply because they may not fit into our current worldview. Many people today turn to the internet, popular culture, or mainstream institutions for guidance, while neglecting the lessons of philosophers like Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, whose thoughts continue to shape our understanding of life. But the Kybalion challenges us to discern the true value of knowledge, not based on its age, but on its universal applicability. It encourages us to question everything and to think critically about the wisdom we choose to follow. This brings us to a crucial point. Critical thinking is essential for the proper transmission of knowledge. It's not enough to simply absorb information. We must engage with it, analyze it, and integrate it into our understanding of the world. The Hermetic philosophy presented in the Kybalion invites us to be active participants in our learning rather than passive consumers. To truly grasp the concepts within Hermeticism, we must reflect deeply on them and apply them to our daily lives, so they become not just intellectual concepts but living truths. In today's world, where attention spans are short and distractions are many, it's increasingly challenging to engage with philosophical works like the Kybalion in a meaningful way. Yet this is precisely why this knowledge is so crucial. The modern age has lost much of its depth in favor of convenience. The Kybalion offers us a chance to slow down, to contemplate, and to integrate timeless wisdom into our rapidly changing world. It reminds us that true learning comes not from speed, but from depth, deep thought, critical reflection, and the integration of ancient wisdom into our daily lives. The law of causality, one of the core principles in the Kybalion, tells us that every effect has a cause, and every cause produces an effect. It may sound simple, But this principle has profound implications for how we view the universe and our place within it. Most people believe in randomness, assuming that certain events happen by chance, but this is an illusion. The Kybalion reminds us that there is no true randomness in the universe. Everything happens for a reason and is part of a greater order. The concept of causality invites us to see that the universe operates in a highly ordered, interconnected way. Nothing is isolated. Everything influences everything else. This is a key lesson of Hermetic philosophy. Nothing in nature is random. As Henri Poincaré put it, chance is a measure of our ignorance. What we perceive as chance is simply our inability to understand the deeper forces at work behind every event. When we learn to perceive those forces, we realize that life is governed by cause and effect at every level. In our daily lives, we see this law at work all the time. Our actions, thoughts, and emotions ripple out and create effects that we often don't see immediately. The Kybalion teaches that the thoughts we entertain and the choices we make today have a direct impact on our future. Every moment we are creating causes, whether we're aware of it or not. The beauty of causality is that it empowers us to take responsibility for the world we create. By recognizing the law of cause and effect, we become active participants in our own lives, rather than passive bystanders. It's easy to feel like life is just happening to us, but the truth is, we are the ones creating the causes that shape our lives. The Kybalion invites us to examine the choices we make and how those choices shape the effects we experience. If we want to change our circumstances, we must first understand the causes we've created. Causality isn't about fate or destiny. It's about awareness and conscious choice. We are in control, but it requires constant reflection and awareness of the decisions we make every day. In practical terms, understanding causality means recognizing that everything we do has consequences, small or large. Our thoughts, actions, and words all set causes into motion that influence not just our own lives, but also the world around us. By becoming more mindful of the causes we create, we gain the power to shape our future. The Kybalion teaches that life is not just about chance. It's about understanding the laws that govern us and using them to create a life of intention and purpose. The role of karma and cause-effect relationships. The law of causality directly connects to the concept of karma, which is a central idea in many philosophical traditions, including Hinduism and Buddhism. In the Kybalion, this relationship between cause and effect is expanded, showing us that the actions we take, the thoughts we entertain, and the emotions we feel create a ripple effect that shapes our future experiences. Karma is not just a spiritual concept. It's the living manifestation of the law of cause and effect in action. Every cause we generate sets into motion an effect that will eventually return to us. Understanding karma requires a shift in perspective. Life is not just a series of random events. Every event we encounter is a result of previous causes, whether they be from this lifetime or from previous ones. The Kybalion teaches that these causes are often rooted in the unconscious mind, and so understanding them requires deep self-awareness. The more we learn about ourselves, the more we can recognize the causes that we have set in motion in the past and actively work to correct or redirect them in the future. In this way, we start taking responsibility for our own destiny. The law of karma is not about punishment or reward in a simplistic sense. It's about learning and growth. Karma teaches us that life events are not random, but are part of a greater cosmic order. When we experience suffering, it's often a result of past actions, whether from this life or a previous one. But suffering isn't meant to be a source of despair. It's an opportunity for us to learn, to transmute our negative energy, and to grow in ways we hadn't considered before. Every effect, whether positive or negative, offers a lesson in spiritual evolution. In the context of the Kybalion, karma is an opportunity for self-transmutation. We have the ability to transmute negative karma by shifting our thoughts, actions, and emotions. When we learn to align with higher principles, we can reduce the negative effects we encounter and instead create positive causes that lead to greater harmony and growth. By consciously choosing to act with wisdom and discernment, we begin to understand the law of karma as a tool for spiritual development, rather than an inevitable, unchangeable force. One of the key insights of karma is the idea that the universe always provides us with the opportunity to correct our mistakes. It's easy to feel trapped by our past actions, but the Kybalion offers us a profound teaching. Every cause we set in motion can be transformed. Karma doesn't have to be something that defines us forever. It can be something we learn from, and in doing so, we rise to higher states of awareness and personal growth. By embracing the law of causality and karma, we can truly shape the future we want to create. The illusion of chance and the order of the universe. In the Kybalion, one of the most profound teachings is the idea that what we perceive as randomness or chance is, in fact, an illusion. The law of cause and effect reveals that every event is part of a larger order, and nothing happens by pure accident. Even events that seem completely random are part of the interconnected web of existence, and the more we understand this, the more we can align ourselves with the universal laws that govern the universe. The idea that the universe is based on order rather than chaos is not only central to Hermetic philosophy, but also to the metaphysical truth that underpins all reality. The Kybalion teaches that if we take a close look at the world, we'll notice that even the most seemingly random events follow patterns. This is seen in everything from the cosmic cycles to natural rhythms in life. The universe is a vast system, and nothing exists in isolation. Fritjof Capra, in his work, underscores that complex systems like human society or even the natural world do not emerge from random accidents. They are instead the result of underlying principles, just like the principles outlined in the Kybalion. This order is evident when we examine the natural world and its cyclical nature. Tides, seasons, and even historical cycles demonstrate the rhythmic flow of the universe. The Kybalion teaches us that if we understand the principle of rhythm, we begin to see that everything has its season, its time of growth and decay, and its inevitable return. Life and death, creation and destruction, these cycles repeat themselves not randomly, but according to the laws of nature that govern the cosmos. If the universe were truly governed by random chance, life would be chaotic and unpredictable, lacking structure and meaning. But the Kybalion asserts that order is the fundamental foundation of existence. By understanding that everything in the universe is interconnected, we can begin to perceive the patterns that guide our lives. Once we align ourselves with this universal order, we can make conscious decisions that work with the natural flow of the universe instead of against it. This is the essence of spiritual evolution, learning to live in harmony with the laws of nature. The illusion of randomness also affects how we view our personal experiences. Many of us feel that we are merely reacting to life rather than actively creating it. However, by embracing the principles in the Kybalion, we can see that our actions are part of a greater cosmic flow. This recognition allows us to break free from the belief that we are powerless in shaping our lives. Instead, we begin to see that everything we do, every thought, word, and deed, contributes to the order and direction of our existence. By understanding the laws of cause and effect, we regain control over our future and embrace the certainty that everything happens for a reason. Cause and effect in personal and collective life. In the Kybalion, the principle of cause and effect is not just a personal lesson, but a universal law that affects both our individual lives and the collective experience. Every action, thought, and emotion we create sends out a ripple that affects not only ourselves but also those around us. This interconnectedness emphasizes that no one is isolated. Our choices, big or small, contribute to a larger web of causes and effects that shape the world. The Kybalion urges us to understand the profound impact of our decisions on the world, for they extend far beyond what we might perceive in the moment. The idea of the domino effect is a perfect metaphor for this principle. Imagine setting up a line of dominoes. The first push sets off a chain reaction, toppling every piece in its path. Similarly, every action we take has consequences that can create positive or negative effects in our lives and the lives of others. This chain reaction is often unseen, but the Kybalion teaches us that understanding the law of causality allows us to make more conscious decisions, which can lead to greater harmony in the world. The Stoic philosophers, such as Marcus Aurelius, emphasize the importance of recognizing the domino effect in our actions. They believed that small decisions could lead to eternal consequences. The Kybalion mirrors this thinking by teaching that we are the creators of our own lives. The choices we make today set the stage for our future experiences. Nothing is insignificant, and every action, no matter how small, plays a role in the larger story of our lives. The Kybalion reminds us to be mindful of the energy we send into the world, as it will inevitably return to us in one form or another. Understanding cause and effect at the collective level is equally important. Just as individual actions create a ripple effect, society's collective choices also have profound consequences. Whether it's a social movement, a political decision, or the collective values of a culture, these causes shape the society we live in. The Kybalion teaches that the collective consciousness is a reflection of the individual consciousness. In this sense, as each person works to master themselves, the world around them begins to shift as well. This understanding of cause and effect can be both empowering and humbling. It reminds us that we are not merely passive observers of the world around us, but active participants in shaping our reality. The Kybalion calls on us to take responsibility for our actions and thoughts, knowing that the effects we create extend far beyond ourselves. By aligning with the universal laws, we can make choices that not only improve our lives, but also contribute to the collective well-being of humanity. The interconnectivity of the cosmos. One of the most profound teachings in the Kybalion is the concept that the universe is interconnected. There is no absolute separation between the large and the small. This principle of interconnectivity reminds us that every part of the cosmos, no matter how seemingly insignificant, is deeply linked to everything else. The Kybalion teaches that we are not isolated beings. Rather, we are part of a vast, unified whole, and our choices, thoughts, and actions have far-reaching consequences that extend beyond our immediate environment. When we think about the interconnectedness of the universe, it's helpful to consider the metaphor of a web. In a web, each thread, no matter how thin, contributes to the overall structure. If one part of the web is disturbed, it affects the entire system. Similarly, each of our actions is a thread in the fabric of life, and every choice we make, no matter how small, has a ripple effect that impacts the whole. This interdependence is a central tenet of Hermetic philosophy, and it reminds us that we are all part of a greater cosmic dance, a dynamic flow that is constantly shifting and evolving. In practical terms, this means that everything is connected. Our thoughts and emotions don't just exist within us, they radiate out into the world, affecting those around us. Whether we're aware of it or not, we are constantly influencing the collective energy of humanity. The Kybalion encourages us to be mindful of the energy we put into the world, because it will inevitably come back to us. In this sense, we are not just responsible for our own lives. We are part of the larger, interconnected flow of existence that shapes the collective consciousness. The interconnectivity of the cosmos also teaches us that our actions are part of a greater order. Nothing exists in a vacuum. The cause and effect we experience on a personal level is also part of a larger universal pattern. Just as stars and planets interact in an intricate cosmic dance, so too do we, as individuals, play our part in this grand scheme. The Kybalion reminds us that the universe operates as a unified whole, and understanding our place within this system is essential to personal growth and spiritual evolution. This principle challenges the illusion of separateness that many people live under. We often perceive ourselves as individuals in a world of separate entities, but in truth, we are all intricately connected to one another and to the entire cosmos. The Kybalion urges us to embrace our interconnectedness and use it as a source of strength, wisdom, and understanding. When we align ourselves with the universal laws and recognize the interdependence of all things, we begin to tap into the cosmic flow that supports all of existence. Free will versus determinism. One of the most compelling discussions in the Kybalion is the debate between free will and determinism. On the surface, these two concepts appear to be in direct opposition. Free will suggests that we have complete control over our actions, while determinism implies that our actions are predestined by external factors or cosmic laws. However, the Kybalion presents a more nuanced view. Both free will and determinism exist simultaneously, and the key to understanding their relationship lies in the principle of polarity. According to the Kybalion, the law of polarity shows us that opposites are actually the same thing, just expressed at different degrees. In the context of free will and determinism, this means that free will operates within the boundaries set by universal laws, but it is still free to choose how to act within those laws. The idea is that while the effects of our actions are determined by the law of cause and effect, the causes we create are within our control. In this sense, we can choose how to respond to the circumstances of our lives, even if the events themselves are influenced by forces beyond our control. One way to think about this is through the metaphor of planting seeds. You don't control the weather, the soil, or the passage of time, but you choose the seeds you plant. The seed represents the cause, your choice. The growth of the plant represents the effect, the outcome of your choice. While the growth is influenced by external factors, the weather, the soil, etc., the decision to plant the seed was entirely yours. The Kybalion teaches that we are responsible for planting the seeds of our lives, and that the effects of those seeds, our life experiences, are shaped by both external laws and our personal choices. Helena Blavatsky, a figure in theosophy, offers another insight into this debate. She suggests that free will only operates in the domain of causes, not in the domain of effects. In other words, while we have the power to choose the causes we set into motion, our thoughts, words, and actions, the consequences, the effects, are determined by the laws of the universe. This means that while we can direct the course of our lives, we must accept that the consequences of our actions will unfold according to natural laws, and we must live with those consequences. Ultimately, the understanding that free will and determinism coexist allows us to transcend the binary thinking that often limits us. Instead of seeing ourselves as either fully free or completely controlled by fate, we recognize that we are both creators and participants in the cosmic dance of life. The Kybalion challenges us to align our free will with the universal laws, so that we can create the most positive effects possible within the natural order. By doing so, we not only empower ourselves, but also become conscious co-creators of our own destiny. Mass consciousness and individuality. In the Kybalion, one of the most thought-provoking ideas is the conflict between mass consciousness and individuality. Most people, according to Hermetic teachings, operate on autopilot, following societal programming without questioning their thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. This unconscious state leads to conformity, where individuals act in ways that are influenced by social norms, family expectations, and cultural scripts. The Kybalion challenges us to wake up from this collective trance and embrace our individuality, urging us to question the beliefs that have been handed down to us without critical thought. The man-clock metaphor in the Kybalion is a powerful illustration of how most people live their lives by default, moving through the world as though they are simply ticking off the seconds, minutes, and hours in a predetermined routine. Just like the gears in a clock, the actions of many people are mechanical, dictated by the external environment rather than by their own internal decisions. When individuals follow this path without self-awareness, they become like automatons, trapped in a system where their choices are not truly their own. This is where the principle of individuality comes into play. True intelligence is the ability to distinguish one's authentic self from the conditioned responses and external pressures that define the mass consciousness. The Kybalion teaches that it is only when we gain self-awareness, through the active process of individuation, that we can begin to reclaim our personal power. Individuation is the process of becoming the person we are truly meant to be, not by following the dictates of society, but by aligning with our true nature, understanding our deeper desires, and developing our unique potential. This journey of self-discovery requires a conscious effort to peel back the layers of societal conditioning. It's about stepping back and asking ourselves, who am I really? Are we living our lives based on our own values, or are we just playing out a role given to us by society? The Kybalion teaches us that mass consciousness can be an invisible force that shapes how we think, act, and perceive the world. But we also have the ability to rise above it and create our own path. Self-awareness is the key to this process. By becoming aware of our inner world, we gain the power to shape our outer reality. At the heart of the Hermetic teachings in the Kybalion is the belief that we are not slaves to external forces. We are creators of our own lives, and by recognizing the role of individuality in shaping our destiny, we begin to see the world in a new light. The Kybalion urges us to be conscious of our choices and to break free from the influence of the mass consciousness, so that we can live authentically and fully embrace our unique potential. The road to true self-mastery begins with awakening to our individuality, which, in turn, allows us to transcend the limitations of the collective mind. The role of masters in transcending causality. In the Kybalion, spiritual masters are portrayed as individuals who have not only understood the laws of causality, but have learned to transcend them. These masters, such as Buddha, Socrates, and Leonardo da Vinci, were not simply products of their environments. Rather, they actively shaped their own paths, rising above the constraints of the laws that govern the material world. They demonstrated that by aligning with higher principles, it is possible to move beyond the limitations imposed by cause and effect, and to live in a state of spiritual freedom. The Kybalion teaches that the key to transcending causality lies in the understanding of higher universal laws. While the law of cause and effect operates in the material world, there are higher laws, such as the laws of vibration and rhythm, that govern the spiritual and mental planes. Spiritual masters are those who have mastered these higher laws, using them not as tools of manipulation, but as means of harmonizing their inner and outer worlds. By aligning themselves with the cosmic order, they transcend the effects of their actions, no longer bound by the usual consequences of their choices. An essential aspect of this transcendence is the willingness to release attachment to material conditions. Masters like Buddha and Socrates understood that true freedom comes not from controlling the external world, but from mastering the internal world. The Kybalion teaches that those who focus on inner peace and spiritual growth are able to rise above the usual cycles of birth and death, joy and suffering, and gain and loss. By shifting their consciousness to a higher plane, they become detached from the physical world's fluctuations, allowing them to maintain their equilibrium regardless of external circumstances. One of the key aspects of transcending causality is the ability to live in alignment with universal wisdom rather than simply reacting to external stimuli. The Kybalion suggests that spiritual masters are those who have cultivated the wisdom to act in perfect harmony with the higher laws of the universe, bypassing the need for reactive responses. Instead of being pushed and pulled by the chaos of the material world, they are guided by purpose, intention, and a deep connection to the divine essence that flows through all things. This level of mastery is achieved through years of self-discipline, self-reflection, and alignment with universal principles. Ultimately, the role of spiritual masters is not to demonstrate superiority, but to show us what is possible when we align with the higher laws of the universe. The Kybalion teaches us that we too can transcend causality by focusing on self-awareness and spiritual evolution. By mastering the mind, we are not subject to the whims of fate, but become conscious creators of our own lives. Through the teachings of masters, we learn that true freedom comes from understanding and aligning with the universal laws, allowing us to transcend the cycles of cause and effect and live in a state of spiritual harmony. The metaphor of the table and the suspension above it. In the Kybalion, there is a powerful metaphor that emphasizes the importance of anchoring oneself in higher principles, the metaphor of the table and the suspension above it. This metaphor compares those who base their security on external things, such as money, status, or relationships, to a table resting on four legs. When one of the legs is removed, such as through the loss of wealth or relationships, the table collapses. On the other hand, those who anchor themselves in higher principles like virtue, wisdom, and spiritual values are like a person who can stand tall, suspended above the table. They are not dependent on external conditions for their sense of security or self-worth. This concept aligns with the Hermetic principle that true power comes from within. The Kybalion teaches that those who ground themselves in the immutable laws of the universe are free from the instability of material conditions. External circumstances such as financial loss, societal status, or physical challenges cannot shake them because they are rooted in something eternal and unchanging, universal wisdom. By focusing on self-mastery and internal peace, they remain solid despite the external fluctuations of the world. The metaphor of the table illustrates the instability that comes with basing one's life on external factors. In today's world, we often rely on things outside ourselves, like our job, possessions, or relationships, to give us a sense of purpose and identity. But when these things change or are taken away, we can feel lost, unstable, or disconnected from our true self. The Kybalion urges us to focus on developing inner strength, which allows us to withstand life's challenges with grace and resilience. Those who live by this principle do not crumble when circumstances change. Instead, they rise above them, grounded in their inner wisdom. The power of suspension above the table also speaks to the idea of detachment. By detaching from material attachments and focusing on higher ideals, we free ourselves from the constant pendulum swings between success and failure, pleasure and pain. The Kybalion teaches that true mastery comes when we detach ourselves from the transient and focus on the eternal. When we anchor ourselves in truth, virtue, and wisdom, we stand strong and unshaken, even in the face of life's unpredictable nature. Ultimately, this metaphor encourages us to look at the foundations upon which we build our lives. Are we constructing our sense of security on external, fleeting things, or are we building it on timeless principles that cannot be taken away? The Kybalion teaches that when we ground ourselves in self-awareness, wisdom, and universal truth, we become like the person standing above the table, unaffected by the ever-changing external world, empowered by the deep, unshakable foundation of our inner knowledge. Practical implications of causality. The principle of cause and effect, as presented in the Kybalion, is one of the most profound teachings of Hermetic philosophy. The law of causality reminds us that everything we do, think, and say has a consequence. Whether we are aware of it or not, We are constantly generating causes that will shape our lives and the lives of those around us. In essence, no one escapes this law. We are all actively participating in the unfolding of our own destiny through the choices we make. The Kybalion urges us to take conscious control of the causes we create, as they determine our future experiences and the quality of our lives. The key to spiritual evolution and personal growth lies in conscious awareness of the causes we set into motion. When we become mindful of our thoughts, actions, and emotions, we begin to recognize how our choices affect not only our lives, but also the lives of others. This awareness allows us to align ourselves with the universal laws and make decisions that serve our highest good. Instead of reacting to life as a series of random events, we begin to see the purpose in every experience. Each situation, no matter how challenging, is an opportunity to learn and grow, to master ourselves, and to transcend the limitations of our past actions. One of the most practical implications of the law of causality is the need for self-reflection. By regularly examining our thoughts, behaviors, and emotions, we can begin to identify the patterns of cause and effect in our lives. This practice of self-reflection allows us to see where we are unconsciously repeating old patterns and where we can make new conscious choices. The Kybalion teaches that by consciously choosing our actions, we can begin to change the course of our lives. We can break free from undesirable cycles and create new opportunities for growth, transformation, and success. Additionally, the law of causality encourages us to take responsibility for our lives. Instead of blaming external circumstances or other people for our problems, we are taught to look within and ask, what part did I play in creating this situation? This level of personal accountability is essential for spiritual growth, as it allows us to see how our choices, both big and small, have shaped our reality. By accepting responsibility for our own actions, we empower ourselves to make different choices in the future and to create a more positive, fulfilling life. Finally, the Kybalion teaches that the key to wisdom is in the deliberate construction of the self. Self-mastery is not a passive state, but an active process of choosing who we become day by day. By understanding the law of causality and the universal laws that govern our reality, we gain the tools we need to construct our lives with intention and purpose. We can consciously choose the causes we set into motion, knowing that each choice, each action, and each thought will have a consequence. By aligning ourselves with the higher laws, we can create a life of meaning, balance, and spiritual fulfillment. As we conclude our exploration of cause and effect in the Kybalion, it's essential to reflect on how this principle can be practically applied to our daily lives. The law of cause and effect is not a mere theoretical concept. It is a guiding principle that governs our experiences. Understanding it empowers us to take conscious control of the causes we create, ensuring that we align our actions with universal laws and higher wisdom. The Kybalion invites us to take full responsibility for the choices we make, recognizing that the effects of our actions are not arbitrary, but the natural result of our thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. One of the first steps in applying this principle is to embrace the practice of self-reflection. By regularly examining our thoughts, behaviors, and emotions, we can begin to recognize the patterns of cause and effect in our lives. Are we repeating destructive habits? Are we unconsciously creating situations that lead to suffering or frustration? The Kybalion teaches that the first step toward self-mastery is awareness. Only when we become conscious of the causes we are generating can we begin to consciously choose new actions that will lead to more positive outcomes. As we move forward on our spiritual journey, it is important to recognize that personal growth is not a one-time event, but a lifelong process. The Kybalion encourages us to engage in continuous self-improvement. By applying the principle of cause and effect, we can begin to transform our lives, not by chance or external circumstance, but by deliberately choosing the causes we set into motion. Every choice we make is an opportunity to create a better future, and every action we take is a step towards spiritual evolution. The next step, after understanding cause and effect, is to apply the principle of neutralization in our daily lives. Just as the Kybalion teaches us the importance of balance in the law of polarity, we must also learn to neutralize negative effects by changing the causes. This means that instead of reacting to external challenges with frustration or anger, we should neutralize them by cultivating a calm and balanced mindset. By mastering our thoughts and emotions, we can break free from negative cycles and transcend the automatic responses that keep us trapped in unproductive patterns. Finally, the Kybalion encourages us to share the wisdom we have gained with others. As we continue to grow and evolve, it becomes our responsibility to transmit this knowledge to those around us. The more we share the universal truths we discover, the more we contribute to the collective growth of humanity. The Kybalion reminds us that we are part of a larger cosmic order, and by aligning with its laws, we can help bring about a more harmonious and balanced world for future generations. The principle of gender. When you hear the word gender, what comes to mind? For many, it's a concept tied to biology or social roles. But in the Hermetic tradition, gender goes far beyond that. It's a universal principle that exists on all planes of existence, physical, mental, and spiritual. This principle isn't about male or female in the traditional sense. It's about the interplay of energies that create, sustain, and transform everything in the universe. Think of it as the cosmic dance of opposites, where each partner brings something essential to the whole. In Hermetic philosophy, everything is alive and evolving, not just plants, animals, and humans, but also minerals, planets, and even galaxies. Each of these entities embodies the principle of gender in its own way. For example, in the mineral kingdom, crystals grow through a process that mirrors the interplay of masculine and feminine energies. The same principle applies to the stars. The sun, often seen as masculine, radiates energy, while the planets, often seen as feminine, receive and reflect that energy. It's a dynamic relationship that keeps the cosmos in motion. But here's where things get interesting. The principle of gender isn't limited to physical forms. It also operates in the realm of thought and emotion. Every idea, every feeling, has both a masculine and feminine aspect. The masculine energy is associated with initiation, direction, and structure, while the feminine energy is linked to creativity, receptivity, and nurturing. When these energies are balanced, they give rise to harmony and growth. When they're out of balance, chaos and stagnation can follow. Take creativity, for example. The initial spark of an idea, the aha moment, is often driven by masculine energy. It's bold, decisive, and action-oriented. But bringing that idea to life requires feminine energy, the patience to nurture it, the flexibility to adapt it, and the openness to let it evolve. Without both energies working together, the idea remains just that, an idea. It's only through their collaboration that something truly remarkable can emerge. So, how can you apply this principle in your own life? Start by observing the interplay of masculine and feminine energies within you. Are you more inclined to take action, or do you tend to wait and reflect? Do you focus on structure and logic, or do you lean into intuition and creativity? The goal isn't to label yourself as one or the other, but to recognize and honor both aspects. By doing so, you'll find greater balance and flow in everything you do. Gender as a fundamental force in the universe. Imagine the universe as a grand symphony where every note, every instrument, plays a part in creating harmony. At the heart of this symphony is the principle of gender, a fundamental force that shapes everything from the tiniest atom to the vastest galaxy. In the Hermetic tradition, this principle isn't just a metaphor, it's a law of nature. It's the dynamic interplay of energies that makes creation possible, and understanding it can transform how you see the world. Let's start small, really small. Take an atom, for instance. At its core, you have the nucleus, often associated with masculine energy. It's stable, concentrated, and full of potential. Surrounding it are electrons, which embody feminine energy. They're fluid, dynamic, and constantly in motion. Together, these two forces create the building blocks of matter. Without their interaction, there would be no atoms, no molecules, no life as we know it. It's a perfect example of how gender operates on even the most basic level. Now zoom out to the cosmic scale. The sun, with its radiant energy, is often seen as masculine. It's the source of light and life, the initiator of action. The planets, on the other hand, are seen as feminine. They receive the sun's energy and reflect it in unique ways, creating the conditions for growth and evolution. This celestial dance isn't just poetic, it's a reflection of the universal principle of gender at work. It's a reminder that creation is a collaborative process, requiring both giving and receiving. But the principle of gender isn't just about physical forces, it's also about the energies within us. Think about your own creative process. When you have an idea, there's a moment of inspiration, a spark of masculine energy. But to bring that idea to life, you need feminine energy, the patience to develop it, the intuition to refine it, and the openness to let it evolve. It's a partnership, and like any partnership, it thrives on balance and mutual respect. So, how can you harness this principle in your daily life? Start by observing the balance of energies in your environment and within yourself. Are you giving too much and not receiving enough, or vice versa? Are you stuck in action mode, or are you neglecting your creative side? By tuning into these dynamics, you can begin to align yourself with the natural flow of the universe. And when you do, you'll find that creation, whether it's a project, a relationship, or a new chapter in your life, becomes not just easier, but more joyful. The misinterpretation of gender and spiritual growth. Throughout history, the principle of gender has been misunderstood, often reduced to simplistic or even distorted interpretations. Some traditions have mistakenly linked spiritual growth to physical acts, particularly sexual practices, as if the key to enlightenment could be found in the body alone. This misinterpretation has led to confusion, obsession, and even exploitation, turning a profound universal principle into something shallow and materialistic. But the truth is, spiritual growth isn't about the body, it's about the balance of energies within. The Hermetic teachings make it clear. Gender is a principle that operates on all levels of existence, not just the physical. While the body may reflect this principle, it's merely a shadow of the deeper truth. True self-development requires recognizing and harmonizing the masculine and feminine energies within your own consciousness. It's about integrating these forces, not fixating on their external expressions. After all, the goal isn't to transcend the body, but to transcend the limitations of the mind. One of the pitfalls of misunderstanding gender is the tendency to overemphasize one energy at the expense of the other. For example, someone might focus solely on masculine traits like logic, control, and action, neglecting the feminine qualities of intuition, receptivity, and creativity. Or they might do the opposite, becoming so passive and reflective that they lose the drive to take action. In both cases, the imbalance creates friction, stunting spiritual growth and leading to frustration. So, how can you avoid these pitfalls? Start by examining your own tendencies. Are you more comfortable in one energy than the other? Do you resist certain qualities because they feel unfamiliar or uncomfortable? The key is to embrace both sides of the spectrum. If you're naturally action-oriented, try spending time in reflection or creative pursuits. If you're more intuitive, challenge yourself to take decisive steps toward your goals. It's not about becoming someone you're not. It's about expanding who you already are. Another common mistake is projecting the principle of gender onto others, using it to justify stereotypes or divisions. This not only distorts the principle, but also creates barriers to genuine connection. The Hermetic teachings remind us that every individual contains both masculine and feminine energies, regardless of their physical form or social role. By recognizing this, you can move beyond superficial judgments and see others and yourself as whole, dynamic beings. Ultimately, the misinterpretation of gender is a reminder of how easily profound truths can be diluted or distorted. But when you approach the principle with an open mind and a willingness to explore its deeper meanings, you'll find that it holds the key to true spiritual growth. It's not about rejecting one energy in favor of the other. It's about finding the harmony between them. And when you do, you'll discover a new level of balance, creativity, and fulfillment. The symbolism of gender in various traditions. The principle of gender isn't unique to Hermetic philosophy. It's a universal concept that appears in various forms across cultures and traditions. Take the yin-yang symbol, for example. This ancient Taoist emblem represents the interplay of opposites, dark and light, passive and active, feminine and masculine. But here's the beauty of it: the symbol isn't static. The small dot of yin within yang and yang within yin shows that each contains the seed of the other. It's a powerful reminder that opposites aren't in conflict, they're in constant, dynamic balance. In Christianity, the symbolism of gender is woven into sacred rituals and imagery. Consider the Eucharist, where bread and wine represent the body and blood of Christ. On a deeper level, these elements can be seen as symbols of masculine and feminine energies. The bread, solid and nourishing, embodies the masculine principle of structure and sustenance, while the wine, fluid and transformative, reflects the feminine principle of flow and renewal. Together, they create a sacred union, a moment of spiritual wholeness. Alchemy, too, is rich with gender symbolism. The stages of transformation, nigredo, black, albedo, white, and rubedo, red, mirror the journey of spiritual evolution. The black stage represents the descent into the unconscious, the feminine realm of introspection and dissolution. The white stage symbolizes purification and clarity, a balance of energies. Finally, the red stage embodies the ascent to higher consciousness, where masculine and feminine forces unite to create something entirely new. It's a process of death and rebirth, both literal and metaphorical. Even in ancient Egypt, the principle of gender was central to their cosmology. The god Osiris, associated with masculine energy, represented order, resurrection, and the life-giving Nile. His counterpart, Isis, embodied feminine energy, magic, intuition, and the nurturing power of creation. Together, they symbolized the balance of forces necessary for life to flourish. This duality wasn't just a myth, it was a reflection of the natural world and the human experience. So, what can we learn from these traditions? First, that the principle of gender is a universal truth, expressed in countless ways across time and culture. Second, that understanding this principle isn't about choosing one energy over the other, but about finding harmony between them. Whether it's through meditation, ritual, or simply observing the world around you, you can begin to see how these energies shape your life and the lives of others. The role of gender in thought and emotion. Have you ever stopped to wonder where your thoughts and emotions come from? According to the Hermetic teachings, every idea and feeling has both masculine and feminine aspects. The masculine energy is associated with logic, structure, and initiation. It's the force that gives shape to an idea. The feminine energy, on the other hand, is linked to intuition, creativity, and receptivity. It's the force that nurtures and develops that idea. Together, these energies create the mental and emotional landscape of your inner world. Think about a time when you had a sudden insight or aha moment. That spark of inspiration is a perfect example of masculine energy in action. It's bold, decisive, and full of potential. But to turn that insight into something meaningful, you need feminine energy. This is where reflection, patience, and adaptability come into play. It's the difference between having a great idea and actually bringing it to life. Without both energies working together, the idea remains just that, an idea. Emotions, too, are shaped by the interplay of these forces. Take love, for example. The masculine aspect of love might be expressed as protection, commitment, and action, the drive to care for someone. The feminine aspect, meanwhile, might manifest as empathy, nurturing, and emotional openness, the ability to connect deeply. When these energies are balanced, love becomes a powerful, harmonious force. But when one dominates the other, it can lead to imbalance, like possessiveness or emotional detachment. So, how can you apply this understanding to your own thoughts and emotions? Start by observing their parental origins. When you feel a strong emotion or have a recurring thought, ask yourself, is this coming from a place of logic and structure, masculine, or intuition and creativity, feminine? By recognizing the source, you can begin to bring these energies into balance. For example, if you're feeling stuck in overthinking, try tapping into your intuitive side. If you're overwhelmed by emotions, focus on grounding yourself in logic and action. This principle also applies to how you interact with others. When you understand the dual nature of thought and emotion, you can better navigate conflicts and misunderstandings. For instance, if someone is being overly analytical, you might balance the conversation by introducing a more intuitive perspective. Or if someone is being overly emotional, you can help ground the discussion with logic and structure. It's about creating harmony, both within yourself and in your relationships. The connection between gender and universal forces. The principle of gender isn't just a philosophical concept. It's a fundamental force that operates at every level of reality. From the smallest particles to the vastness of space, this principle shapes the way the universe functions. Take gravity, for example. While modern science describes it as a mechanical force, ancient traditions saw it as a form of cosmic love, an attraction that binds celestial bodies together. This idea isn't just poetic. It's a reflection of the gender principle in action. In the atomic world, the nucleus and electrons embody this principle. The nucleus, often associated with masculine energy, is stable and central, holding everything together. The electrons, representing feminine energy, are dynamic and fluid, constantly moving and interacting. Together, they create the foundation of matter. Without this interplay, atoms wouldn't exist, and neither would we. It's a reminder that creation is a collaborative process, requiring both stability and movement. On a larger scale, the relationship between the sun and planets illustrates the same principle. The sun, with its radiant energy, is often seen as masculine, the source of light and life. The planets, which receive and reflect that energy, are seen as feminine. This celestial dance isn't just a metaphor. It's a living example of how masculine and feminine forces work together to sustain the universe. It's a balance of giving and receiving, action and reflection. But the principle of gender isn't limited to physical forces. It also applies to the unseen energies that shape our lives. Take magnetism, for instance. The attraction between opposite poles mirrors the interplay of masculine and feminine energies. It's a force that can't be seen, but its effects are undeniable. Similarly, the energies within us, our thoughts, emotions, and intentions, follow the same laws. When these energies are in balance, we experience harmony and flow. When they're out of balance, we feel stuck or conflicted. So, how can you align yourself with these universal forces? Start by observing the balance of energies in your own life. Are you giving too much and not receiving enough, or vice versa? Are you stuck in action mode, or are you neglecting your creative side? By tuning into these dynamics, you can begin to harmonize with the natural flow of the universe. And when you do, you'll find that life becomes not just easier, but more meaningful. Overcoming ego and prejudices through understanding gender. At the heart of every prejudice, every division, lies the ego. It's the part of us that clings to identity, to the idea of us versus them. Whether it's based on race, gender, religion, or nationality, these divisions stem from a deeper imbalance, a failure to recognize the unity behind the duality. The principle of gender offers a way to transcend these limitations, not by denying differences, but by understanding their deeper purpose. The ego thrives on separation. It creates labels and categories, dividing the world into neat boxes. But the Hermetic teachings remind us that these divisions are illusions. Beneath the surface, everything is interconnected. Masculine and feminine energies exist within all of us, regardless of our external form. By embracing this truth, we can begin to see beyond the superficial and recognize the unity that binds us all. One of the most powerful ways to overcome prejudice is to cultivate self-awareness. When you understand the dual nature of your own thoughts and emotions, you become less likely to project your imbalances onto others. For example, if you're struggling with anger or frustration, ask yourself, is this coming from an overemphasis on masculine energy, control, rigidity, or aggression? Or is it a lack of feminine energy, patience, empathy, or receptivity? By addressing the root cause, you can transform your reactions into responses. This principle also applies to how we view others. When you encounter someone who seems very different from you, try to see the balance of energies within them. Perhaps their assertiveness, masculine, is balanced by their compassion, feminine, or their creativity, feminine, is grounded in discipline, masculine. By recognizing these qualities, you can move beyond judgment and appreciate the complexity of their being. So, how can you start applying this in your daily life? Begin by examining your own biases and assumptions. Where do they come from? Are they rooted in fear, insecurity, or a lack of understanding? Then, practice seeing the world through the lens of unity. When you meet someone new, focus on what connects you rather than what divides you. Over time, this shift in perspective can transform not only your relationships, but also your sense of self. Ultimately, the principle of gender is a tool for transcending the ego and embracing a deeper truth, that we are all part of the same cosmic dance. By understanding and balancing the energies within ourselves, we can begin to see the same balance in others. And when we do, the walls of prejudice begin to crumble, revealing the unity that has always been there. The microcosm and macrocosm, the universe within. The ancient Hermetic maxim, as above, so below, holds a profound truth. The universe isn't just something out there, it's also within you. You are a microcosm, a miniature reflection of the macrocosm. Every duality, every force, every principle that operates in the cosmos also exists within you. This idea isn't just poetic, it's a practical framework for understanding yourself and your place in the world. Think about it. The same forces that govern the stars also shape your thoughts and emotions. The interplay of masculine and feminine energies, the balance of opposites, the cycles of creation and destruction, these aren't just abstract concepts. They're alive within you, influencing every decision, every relationship, every moment of your life. By understanding this, you can begin to see your inner world as a mirror of the outer world, and vice versa. One of the most fascinating aspects of this principle is psychological projection. When you reject or judge something in others, it's often a reflection of something you haven't yet reconciled within yourself. For example, if you're irritated by someone's assertiveness, it might be because you're struggling to embrace your own masculine energy. Or if you're uncomfortable with someone's emotional openness, it could be a sign that you're out of touch with your feminine side. The outer world becomes a mirror, showing you where your inner world is out of balance. So, how can you use this understanding to grow? Start by paying attention to your reactions. When something or someone triggers you, ask yourself, what is this showing me about myself? What energy or quality am I resisting? By turning inward and exploring these questions, you can begin to heal the divisions within yourself. And as you do, you'll find that your outer world begins to shift as well. This principle also applies to your relationships. When you recognize that everyone you meet is a reflection of the same universal forces, it becomes easier to approach them with compassion and understanding. Instead of seeing differences as barriers, you can see them as opportunities for growth. For example, if you're in a conflict with someone, try to identify the energies at play. Are you both stuck in masculine rigidity, or is one of you leaning too heavily into feminine passivity? By finding the balance, you can transform conflict into collaboration. Ultimately, the microcosm and macrocosm are two sides of the same coin. By understanding the universe within, you can better navigate the universe without. And as you align yourself with these universal principles, you'll find that life becomes not just easier, but more meaningful. It's a journey of self-discovery that never ends, a dance of energies that keeps you growing, evolving, and expanding. The philosophical significance of gender in human evolution. The principle of gender isn't just a philosophical idea, it's a driving force behind human evolution. From the physical to the spiritual, this principle shapes how we grow, adapt, and transform. It's present in every aspect of nature, from the way cells divide to the way societies develop. But its significance goes even deeper. It's a key to understanding our own potential and the direction of our evolution as a species. At its core, the principle of gender is about balance. Just as an atom needs both a nucleus and electrons to function, or a solar system needs both a sun and planets to exist, human evolution requires the harmonious interplay of masculine and feminine energies. This balance isn't static, it's dynamic, constantly shifting and adapting to new challenges. It's what allows us to innovate, create, and evolve in response to changing circumstances. Historically, many societies have struggled with this balance, often favoring one energy over the other. For example, periods of excessive masculine energy, rigidity, control, and domination have led to conflict and stagnation. On the other hand, an overemphasis on feminine energy, passivity, indecision, and lack of structure can result in chaos and disorganization. True progress happens when these energies are in harmony, each complementing and enhancing the other. So, what does this mean for you as an individual? It means that your personal evolution depends on your ability to integrate these energies within yourself. Are you too focused on logic and action, neglecting your intuition and creativity? Or are you so immersed in reflection and emotion that you struggle to take decisive steps? By identifying where you're out of balance, you can begin to realign yourself with the natural flow of evolution. This principle also has profound implications for collective evolution. As more individuals awaken to the importance of balancing masculine and feminine energies, societies can begin to shift as well. Imagine a world where leadership is both strong and compassionate, where innovation is both logical and creative, where progress is both ambitious and sustainable. This isn't just a dream, it's a possibility, but only if we embrace the principle of gender in its fullest sense. Ultimately, the philosophical significance of gender lies in its ability to guide us toward a higher state of being. It's not just about personal growth, it's about collective transformation. By understanding and applying this principle, we can move beyond the limitations of duality and step into a new era of unity and harmony. The question is, are you ready to be part of that evolution? As we near the end of this exploration, it's clear that the principle of gender is far more than a philosophical concept. It's a living, breathing force that shapes every aspect of existence. From the atomic to the cosmic, from the personal to the collective, This principle offers a framework for understanding the world and our place within it. But this isn't the end of the journey, it's just the beginning. The final chapters of the Kybalion invite us to take this understanding and apply it in practical, transformative ways. The next chapter will delve into how we can actively use the principle of gender in our thoughts and emotions. Imagine being able to consciously generate higher quality thoughts, to shape your emotional landscape with intention and clarity. This isn't about controlling every thought or suppressing emotions. It's about understanding their origins and guiding them toward harmony. It's a skill that requires practice, but the rewards are profound: greater self-awareness, deeper relationships, and a more fulfilling life. One of the key takeaways from this exploration is that gender isn't just a biological or social construct. It's a fundamental force behind creation and expansion. Whether you're working on a creative project, navigating a relationship, or seeking personal growth, understanding this principle can help you find balance and flow. It's about recognizing the interplay of energies within yourself and using that knowledge to create something greater than the sum of its parts. So, how can you prepare for the final chapters? Start by reflecting on what you've learned so far. How has your understanding of gender shifted? Where do you see imbalances in your own life? And how can you begin to address them? Take small steps. If you're overly analytical, try spending time in creative activities. If you're overly emotional, practice grounding yourself in logic and structure. These small shifts can have a ripple effect, leading to greater harmony and growth. Another way to prepare is to cultivate curiosity and openness. The final chapters will challenge you to think in new ways, to explore ideas that might feel unfamiliar or even uncomfortable. But that's where the magic happens, on the edge of your comfort zone. By approaching these teachings with an open mind and a willingness to experiment, you'll unlock new levels of understanding and transformation. As we wrap up this chapter, remember that the journey doesn't end here. The principle of gender is a lifelong exploration, a dance of energies that keeps evolving as you do. The final chapters are just around the corner, and they promise to take you even deeper into the mysteries of existence. So, take a moment to reflect, to integrate, and to prepare. The next step is yours to take. The existential crisis of materialistic societies. In a world obsessed with material gain, people are conditioned to measure their worth by external achievements, careers, possessions, status. But what happens when those things inevitably fade? Fear of aging, of losing relevance, of becoming obsolete, is not a natural human condition. It is a manufactured anxiety, embedded by societies that glorify youth and productivity while neglecting wisdom. This fear is a symptom of a deeper problem, the absence of a higher purpose. Without an understanding of universal principles, people cling to transient things, mistaking them for sources of meaning. The result? A widespread existential crisis, where even the most successful individuals feel an inexplicable emptiness. Contrast this with the great minds of history, Plato, Jung, Hermes Trismegistus, whose influence extended far beyond their lifetimes. Their ideas didn't age, they evolved, continuing to shape human thought centuries later. They understood something most people don't. Purpose isn't found in what one accumulates, but in what one creates and contributes. Materialism, by its nature, is enslaving. It ties a person's identity to things that decay, ensuring that their sense of self crumbles along with them. A civilization driven solely by consumption will always be in a state of decline, because it lacks an internal foundation strong enough to sustain it. To see this in action, observe how people respond to loss. A person who identifies only with material possessions will spiral into crisis when those possessions are threatened. But someone who has cultivated inner stability through philosophy, self-awareness, and mastery of thought remains unshaken. The Hermetic teachings emphasize that true power lies in perception, in the ability to detach from external conditions and align oneself with deeper, immutable truths. Mental gender, for instance, plays a crucial role here. The masculine aspect of the mind initiates direction, while the feminine aspect nurtures and sustains a vision. When this balance is lost, people become either reckless and impulsive or passive and resigned to fate. Modern culture is built on distraction, ensuring that people never stop to question what truly matters. Entertainment, social validation, endless streams of content. These are the tools used to keep the mind occupied but empty. This is why so few people engage in deep reflection. They are constantly chasing the next external stimulus, unaware that their own consciousness is being conditioned by forces they do not control. The path to liberation begins with awareness, recognizing these mechanisms and actively stepping away from them. This is not about rejecting material success, but understanding that it cannot be the foundation of one's existence. A person who grasps this no longer fears time, loss, or change. They understand that life itself is an alchemical process, one of transformation, where the goal is not to hold on but to evolve. This is why thinkers throughout history sought higher knowledge, not as an escape from reality, but as a way to master it. The mind, when properly trained, transcends the anxieties of the physical world, moving from a state of reaction to one of creation. But this requires effort, discipline, and most of all, a willingness to seek truth beyond personal comfort. And this brings us to a fundamental responsibility. If one discovers truth, should it be kept for oneself, or does it come with an obligation to share? The responsibility of seeking truth. Truth is not a luxury, it is a responsibility. Those who glimpse deeper realities, who understand the hidden mechanics of consciousness and creation, carry an unspoken duty to illuminate the path for others. It is easy to treat self-discovery as a personal journey, a solitary pursuit of wisdom, but the Kybalion reminds us that knowledge is not meant to be hoarded. Every individual, once awakened to universal principles, becomes a potential guide for those still lost in illusion. To understand the Hermetic maxims and not act upon them is to waste an opportunity, both for oneself and for the world. The question then arises, how does one balance self-mastery with the duty to share knowledge? It starts with example. A person who embodies wisdom without forcing it onto others becomes a natural source of influence. Just as a steady flame can ignite 1,000 candles without diminishing itself, one awakened mind can subtly shift the consciousness of those around it. This is not about preaching, it is about being. The greatest teachers in history, from Hermes Trismegistus to Jung, did not impose their insights. They demonstrated them through action, allowing those ready to receive wisdom to approach. This is the essence of esoteric knowledge. It is not given, it is discovered, and the role of the enlightened is to create an environment where discovery becomes inevitable. To make this concrete, imagine a workplace, a family, or a friendship where one person actively applies mental discipline and self-awareness. Their reactions change, their presence becomes centered, their words carry weight. Without saying a word about Hermetic philosophy, they become its living embodiment. Those who seek stability, clarity, or depth naturally gravitate toward them. This is how truth spreads, not through force, but through resonance. Just as the subconscious mind absorbs patterns without conscious effort, so too does human nature respond to unseen influence. The one who understands this holds immense power, whether they realize it or not. But there is a deeper challenge. The search for truth is often uncomfortable, demanding that one confront personal illusions and dismantle long-held beliefs. This is why many resist it, clinging to the security of familiar but limiting worldviews. The responsibility of the seeker is not to argue or persuade, but to challenge gently, intelligently, and with precision. A well-placed question can do more than 1,000 explanations. What if everything you assume to be true is merely conditioning? This kind of inquiry bypasses defenses, planting seeds that may take years to grow. But once a mind begins to question, it can never truly return to blindness. Yet, knowledge alone is not enough. Truth must be lived, tested, and proven through experience. This is the final responsibility, to integrate wisdom into daily existence, ensuring that it does not remain theoretical. The world is filled with those who claim to seek enlightenment but refuse to change their habits, their thoughts, or their actions. Real transformation requires motion. It demands that one overcome mental and emotional inertia, that they break free from passivity and actively shape their reality. Because if one does not control their mind, something else will. Overcoming mental and emotional inertia. One of the greatest obstacles to self-mastery is inertia, the tendency to remain stagnant, to resist change even when one knows it is necessary. This is not just a physical laziness, but a deeper, more insidious mental passivity. Most people allow their thoughts to be shaped by external forces, media, culture, social norms, without ever questioning whether those ideas serve them. The Hermetic teachings emphasize that true agency begins when a person stops being a passive recipient of influence and starts actively shaping their own mind. Without this effort, even the most profound knowledge remains useless, locked away in books instead of transforming lives. Consider how easy it is to fall into repetitive mental loops, reacting to life rather than engaging with it. A person might recognize toxic patterns in their relationships, unproductive habits in their daily routine, or limiting beliefs about their own potential, yet still they do nothing. Why? Because change requires effort, and effort disrupts comfort. This is why the Kybalion insists on conscious thought control. The mind, left unchecked, will always take the path of least resistance. It absorbs suggestion, follows familiar patterns, and clings to what feels safe. To break free, one must become an active participant in their own mental conditioning, choosing what to accept and what to discard. A practical exercise: observe the first thoughts that arise upon waking. Are they intentional, or are they dictated by circumstance, notifications, worries, obligations? This simple awareness practice reveals how much of the mind operates on autopilot. To counteract this, one must insert conscious direction. Start the day with a deliberate thought, an affirmation, a question, or an idea that sets the tone for the mind. This small action disrupts inertia, proving that even deeply ingrained habits can be altered. Over time, this kind of training builds a mental resilience that prevents external forces from dictating inner reality. But inertia is not just personal, it is collective. Entire societies suffer from ideological stagnation, accepting mainstream narratives without scrutiny. Public opinion is not shaped by individual thought, but by mass suggestion, a phenomenon the Kybalion warns against. Those who fail to question the dominant discourse become mere echoes of it, repeating ideas that were implanted rather than discovered. This is why philosophy, esoteric knowledge, and self-examination are vital. They sharpen discernment, allowing a person to filter truth from manipulation. Without this skill, one remains susceptible to whatever ideological trend is most pervasive at the time. The key then is discipline. Without disciplined thought, a person remains a prisoner of external influence, incapable of true independence. And discipline does not mean rigidity, it means control, the ability to direct the mind with intention rather than being at its mercy. This is what separates the creator from the consumer, the leader from the follower. Mastery over inertia is mastery over self, and mastery over self is the foundation of all power. And this understanding leads directly into the next principle, one that shapes not just individual psychology, but the very structure of reality itself, mental gender. Revisiting the principle of gender. The concept of mental gender is one of the most misunderstood ideas in both philosophy and psychology. Many assume it refers to biological sex or societal roles, but the Kybalion clarifies that this principle operates on a deeper, universal level. Just as the Hermetic principle of polarity explains opposites within unity, mental gender reveals that every mind contains both masculine and feminine aspects. These forces are not in competition but in collaboration, forming the foundation of creativity, intellect, and willpower. Those who learn to harness this dynamic unlock new levels of thought control, idea generation, and personal evolution. Within the psyche, the masculine aspect is directive, logical, and initiating. It represents the force of will, the ability to take action, and the drive to create. The feminine aspect, on the other hand, is receptive, intuitive, and nurturing. It gives form and depth to ideas, allowing them to develop and mature. Without this balance, the mind either becomes erratic and impulsive, rushing from one idea to another without depth, or stagnant and overly reflective, generating concepts but never acting on them. True mastery comes when these forces work in harmony, allowing a person to both conceive and execute with precision. A simple way to observe this in action is through creative work. Consider an artist, a writer, or an inventor. The initial spark, the raw vision, the moment of inspiration, is the masculine aspect at work. But if that energy is not nurtured, refined, and developed over time, the feminine aspect, it fades into nothingness. How many great ideas have been lost because they lacked follow-through? On the other hand, if a person remains stuck in the planning and refinement phase without ever executing, they are trapped in an excess of the feminine principle. The most successful individuals are those who integrate both forces, transforming abstract potential into tangible reality. This principle extends beyond personal creativity. It applies to relationships, leadership, and even spiritual development. A strong leader must have the masculine ability to make decisive choices, but also the feminine ability to listen, adapt, and empathize. In personal relationships, the healthiest dynamics emerge when both aspects are acknowledged and respected, rather than one being suppressed. And in the realm of esotericism, the process of spiritual alchemy, the transformation of self, requires both the fire of will and the water of introspection. Those who neglect either side remain incomplete, trapped in an imbalanced existence. Understanding mental gender is not about conforming to rigid definitions, but about recognizing the fluid interplay between these forces within oneself. This is the key to self-mastery, to breaking free from mental stagnation and aligning thought with action. But as profound as this realization is, history has often misinterpreted it. Many philosophical and psychological traditions have distorted or overlooked the concept, reducing it to simplistic binaries or ignoring its significance entirely. This brings us to a crucial discussion: the historical misinterpretation of mental gender and the consequences of forgetting ancient wisdom. The historical misinterpretation of mental gender. At the time the Kybalion was written in 1908, the world was only beginning to explore the depths of the human mind. Psychology was still in its infancy, and concepts like the subconscious mind, archetypes, and mental conditioning were just emerging. Yet, these ideas were not new. Hermetic philosophy had already mapped out these principles centuries before. The problem was that modern thinkers, in their arrogance, often dismissed ancient wisdom as superstition, failing to recognize that many of their new discoveries were simply rediscoveries of truths long known. The misinterpretation of mental gender is one such example, a concept that has been distorted, oversimplified, and misunderstood over time. One major misinterpretation is the tendency to conflate mental gender with biological sex, assuming that masculine traits belong solely to men and feminine traits solely to women. This is a shallow understanding that ignores the deeper metaphysical truth. In reality, every individual possesses both aspects within their psyche. The imbalance arises when one aspect is overemphasized at the expense of the other. A person who operates solely from a masculine perspective may become rigid, aggressive, and disconnected from intuition. Conversely, someone who over-identifies with the feminine principle may struggle with passivity, indecisiveness, or emotional instability. The key is integration, not division. Jung's work on anima and animus, a person's inner masculine and feminine qualities, was a direct echo of the Hermetic teachings, yet even his insights have been watered down by modern psychology. Today, pop culture and mainstream psychology often reduce these ideas to simplistic self-help cliches, missing their true depth. Mental gender is not just about personality traits. It is about the fundamental mechanics of thought. How one processes information, how one approaches creativity, how one engages with the world. These are all governed by the interplay of these two forces. Without recognizing this, a person remains unconscious of the patterns driving their own behavior. To see the consequences of misunderstanding this principle, look at modern society. Many of the dysfunctions we see, lack of purpose, emotional instability, and inability to think critically, stem from an imbalance in mental gender. People are conditioned to think in extremes, to see logic and intuition as opposing forces rather than complementary ones. This division weakens both individuals and civilizations. The greatest minds in history were those who mastered both aspects. Leonardo da Vinci, Nikola Tesla, and Plato all exhibited a profound balance of rational intellect and creative vision. Their genius was not the result of raw intelligence alone, but of harmonizing these inner forces. Recognizing this balance is the first step, but applying it requires conscious effort. It is not enough to know that these forces exist. One must actively cultivate both. Developing the masculine aspect means strengthening willpower, taking decisive action, and directing thought with purpose. Nurturing the feminine aspect involves deepening intuition, embracing reflection, and allowing ideas to mature before execution. The mastery of mental gender is the mastery of mind itself, and this leads to an even deeper realization. The mind is not a singular entity, but a dynamic interplay of forces, constantly shaping and reshaping one's reality. This brings us to the next step, understanding the duality of the mind. The duality of the mind, masculine and feminine. The mind is not a monolithic force. It is a system of dual energies, constantly interacting and shaping perception. This duality, reflected in the principle of mental gender, determines how thoughts are formed, nurtured, and expressed. The masculine aspect of the mind is the initiator, the force that sparks an idea, makes a decision, or asserts willpower. The feminine aspect, on the other hand, is the incubator. It takes the raw material of thought and refines it, giving it depth and meaning. Just as the physical world depends on the union of these forces for creation, so too does the mental world depend on their balance for clarity and purpose. The problem arises when one side dominates the other. A person with an overactive masculine mind may be full of ideas and ambition, but lack the patience or depth to bring them to fruition. They start projects but never finish them, constantly chasing the next inspiration without developing what they already have. On the other hand, someone with an overactive feminine mind may be deeply reflective and intuitive but struggle with execution. They analyze endlessly, waiting for the perfect moment to act, which often never comes. Mastery of the mind requires recognizing these imbalances and consciously restoring harmony. A simple way to apply this principle is to analyze one's patterns of thought. When facing a decision, does hesitation and overthinking take control, excess feminine? Or is there a tendency to act impulsively without reflection, excess masculine? Recognizing these tendencies is the first step toward correction. One method to train the mind is through structured thought exercises. Those who overanalyze should practice setting deadlines for decisions, while those who act too quickly should force themselves to pause and reflect before making a move. This self-awareness creates a feedback loop, gradually conditioning the mind to operate in a more balanced state. This dynamic also explains why suggestion and manipulation are so effective. When a person's masculine aspect is weak, their mind passively accepts ideas without question, allowing external influences to shape their reality. They become suggestible, absorbing media, opinions, and ideologies without discernment. This is why critical thinking is rare. It requires a strong masculine principle to challenge narratives and a strong feminine principle to analyze them deeply. Those who do not train their minds in this way remain unconscious participants in their own mental conditioning, reacting rather than creating, following rather than leading. The ultimate goal is integration. A person who masters the interplay of these forces develops an unparalleled level of thought control, able to generate ideas and refine them into meaningful action. This is the foundation of creative genius, intellectual independence, and self-mastery. Yet, most people remain unaware of how easily their minds can be influenced when they fail to cultivate this balance. And this brings us to a crucial warning. Mental manipulation is not just an abstract danger. It is a reality that affects nearly every aspect of life. Those who do not recognize it are already under its influence. The dangers of mental manipulation. Most people assume their thoughts are their own, but the Kybalion warns against this illusion. The mind is highly susceptible to suggestion, and without conscious awareness, external forces can implant ideas that seem to originate from within. This is the foundation of manipulation, whether through media, politics, or even personal relationships. Thoughts are not always the product of independent reasoning. They are often absorbed, subtly inserted by repetition, authority figures, or emotional triggers. The Hermeticist understands this and develops the discipline to filter what enters the subconscious mind. Without this discernment, a person unknowingly becomes a puppet of external influences. One of the most effective manipulation tactics is suggestion. A statement, when repeated enough times, becomes accepted as truth, even without evidence. Advertisers, governments, and ideologues use this principle constantly, shaping public perception by controlling which ideas receive attention and which are ignored. Consider how easily public opinion shifts based on media cycles. A concept that was unthinkable a decade ago can become mainstream today, not because people suddenly reason their way into believing it, but because they were conditioned to. The wise individual asks, where did this idea come from? Did I truly choose to believe it, or was it given to me? A perfect analogy is the cuckoo bird. It lays its eggs in the nests of other birds, tricking them into raising its offspring as their own. This is precisely how ideological conditioning works. A foreign idea is introduced into the mind, and if it is not identified and removed early, it is nurtured as if it belongs there. Eventually, it grows strong enough to push out the original beliefs, leaving a person entirely shaped by external programming. To avoid this, one must practice mental vigilance. Anytime a new belief or idea arises, it must be questioned. Is this truly mine, or was it placed here? This practice is the foundation of true mental independence. Beyond suggestion, other forces influence thought, telepathy and hypnosis, whether intentional or accidental. The collective mind of society operates like a massive psychic field, and those who lack strong mental boundaries absorb its dominant patterns without realizing it. This is why spending time in different environments shifts perception. The mindset of a person immersed in disciplined, focused individuals will naturally align with theirs, while someone surrounded by negativity and distraction will be influenced accordingly. The subconscious is always listening, always absorbing. The question is whether one is actively shaping it or allowing it to be shaped. This is why the Kybalion emphasizes mental discipline. Thought control is not paranoia, it is self-mastery. A person who trains their mind to filter, question, and analyze every influence is not easily swayed. They recognize manipulation before it takes root, preventing external forces from dictating their reality. Yet, most people operate on mental autopilot, absorbing whatever they are exposed to. The danger is clear. Those who do not take control of their own minds will have their minds controlled for them. And if this is true on an individual level, imagine its effect on the collective, entire societies shaped by unseen forces, believing they are free when in reality, they are following a script written by others. The influence of collective thought. The human mind is not isolated. It is deeply interconnected with the thoughts, emotions, and beliefs of the collective. Most people believe they are thinking independently, but in reality, they are following patterns dictated by society. Public opinion, cultural trends, and social norms operate as invisible forces, shaping perception without individuals realizing it. The Hermetic teachings warn against this passive absorption, emphasizing the need for mental sovereignty. Those who fail to question the dominant narratives of their time become mere extensions of them, unconsciously reinforcing ideas they never truly examined. The danger is not just external manipulation, it is the internalization of collective thought as personal belief. The majority of people do not arrive at their worldviews through deep reflection, but through exposure and repetition. They believe what their environment conditions them to believe. This is why certain ideas spread effortlessly while others struggle to gain traction. The collective mind rewards conformity, ensuring that dissenting thoughts are suppressed or ridiculed before they can take root. History is filled with examples. Scientists, philosophers, and mystics who challenged mainstream thought were often met with resistance, only to be proven correct in later generations. The lesson is clear. Popular opinion is not synonymous with truth. In fact, it is often a reflection of what is most easily accepted rather than what is most deeply understood. This principle is evident in everyday life. Notice how conversations often revolve around the same trending topics, how social media algorithms reinforce existing biases, and how few people genuinely seek perspectives outside their comfort zone. The collective mind functions like a current, carrying individuals along unless they actively swim against it. But doing so requires effort, and effort is precisely what most people avoid. It is easier to accept what is given than to search for what is true. This is why Hermetic philosophy insists on self-examination. One must constantly ask, are my thoughts truly mine, or are they the echoes of a larger system? Escaping this influence does not mean rejecting everything society offers. It means developing discernment, the ability to filter information, extract wisdom, and discard falsehood. The individual who cultivates this skill becomes mentally independent, no longer controlled by cultural inertia. This is the foundation of true intelligence, not just absorbing knowledge, but questioning it, testing it, and refining it through personal experience. Those who master this process stand apart from the collective, seeing through illusions that others take for reality. They become architects of thought rather than products of it. Yet, intellectual independence is rare precisely because it requires going against the grain. It demands courage to challenge what is widely accepted, to think beyond social conditioning, and to face the discomfort of uncertainty. Most people would rather be comfortably deceived than uncomfortably aware. But for those who seek truth, there is no other option. This leads to an even greater realization, the need not just for independent thought, but for leadership. If most people are unwilling to question, then those who do must take on the responsibility of guiding others toward awareness. The need for intellectual independence. Independent thought is rare because it requires something most people avoid: responsibility. To think for oneself means to take ownership of one's beliefs, decisions, and worldview. It means no longer blaming external forces for personal circumstances, but recognizing that every perspective, every conclusion is a choice. Most prefer the illusion of freedom rather than its reality because real freedom demands effort. It is easier to follow than to lead, easier to adopt prepackaged opinions than to construct one's own. The Hermeticist understands this and embraces the burden of self-examination, knowing that true wisdom begins where unquestioned assumptions end. The greatest thinkers in history stood apart from the collective, often at great personal cost. Socrates questioned Athenian values and was sentenced to death. Galileo defied dogmatic science and was silenced. Nikola Tesla envisioned possibilities beyond materialist constraints and died largely unrecognized. These figures were not rebels for the sake of rebellion. They simply saw beyond the limitations of their time. The lesson here is simple. Independent thought is not just about intelligence, but about courage. It is about seeing reality for what it is, even when doing so places one at odds with the majority. The challenge is that independent thinkers often feel isolated. When one begins to break free from collective thought, they may find themselves surrounded by people who do not understand, who resist change, or who actively discourage questioning. This is where discernment becomes crucial. Not everyone is ready to challenge their own perceptions, and forcing them to do so only invites resistance. Instead, the wise approach is to lead by example. Those who truly seek truth will recognize it when they see it, and those who are not ready will filter it out. Influence is best exerted subtly, through the quiet power of embodiment rather than direct confrontation. A practical step toward intellectual independence is to cultivate what the Kybalion describes as mental transmutation, the ability to shift one's own thoughts and emotions at will. This means refusing to accept ideas simply because they are widespread, questioning the origins of one's own beliefs, and actively seeking knowledge from a variety of sources. It means embracing the discomfort of uncertainty rather than clinging to easy answers. The mind must be trained like a muscle. Without constant challenge, it weakens and defaults to passive absorption. Those who do not engage in this process remain prisoners of the dominant narratives of their era. Yet, the goal is not isolation but leadership. The world does not need more blind followers. It needs individuals capable of critical thought, of questioning the status quo, of guiding others toward greater awareness. Those who cultivate intellectual independence become natural leaders, not because they seek power, but because they offer clarity in a world clouded by misinformation. And this is where charisma, creativity, and vision become essential. It is not enough to know the truth. One must also possess the ability to convey it in a way that inspires. The link between charisma, creativity, and leadership. Leadership is not just about authority, it is about influence. The ability to shape minds, shift perspectives, and inspire action comes not from position but from presence. Those who master thought control, mental discipline, and Hermetic principles naturally develop a magnetic quality that draws others in. This is not manipulation but resonance, the result of an individual embodying truth so fully that others cannot help but take notice. Charisma is not merely charm. It is the energy of certainty, the undeniable force of someone who has integrated wisdom into action. Those who radiate this force become leaders, whether they intend to or not. Creativity plays a central role in this process. The most influential individuals throughout history, philosophers, inventors, revolutionaries, were not just thinkers, they were creators. They took abstract ideas and gave them form, shaping reality through their vision. Mental gender explains why this is necessary. The masculine aspect initiates thought, but the feminine aspect nurtures and refines it. Without both, leadership lacks depth. A leader who only commands but does not inspire is a dictator. One who only nurtures but does not act is ineffective. True mastery lies in balancing both energies, channeling them towards something greater than oneself. One of the greatest dangers of influence is ethical responsibility. History is filled with charismatic figures who led masses astray, whether through ideology, deception, or ego-driven agendas. The same force that inspires can manipulate, and those who wield it must be conscious of their intent. The Hermetic teachings emphasize that wisdom without virtue is dangerous. True power lies not in controlling others, but in helping them awaken their own potential. This is why discernment is crucial, not just in evaluating external influences, but in assessing one's own motivations. Power should not be an end in itself, but a means to uplift. A simple way to cultivate this kind of leadership is to observe how people respond to different types of communication. Notice how some individuals naturally command attention, not by being the loudest, but by carrying a presence that makes people listen. Pay attention to how genuine conviction resonates more than rehearsed speeches. Those who wish to develop influence must start by refining their own minds, removing self-doubt, strengthening clarity, and aligning action with principle. The most magnetic leaders are those who have nothing to prove because their very existence is proof of their philosophy in action. Ultimately, leadership, charisma, and creativity are not separate forces but expressions of the same inner mastery. The ability to inspire does not come from external validation, but from deep internal alignment. Those who harness both intellect and vision, discipline and fluidity, willpower and receptivity, become architects of thought rather than prisoners of it. And this leads to the final realization. The greatest minds in history were not just thinkers or leaders, they were those who mastered the balance of their own minds. Mental gender is not just a theory, it is the key to unlocking human potential. The ultimate purpose of mental gender. The true purpose of understanding mental gender is self-mastery. Most people drift through life without ever questioning how their own minds function, unaware of the hidden forces shaping their thoughts and emotions. But those who study Hermetic philosophy realize that the mind is not a singular entity. It is a dynamic interplay of masculine and feminine energies. When properly balanced, these forces allow a person to generate, refine, and execute ideas with precision. This is not about controlling others. It is about controlling oneself, about cultivating the ability to shape thought instead of being shaped by external influences. The greatest figures in history did not stumble upon success by accident. Whether philosophers like Plato, scientists like Tesla, or spiritual leaders like Hermes Trismegistus, all exhibited mastery over their own minds. They were not merely intelligent, they were deliberate. Their thoughts were not random but directed, their insights not passive but cultivated. This is what separates those who shape the world from those who are shaped by it. Mental gender is not just about understanding thought processes, it is about aligning intellect and will with higher ideals, ensuring that both the capacity to think and the power to act are fully developed. Consider creativity. Every great innovation, artistic masterpiece, or philosophical breakthrough begins with a spark, an idea generated by the masculine principle. But without the feminine aspect to nurture and refine it, that idea fades before it ever reaches the world. This is why so many people remain stuck in unfulfilled potential. They have the vision but lack the patience, or they have the ability but lack direction. Those who integrate both aspects become unstoppable, capable of bringing their inner reality into the external world. This is the essence of alchemy, not turning lead into gold, but transforming abstract thought into tangible creation. But there is another dimension to this mastery, its impact on humanity. Those who achieve balance within themselves naturally influence others, whether they intend to or not. A person who has mastered their own mind exudes a presence that others recognize, even if they cannot articulate why. They inspire by example, showing what is possible when one takes control of their own consciousness. This is why true leadership is never forced. It is the natural byproduct of self-mastery. those who align their mind and will become way showers, guiding others not through coercion but through clarity. The final lesson of mental gender is simple but profound. Thought is not enough, action is required. Insight without execution is wasted potential, and knowledge without application is powerless. The Hermetic teachings are not meant to be theoretical but practical, tools for reshaping one's reality from the inside out. The question is not whether one possesses these dual forces, but whether one is using them consciously. And this leads to the ultimate challenge, self-examination. How many of one's thoughts, beliefs, and actions are truly independent? And how many have been unconsciously absorbed? The final step in this journey is not just learning, but questioning everything. The challenge of self-examination. Self-examination is the final test of any true seeker. It is easy to read about philosophy, to discuss esoteric knowledge, to nod in agreement with profound ideas, but applying them demands something far more difficult: the courage to face oneself. Most people avoid this because it is uncomfortable. It requires dismantling illusions, questioning deeply held beliefs, and admitting that much of what one assumes to be true may be nothing more than conditioning. Yet, the Kybalion makes it clear: without self-examination, there is no mastery. To shape reality, one must first understand the forces shaping their own mind. The first step in this process is radical honesty. It is not enough to ask superficial questions. One must be willing to go deeper. Why do I believe what I believe? Where did these ideas originate? Are they truly mine, or have they been implanted by culture, media, and social conditioning? Most people resist these questions because they threaten the stability of their worldview. But the Hermeticist understands that real stability does not come from clinging to comforting illusions. It comes from standing on the foundation of truth, no matter how unsettling it may be. One powerful exercise is to write down one's core beliefs and then challenge each one as if debating against oneself. Where is the evidence? Have these beliefs been tested through direct experience, or are they merely inherited assumptions? This method, used by great thinkers like Socrates and Jung, exposes weak foundations and strengthens true understanding. Self-examination is not about self-doubt. It is about refining perception, filtering out falsehoods, and reinforcing what is truly known. A mind that does not question itself remains stagnant, repeating the same patterns without growth. This process extends beyond intellectual reflection. It requires emotional awareness as well. Many beliefs are not held because they are logical, but because they serve an emotional need. People cling to limiting thoughts because they provide comfort or justify inaction. Fear of change, fear of failure, fear of confronting past mistakes. These are the barriers that prevent true self-mastery. A person who has not examined their emotions will always be controlled by them. The true test of knowledge is whether it can withstand emotional turbulence without collapsing. And this is where the greatest transformation happens. Those who commit to self-examination begin to see reality with new eyes. They stop reacting and start creating. They no longer operate on autopilot, no longer accept unchallenged thoughts as truth. This is the true power of the Kybalion. It is not just a book, but a tool for deconstructing illusion and reconstructing reality. And as this study reaches its final stage, one question remains. After all these teachings, what will one do with this knowledge? Because learning is only the beginning. The real journey starts when knowledge is applied. The final reflections. As this study of the Kybalion reaches its final chapter, one thing becomes clear. This is not just a book, it is a doorway. Those who have truly engaged with its teachings now see the world differently, not as something fixed and external, but as something malleable, shaped by thought, perception, and will. The Hermetic principles are not theoretical concepts to be admired from a distance. They are tools for transformation. Yet, transformation does not happen passively. Knowledge, no matter how profound, is meaningless unless applied. The real test is not what has been learned, but what will be done with it. The principle of mental gender, the final focus of this study, reveals the inner mechanics of thought itself. Every idea, every belief, every action stems from the dynamic interplay of these forces. Mastery over them means mastery over reality. This is not an exaggeration. It is a truth known to every great thinker, mystic, and creator throughout history. Yet, the average person never considers it. They live as if their mind is an external force acting upon them rather than something they can shape. Those who grasp this principle understand the responsibility it brings. If thought creates reality, what kind of reality is being created? And this is where most people hesitate. To accept the power of mind is to accept accountability. It is far easier to blame circumstances, to claim helplessness, to say that life simply happens. But the Kybalion strips away that illusion. It forces the seeker to recognize that every perception, every outcome, every experience is, to some degree, reflection of inner consciousness. This does not mean external forces do not exist, but it does mean they are not absolute. The Hermeticist knows that even within limitation there is choice. Even within struggle there is transformation. This is why the journey does not end here. The next and final chapter will explore Hermetic axioms, concise yet powerful statements that encapsulate these teachings into guiding principles. These maxims are not meant to be memorized but lived. They serve as mental anchors, reminders that reality operates on laws that can be understood and leveraged. Those who study them deeply will see their world change, not because the world itself has shifted, but because their perception has evolved. And perception, as Hermetic philosophy teaches, is the foundation of all creation. So, as this discussion nears its conclusion, one question remains. Will these ideas remain words on a page, or will they become part of daily reality? The greatest mistake a seeker can make is to accumulate knowledge without applying it. The Kybalion is not meant to be read once and forgotten. It is a text to be revisited, tested, and integrated. And as we prepare to explore the final chapter, it is worth considering what has been learned so far, and more importantly, how will it be used? Unlocking the Hermetic axioms. Knowledge is never neutral. It either empowers or condemns. To understand something is to be responsible for it. The Kybalion teaches that knowledge isn't meant to be hoarded. It demands action. Those who grasp the principles of mental transmutation, polarity, and vibration can no longer claim ignorance. Every decision carries weight, and once a person sees the mechanisms behind reality, they are accountable for how they use that wisdom. The Hermetic path isn't about passive contemplation, it's about conscious creation. Many speak of enlightenment, but treat it like a personal prize rather than a duty. True wisdom isn't meant to be locked away in silence. Karma doesn't just apply to deeds, it applies to what one chooses to withhold. If someone understands how cause and effect shape destiny, yet refuses to share that knowledge, they aren't just failing themselves, they're failing those around them. Just as one benefits from the insights of those who came before, they too must contribute to the cycle of wisdom. Some hesitate to share what they've learned, fearing rejection or misunderstanding. But wisdom isn't about being comfortable, it's about being effective. Imagine a person standing by while others suffer in darkness, holding a lamp but choosing not to light the way. That is the weight of knowledge without responsibility. The difference between a seeker and a teacher isn't expertise, it's willingness. Those who truly understand universal laws don't wait for permission to embody them. Of course, sharing knowledge doesn't mean forcing it onto others. Not everyone is ready to receive certain truths, and forcing wisdom onto a closed mind only leads to resistance. The true Hermeticist learns to recognize when to speak and when to remain silent. The key is in leading by example, by living the principles so fully that others naturally take notice. When a person radiates balance, discipline, and clarity, Their mere presence teaches more than words ever could. The responsibility of knowledge isn't just external, it's deeply personal. Once a person understands these teachings, they can no longer afford to live unconsciously. Every thought, action, and decision either aligns with wisdom or contradicts it. There is no middle ground. And as this understanding deepens, another question emerges. If one truly believes in these laws, are they living in alignment with them? Coherence between knowledge and action. Many claim to understand wisdom, yet their lives reflect the opposite. The Kybalion teaches that knowledge without action is meaningless. A person may read about mental transmutation, vibration, and polarity, but if their behavior remains unchanged, what value does that knowledge hold? True mastery isn't found in how much one knows, but in how deeply they apply it. Understanding cause and effect means taking full responsibility instead of blaming fate. Recognizing mentalism means refusing to indulge in negative thought cycles. Wisdom demands coherence. Socrates stated, "Only useful knowledge is that which makes us better." If wisdom doesn't create change, it's just intellectual decoration. Shankara warned that memorizing truths without embodying them is like mistaking a recipe for a meal. Khalil Gibran emphasized that knowledge should be enriched and shared. These perspectives reveal a fundamental principle: knowledge that isn't practiced is wasted. True learning isn't about accumulating information, it's about transforming one's existence. Without action, even the most profound insights remain lifeless. The law of vibration proves that thoughts shape reality. Yet, many acknowledge this but continue dwelling on negativity, reinforcing the very states they wish to escape. If a person truly grasps polarity, they won't resist negative emotions but transmute them. For example, instead of battling fear, they cultivate courage. If they understand rhythm, they stabilize themselves instead of being ruled by emotional highs and lows. Mastery isn't in knowing these principles, it's in applying them daily. Self-mastery requires integrity between thought, word, and action. A person cannot claim balance while living in chaos. They cannot speak of self-awareness while acting on impulse. Many chase knowledge to feel enlightened, but avoid the discipline of applying it. The true test isn't in what someone says, but in how they live when no one is watching. Every moment presents a choice. Will one act according to wisdom, or will they continue making unconscious decisions? Mental transmutation isn't a theory, it's a practice. Life constantly reflects one's level of understanding. If external circumstances feel chaotic, they reveal an unbalanced inner world. If progress seems stagnant, it signals a failure to apply what has been learned. The real question isn't whether one believes in these laws, but whether their reality reflects that belief. If thoughts create reality, what does one's current life say about their true level of mastery? The law of vibration and attention. Reality is shaped by vibration. The Kybalion teaches that everything moves, nothing rests. Thoughts, emotions, and even physical circumstances are governed by frequency. A person's dominant vibration attracts corresponding experiences. Yet, most people allow their energy to fluctuate unconsciously, reacting to circumstances instead of directing them. True mastery begins when one takes control of their internal state. The key isn't to fight negative energy, but to elevate one's own frequency deliberately. The question isn't whether vibration influences reality, it's whether one is using it intentionally. Attention determines vibration. Where the mind focuses, energy follows. Those who fixate on fear, stress, or negativity strengthen those vibrations within themselves. Conversely, directing attention toward wisdom, self-improvement, and higher consciousness raises one's frequency. This isn't about forced positivity, it's about strategic awareness. Just as a musician tunes an instrument, a person must refine their mental and emotional state daily. By consciously selecting thoughts, words, and influences, one can sculpt their vibrational reality. Practical steps reinforce this process. Curating one's environment through the books they read, the music they listen to, and the conversations they engage in acts as vibrational hygiene. Immersing oneself in teachings of Hermeticism, philosophy, or Taoism shifts mental frequency. Structuring daily routines with meditation, journaling, or exposure to nature stabilizes internal energy. These are not abstract concepts, they are tools. Those who fail to apply them remain prisoners of external conditions. Those who do gain dominion over their state. Willpower is the anchor of transformation. One cannot expect a high vibrational life while indulging in low vibrational habits. Scrolling mindlessly through distractions, absorbing media designed to provoke fear, or surrounding oneself with negativity reinforces chaotic frequencies. Elevation requires discipline. The subconscious absorbs whatever it's fed, intentionally or not. Training attention is the difference between drifting through life and actively shaping it. Energy flows where focus goes, whether one is aware of it or not. Raising vibration isn't a mystical concept, it's a practical skill. The individual who masters this law doesn't wait for inspiration, they generate it. They don't hope for better days, they create them. Every moment presents a choice, reinforce old patterns or initiate a new frequency. The ability to shift one's state isn't reserved for the enlightened. It is available to anyone willing to develop self-discipline. And once one understands vibration, another principle naturally follows: the law of polarity. The law of polarity, overcoming negativity. Every emotion, thought, and experience exists on a spectrum. The Kybalion teaches that what seems like opposites are actually two extremes of the same thing. Fear and courage, love and hate, light and darkness, each is a different degree of the same essence. Most people try to fight negativity directly, but resistance only strengthens what one seeks to eliminate. The key isn't to battle darkness, but to turn toward the light. True transformation comes not from suppressing emotions, but from transmuting them. Focusing on negativity amplifies it. A person who constantly thinks about fear reinforces its presence in their mind. The law of polarity offers a solution. Instead of resisting fear, one should cultivate courage. Rather than suppressing doubt, they should develop conviction. The shift isn't about pretending negativity doesn't exist. It's about consciously choosing the other end of the spectrum. If one's internal state is malleable, why not mold it in a direction that serves them? The mind follows where attention is placed. Practical application is crucial. Someone struggling with self-doubt doesn't need to obsess over eliminating it. They need to reinforce confidence. This can be done by taking deliberate action, speaking with certainty, training the body to hold strong posture, engaging in disciplines that develop mastery. Just as cold is transformed by adding heat, fear is dissolved by increasing strength. It's not about avoiding one's struggles, but about shifting focus toward the qualities that neutralize them. Mastering polarity means understanding emotional alchemy. Negative emotions shouldn't be feared, they should be understood as signals. Anger can be redirected into drive, sadness into introspection, anxiety into preparation. Instead of reacting to emotions as fixed states, one must see them as frequencies that can be adjusted. Those who internalize this principle gain a new level of freedom. They stop being victims of their emotions and start using them as tools for transformation. Polarity exists in all aspects of life. Those who fail to grasp this law get trapped in cycles of resistance, endlessly battling what they don't want instead of shifting toward what they do. Mental transmutation isn't about denial, it's about mastery. Once a person realizes they can move across the emotional spectrum at will, their experience of reality changes. And with this understanding, the next lesson becomes clear. The mind is fluid and can be reshaped entirely. Mental transmutation, the power to change. The mind is not fixed, it is fluid, adaptable, and subject to transformation. The Kybalion reveals that reality is shaped by perception, and perception is shaped by thought. Those who believe they are trapped in their circumstances fail to see the truth. They are only trapped by their own mental patterns. The power to change is always available, but it requires conscious effort. Mental transmutation isn't wishful thinking. It's the science of deliberately shifting one's state to create a new reality. People limit themselves with language. Saying, "I am anxious," reinforces anxiety as an identity rather than a passing state. A subtle shift in wording, "I am currently experiencing anxiety," creates distance, making transformation easier. This principle applies everywhere. Someone who believes they are bad with money will unconsciously act in ways that reinforce financial struggle. Instead, they must adopt a growth-oriented mindset. "I am learning to master my finances." Changing language is the first step to changing reality. Mental transmutation demands a shift in perspective. Fear of death, for example, often stems not from death itself, but from the fear of an unfulfilled life. Instead of obsessing over mortality, one must ask, "Am I truly living?" Rather than fearing failure, a person should cultivate resilience. The mind follows where attention goes. Focusing on possibility rather than limitation rewires thought patterns. The Hermeticist understands that transformation doesn't happen by accident. It is an intentional act. Growth requires continuous effort. Many people want change but resist the work involved. They seek quick fixes rather than deep transformation. But self-mastery isn't an overnight process, it's a discipline. Just as the body is strengthened through training, the mind must be exercised daily. Reading ancient wisdom, practicing self-reflection, and developing new habits reinforce transmutation. Those who commit to this process realize that who they are today is not who they have to be tomorrow. The greatest illusion is the belief that change is impossible. The mind is a tool, and those who learn to wield it shape their own reality. A stagnant mindset creates a stagnant life, while an evolving mind expands its possibilities. The real question isn't whether transformation is possible, it's whether one is willing to do what it takes. And once this truth is understood, a new realization follows. Transformation isn't just personal, it influences everyone around us. Influence and ethical responsibility. Transformation doesn't happen in isolation. The Kybalion teaches that as one raises their consciousness, they naturally affect those around them. A person who embodies wisdom, discipline, and self-awareness doesn't need to preach. Their presence speaks for itself. Just as a tuning fork can bring another into harmony, a mind operating at a higher vibration subtly influences others. But with this influence comes responsibility. Knowledge isn't meant to be hoarded. It must be shared wisely and ethically. Every action creates a ripple. Someone who consistently operates from a place of clarity and balance unconsciously sets an example for those around them. When a person practices self-mastery, they inspire others to do the same. This doesn't mean forcing wisdom onto those who aren't ready. It means embodying it so fully that others become curious. People don't change because they're told to. They change when they see a new possibility reflected in another. Influence is most powerful when it is lived, not imposed. The ethical responsibility of knowledge is often ignored. Many seek personal growth, but fail to recognize that wisdom comes with duty. Understanding Hermetic principles isn't just about personal enlightenment, it's about contributing to the whole. If one sees someone trapped in illusion, should they remain silent? If they know a truth that could free another, is it right to withhold it? The challenge lies in discernment, when to speak, when to listen, and when to simply be the example. The law of cause and effect applies here. Those who share wisdom with good intent plant seeds that will eventually grow, even if not immediately recognized. Conversely, those who manipulate knowledge for personal gain will face karmic consequences. True teachers guide without ego, offering knowledge as a tool rather than a weapon. A person aligned with universal laws understands that wisdom isn't about control, it's about service. Helping others rise naturally elevates the one who gives. Personal transformation is the first step, but it is never the final one. The more one evolves, the more they realize their impact on others. Every choice, every word, every action either elevates or diminishes the collective energy. The question isn't whether one influences the world, it's whether that influence is conscious or unconscious. And as one understands this deeper responsibility, another principle comes into focus: how to stabilize one's own rhythm in an ever-changing world. The law of rhythm, finding balance. Everything moves in cycles. The Kybalion teaches that life follows a rhythmic flow, ups and downs, expansions and contractions. Those unaware of this law are thrown by every shift, feeling euphoric when things go well and devastated when they don't. But those who understand rhythm learn to neutralize its effects. The key isn't to resist the tides of life, but to rise above them. Stability isn't found in trying to stop movement, but in mastering how one responds to it. Rhythm governs emotions, circumstances, and even consciousness. A person may feel deeply connected to their higher self one day and disconnected the next. This doesn't mean they've lost progress. It means they're experiencing natural fluctuation. Understanding this prevents unnecessary frustration. Instead of fearing setbacks, one must anticipate them. Just as seasons change, so do mental states. Those who recognize this stop reacting impulsively and start acting with intention. Mastery lies in maintaining inner equilibrium, regardless of external shifts. Practical techniques reinforce balance. Meditation stabilizes thought patterns, journaling provides clarity, and structured routines create consistency. Engaging with high-frequency content, books on Hermeticism, philosophy, or esoteric teachings keeps the mind anchored. Physical habits matter too. Movement, breath work, and even posture influence emotional stability. People often assume balance is about stillness, but true stability comes from adaptability. A tree withstands the wind not by resisting, but by bending with it. The greatest trap of rhythm is ego attachment. Many chase emotional highs, mistaking them for progress, and fear the lows, believing they've failed. But wisdom isn't found in extremes, it's found in the center. The Hermeticist learns to observe the oscillations of life without being enslaved by them. When things are good, they remain grounded. When challenges arise, they remain steady. Those who master rhythm navigate life with a sense of calm that others struggle to understand. Finding balance is more than personal, it's a form of service. A centered individual radiates stability, influencing those around them. The world is filled with people ruled by emotional tides, reacting impulsively to every shift. Those who embody equilibrium provide an anchor in chaos. And once a person understands rhythm, they unlock a greater truth. If life moves in cycles, one can either be passively carried by them or actively shape their own destiny. Cause and effect, taking control of one's destiny. Nothing happens by chance. The Kybalion teaches that everything is governed by the law of cause and effect. Every action, every thought, every decision creates a corresponding outcome. Most people drift through life as passive participants, reacting to events as if they were victims of fate. But those who understand this principle realize they are not at the mercy of circumstances. They are the architects of their own reality. The question is not whether one is affected by this law, but whether they are using it consciously. A person who fails to act with awareness becomes subject to the will of others. Those who don't take control of their lives will inevitably be controlled by external forces, society, culture, and even unconscious patterns inherited from past experiences. This is why self-awareness is essential. Those who master cause and effect don't wait for life to happen. They create intentional causes that lead to desired results. They understand that every decision is a seed, and the harvest is inevitable. Elevating consciousness is the key to transcending blind causality. Most people react impulsively, unaware that their responses are reinforcing cycles they wish to escape. Someone who constantly complains unknowingly attracts more reasons to complain. A person who cultivates discipline and clarity, however, shapes their destiny with precision. Instead of wondering why things happen to them, they start directing what happens through them. Life stops being random when one starts making conscious choices. This principle applies to all areas of life. Financial stability, personal growth, and even relationships are the result of accumulated causes. A person who invests in learning gains wisdom. One who trains their mind sharpens their perception. Those who cultivate integrity attract meaningful connections. Those who fail to act are not exempt from the law. They are simply at the mercy of causes set in motion by others. To master life, one must master the art of deliberate action. The law of cause and effect isn't just about personal success, it's about freedom. Those who grasp it no longer feel trapped by circumstances. They understand that every effect in their life traces back to a cause they either initiated or allowed. This realization is both empowering and humbling. The question then becomes, if one's future is shaped by today's choices, what kind of reality are they setting into motion right now? Transcendence and the role of wisdom. True wisdom is not about accumulating knowledge, it's about liberation. The Kybalion teaches that most people are trapped in illusions, mistaking temporary conditions for ultimate reality. They chase material success, validation, and fleeting pleasures, believing these things will bring fulfillment. But history proves otherwise. The greatest minds, Confucius, Plato, Marcus Aurelius, did not seek power for its own sake. They sought to rise above the illusions that enslave ordinary consciousness. Transcendence is not about escaping life, it's about seeing it clearly. The wise understand that reality operates beyond personal desires. Those who cling to ego-driven pursuits remain caught in cycles of suffering. The law of cause and effect ensures that actions driven by greed, fear, or vanity inevitably lead to consequences. Meanwhile, those who align themselves with universal laws act with a greater purpose. They don't seek fleeting success, they seek to refine their character. The question is not what one gains in this world, but who they become through their choices. Fame, wealth, and recognition are illusions when viewed from a higher perspective. Many chase external achievements only to realize, too late, that they were running in circles. The Stoics understood this well. Seneca warned that life is wasted when spent pursuing things that do not last. The Hermeticist goes further, understanding that even the mind itself must be refined. Thought patterns must be examined, biases dismantled, and limiting beliefs transmuted. Self-improvement is not a luxury, it is the path to clarity. One must ask, am I living for something greater than myself? The most enlightened figures in history dedicated themselves to wisdom, discipline, and service. They understood that the mind, when purified, becomes a tool for transformation. But this path is not for those who seek comfort, it is for those who seek truth. To transcend ordinary existence, one must be willing to confront their own illusions, dismantle false beliefs, and reshape their reality. The pursuit of wisdom is not about superiority, it is about responsibility. Those who see beyond the surface have an obligation to act accordingly. The Hermeticist does not seek power for control, but for refinement. True transcendence means breaking free from the conditioning that keeps people trapped in mediocrity. And with this realization, another truth emerges. Reality itself is not fixed. The mind, when properly trained, can reshape it entirely. The ultimate transmutation, mental and spiritual growth. Reality bends to the mind that understands it. The Kybalion teaches that all is mentalism. Existence itself is shaped by thought. Most people believe the world is something external, something that happens to them. But the truth is far more powerful. The mind is the source of reality, and by altering thought patterns, one alters the very fabric of their existence. The difference between stagnation and transformation lies in whether one passively absorbs reality or actively creates it. Changing the mind changes the world. Every belief, every assumption, every internal dialogue constructs the reality one experiences. Those who complain that life is unfair are reinforcing unfairness. Those who dwell on limitations strengthen them. But those who train their minds to operate at higher frequencies elevate their entire existence. This is not theory, it is cause and effect in action. The law of mental transmutation states that everything begins in thought before it manifests in form. Mental discipline is the foundation of transformation. The subconscious mind absorbs whatever it is repeatedly fed. A person who constantly reinforces fear, doubt, and chaos will see those patterns reflected externally. But someone who actively reshapes their thinking through meditation, study, and self-awareness gradually shifts their reality. This is why ancient traditions emphasized rigorous mind training. One does not wait for change, one becomes the change. Many try to alter external circumstances without addressing the root cause, their own mental state. They attempt to fix relationships, careers, or finances without transforming the thought patterns creating those situations. But adjusting the external while neglecting the internal is like trying to change a reflection in a mirror instead of changing the object itself. The Hermeticist understands that reality is a projection of consciousness. True mastery comes from refining the mind, not manipulating the world. Spiritual growth is the ultimate transmutation. It is the shift from unconscious existence to deliberate creation. Those who embark on this path realize that the greatest power isn't wealth or influence, it's the ability to direct one's mind. Every challenge, every obstacle, every perceived limitation is an opportunity to apply these principles. The question is not whether one can transform their reality, but whether they are disciplined enough to do so. And as this realization sinks in, one final truth emerges. Wisdom is meaningless unless it is lived. The journey does not end here. Reaching the end of the Kybalion is not the end of the journey, it is the beginning. Knowledge that is not applied is wasted, and wisdom that is not lived is meaningless. Those who have followed this path now stand at a crossroads. Will they allow these teachings to remain abstract ideas, or will they integrate them into every aspect of their existence? The choice is theirs. Understanding the Hermetic principles is one thing, embodying them is another. True mastery comes not from knowing, but from being. Every chapter studied, every principle explored leads back to one truth. Reality is shaped from within. Those who grasp the power of mentalism, vibration, and cause and effect now have no excuses. Life does not happen by accident. It unfolds according to the mind's command. And yet, many will still hesitate, clinging to old patterns, waiting for permission to transform. But those who truly understand this wisdom know that waiting is an illusion. The time to act is now. The world is filled with distractions, pulling attention away from higher understanding. Those who seek wisdom must cultivate discipline, protecting their mind from the noise of the ordinary. The Hermeticist is not ruled by the external world, they shape it. Every action, every thought, every intention becomes a tool for self-mastery. This knowledge is not for mere contemplation, it is for evolution. One must ask, am I applying what I have learned? If not, then all of this has been in vain. There will be moments of doubt, but doubt itself is a test. The law of rhythm ensures that there will be highs and lows. The law of polarity guarantees that struggle will always exist alongside growth. But those who persist, who continue refining themselves, will see their reality shift in ways they never imagined. The path of wisdom is not easy, but it is the only path worth walking. Those who truly commit to self-transformation will never look at life the same way again. And so the final lesson is clear. Knowledge without action is an illusion. Those who have reached this point have a responsibility, not just to themselves, but to the world. The greatest wisdom is not spoken, it is lived. The Hermetic path is a path of mastery, but mastery is a choice. The question is not whether these principles work. The question is whether one will have the discipline to apply them. The journey does not end here. It only begins.